Hello and welcome back to part 2 of the 12 Hours Misano here with Simsport Racing. You are joined by myself, Adam Bent, and Adam Izailovic, and Chris Hill on cameras. Good afternoon, gents.
Good afternoon, and yeah, this will be fun. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Right?
Yep.
So, sorry.
No, it's absolutely okay. I was just going to say a big thank you to Ryan and Dylan for taking the first half of the stream and doing a really good job. Obviously, obviously thanking them greatly for carrying us into the first half of the race, or first into and through the first half of the race, and we're now taking over with 6 hours and 7 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, and it will be quite a bit of drama and racing that we still have to see. And for now, we are looking at James Maid, which is currently our leader, right? And he's just behind the back marker, who needs basically to move. And yeah, they're doing a really good race, and hopefully they will continue to do so.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, as we can see, James Mead is currently leading the race with just over 6 hours left to go. In second place, we've got Grappolini in the number 138 BMW, and in third, the 62 Porsche of Pepetta. In fourth, we have Vincent Vilcek with Aaron Van Drunen in fifth in the Mercedes. Nybauer sixth, Clancy, Hugard, McConnell, Van der Kran are top 10 so far. Then, as we move down into the 11th to 20th, we have Jost Verman, Oliver Anderson in the Team 101 car. I'm sure we'll hear from him very soon. Paul Neumann, Bart Zenk, Dennis Verkman, Luke Scholl, Patrick Prince, Valentin Korkin. If I butcher anybody's name, I do apologise. Van Horn and Parker are top 20. And then the rest of the order, we have Bjorn Renard, Anthony Brown, Rad Stewart, Martin Peter, Dimitri Van Beer, and Rob Jackson rounding out our current list. I believe that's every number I've got on the screen. Oh, is he left, has he? There we go then. So Rob Jackson out of the race. I have got the timing screen up, so I wasn't quite sure if he was still in the race or not. So, yeah, how are you dealing with the heat today, Adam?
Yeah, it is like 20-something degrees here, and it was there was a lot of rain today, so basically it's not that warm, right? So, but yeah, we are doing fine, probably better than you guys.
Yeah, currently 31 degrees in North Wales, and incredibly warm out in the sun, so I've got me curtains closed and the fan on and just trying to keep myself cool. And I'm sure there's a lot of drivers here today that wish that they weren't doing a 12-hour race, instead they were in a paddling pool or at the beach.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we are not in the same problem as you guys. We probably switched our weathers, right? So give us back our weather, our more weather. We will give you this kind of rainy, foggy days, right? You need that.
Absolutely. So we're currently watching the number 12 Bart Sverink in the Sim Racing Holland car, as he is also on the back marker. I can see the number now, the 217, I believe that was. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but I'm trying to find that BMW. It might be 212, it might be Vilcek. But yeah, so obviously Sverink trying to get his way through that now, as he's currently chasing down Neumann in the 992 Porsche. Obviously, a lot of his liveries are quite familiar to me. I think the last time I did a commentary for Simsport was an endurance race. It's been a very long time since I've been here.
Yeah, same. Yeah, that livery is looking awesome. I saw a few of those that we will probably see in a few hours, right? So they're really good. They're really fun to watch. Some with cookies and who knows what else, right? But yeah, we'll go through them. For now, Zvernik is chasing Newman, right? And yeah, he's currently not too close to it, right? But he's doing his best, and yeah, he needs to basically just continue to do so, and hopefully he will get more places in a few hours' time. So we'll see.
Well, that's the key thing, obviously, and this has actually been a debate that I've heard a few times over various sort of motorsport series and different commentary teams, and it's about endurance racing being less so now of a sort of race of attrition and more about essentially a load of sprint races into one race. What's your opinion on that, Adam?
Well, yeah, you can look at it like that, right? But the biggest problem of sprint races, I mean, of endurance races, are that your setup needs to suit more than one people, right? So that is the biggest problem. And of course, the tiredness that comes with driving 6 hours, 9 hours, 12 hours, right? It also comes into play. You will always make a mistake. You will always get wide somewhere. Try not to do too much cuts here because Misano is really relentless with track cuts.
Yep.
We already saw quite a few drive-throughs so far, and it is bound to see some more.
You're absolutely right, as I was watching earlier and seeing a few penalties being dished out, and we're currently now watching Racing Point's Andrea Grappellini in the 1-3 BMW, currently sat in P2, trying to chase down James Mead in the front-running BMW currently. So BMW 1 and 2, which I'm not sure if that's surprising. I haven't played ACC in a while, so I don't know how the BOP is currently stacking. But obviously we've had a fair few updates since I've last been on. Obviously we now have the America pack. They've announced the GT2 pack for next year. In fact, that will be the last pack for Assetto Corsa. What's your, like, for GT2s, I mean, personally, I think they look amazing and they sound amazing. But GT2s is the final pack. What do you think about that?
Kind of sad, right? But hopefully AC2. Oh, that was
that was brave.
Yeah. And that's probably a cut if he didn't lift, right?
Yeah.
So, but basically, yeah, I'm kind of sad. I mean, this game is excellent, and what they gave us is just pure bliss. But I hopefully, there will be AC2 in the near future, right? So we can get this kind of fidelity of details, right? Of sounds, which are basically next gen, and hopefully we'll get that. But I am completely fine with what we have with ACC. There is plenty of it, plenty of things to come, right? Some new cars for GT4s too, right? So there will be some more updates, yes. But
so we've got the M4, the Artura, and the Emira coming in the future as well, which obviously, as a Lotus fan, might be a little bit excited for.
Oh, definitely.
Sorry, go ahead.
But yeah, basically, ACC has hit his peak, basically, right? So, because of the SRO agreement, they cannot add more tracks like Nordschleife, right, which we all want. But hopefully in AC2 they will still keep this strong obsession over over details and the sounds, which they basically just they put the bar a little bit higher, right? And hopefully they will stick to it in AC2. Hopefully it will again come out in 2023.
Yeah.
So still a lot of fun to have in AC. New tracks are excellent. They're also working perfectly and with all the details that we need for the race. And yeah, we still may have some more tracks, right, which weren't included in this DLC. So fingers crossed for that.
Absolutely. Well, we're currently following Steve Parker in the Green Moose Rookies car, as he is currently chasing down Van Horn. Actually, in fact, he's right behind him now. So as they're coming up to, I believe, the start of Split 2, I think that's the curve of Casilla, as a really nice cambered corner. I can never get it right myself, but to watch cars go around at speed is quite something, as we're watching these two now battle it out for position here. So that is fighting over 19th place currently, but obviously as things go by, we may see some more times as then BMW splits them up. But obviously, like I say, with AC2 coming up in the near future, obviously everybody's really excited for that. Obviously, the agreement with the SRO has given us this game that I think, quite frankly, is probably the best GT simulator we might ever see. Of dedicated GT simulators, should I say. With so many more games announced and extra things coming to these games, obviously we're currently in probably one of the peak generations of sim racing. So yeah, anybody in the chat that is listening and has something to say on this, whether they disagree and they think there's better to come, or maybe the originals can't be topped, things like you know, the original Grid games, the original Forzas, Gran Turismos, Toka. If you're inclined to go back to something like 2006 Toka, the original Toka games.
Yeah, definitely. quite a bit of time
Yeah.
has passed. But the point is, right? Everything evolves. Oh, that was close. Everything evolves. Same with ACC. Let's see what's going on here. Steve Parker and
Steve Parker's currently having a really big issue, as a lot of the front runners are now coming through to lap him. And it just seems to be that he can't really get back into a rhythm. He's lost a big gap now to Van Horn, just based on the fact of the traffic. And I think we'll come into this debate in a second about traffic, but yeah, obviously we are in a peak generation at the moment with sim racing, and I can't wait to see the future, because as we get further, that looked like there's an Audi and a BMW going side by side. I can't really see. The stream's decided it doesn't want to be very clear for me, so as soon as it clears up, I'll tell you. Yeah, so we've got a BMW and an Audi there just trying to fight each other for position, whilst Steve Parker's trying to chase down his own battle. So he's currently caught in the middle of two different battles, his and some others, and it's definitely not easy to drive through.
Oh, definitely he is losing a lot of time with these overtakes that he is doing and that other people are doing over him. So, but let's remember that basically that will happen to Van Horn fairly soon. Right, all these drivers will be coming, and he will be overtaken. I guess these are the guys who are in top 10 positions who are lapping them. It seems like that. But yeah, I mean, as I said, games are evolving, right? So it will be better and better and better. ACC already proved that sim racing can be used to basically practice and even do very well in the real world, right? So definitely next step is basically one step closer to the real thing, as much as possible sim racing games can do.
Absolutely. And I think the key thing we've got to remember that is, obviously, as everything goes electric. In fact, I was looking on on my Instagram today, and I saw that even the top level of World Rallycross is now fully electric. It's I'm not against electric cars before anybody starts coming at me as if I'm an anti-eco activist. I just personally do love the sound of a Muti V8 over the sound of a kettle going by. But as we move forward into this generation of electric racing, hydrogen racing, we're going to lose these sounds, but the best way to capture them is through these kind of games. Absolutely. I think...
Oh, definitely, but I'm not sure that it will come that close. We may be really old before all these cars lose their sounds, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And at the end, you can always get some kind of sound, even if it's an electric car, right? So yeah. So, but we'll see, right?
Yeah.
For now,
It's
I'm
a
glad
long,
that we
it's a long way
have
away, hopefully.
Yeah, definitely.
As we watch Brian Clancy bringing the 333 into the pits now, we're sort of getting distracted that there is also a motor race going on, if you didn't notice, but as we're having our debate.
Really?
Yeah, so currently watching Brian Clancy in the Team Abbey racing car come into the pits. We've got James Mead, who has now relinquished the lead. I believe they've come in for a stop recently. So he is now sat in P2 in the Odyssey racing car. Does that say Trojan on the back? I'm 99% certain that does say Trojan on the back.
It may be, but yeah,
it does indeed. Other condom brands are available. Anyway, so as we watch everybody coming into their stops, so we'll shuffle up the order a little bit. We'll figure out and just see where everybody shakes up once we get to the end of this lap. We can see that there's a BMW in front. That is a car that's not going to challenge. That's probably being lapped. I'm not quite sure who that was there. But Steve Parker still chasing down Van Horn there. You can see Green Moose rookie's car. In fact, I believe the last race I commentated on might have been the Green Moose rookie's first race.
Yeah, it's maybe.
So-
Steve Parker is a guy who recently came into SSRi community, and he's getting better and better each day. And I'm glad to see him chasing Van Horn. Still, he lost a little bit of time in the sector 3 of the track, but yeah, he needs to stay focused and try to close the gap. Now again, Van Horn is chased by the Audi, right? So he is basically now, yeah, he is now flashing for Van Horn to move, right? And
Absolutely.
Van Horn must lose some time.
Oh,
and
he's covered him off. Why has he covered him off? The 404 car currently going in error and getting past Van Horn there. Van Horn's covering him off as if they're battling, but the 404 car, well, I believe that's fighting for a higher position. Is it? No, it's 23rd.
Yeah.
So
that's why
he
doesn't.
covering him off?
Yeah,
I'm not quite sure, but
he doesn't want to lose time.
yeah.
And he has the right to do so, right? So even if the car behind is faster, right? He's still 3 laps behind him, so basically he doesn't want to lose position all the time. And of course he has the that was
this is going to end in disaster.
404, right? So
I would let him go. The more he's fighting this 404 car, he's allowed Steve Parker to catch right back up. So I would let that 404 car go and build a gap. Because
but
now
again,
the 404...
But again, he has a one car in between, right?
Yeah.
So while he's holding 404, he holds Steve Parker behind. So that may be a good strategy for him, even if he's losing time. Steve Parker needs to...
Oh, he's going to dive down the inside, and Steve Parker's going to look down the inside as well. So he's now going to have the outside for the next turn. So he's going to come through the very end to Del Parco now towards Curva del Rio. Now he's going to be on the outside, so he's going to be at disadvantage. He's going to try a switchback. He's going to get the switchback down the inside. Goes through and then just can't make the move back to stick. He's going to have to end up back behind the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin runs wide. That's a track cut for certain. In fact, we've got a drive-through for Mike Abranosa. They've served that now, but yeah, so just exactly what I say. The 404 car, and Steve Parker goes down the inside. There's a little bit door banging, but nothing untoward, and he gets straight through. So Steve Parker making the most of that situation there.
Yeah, that was a little bit of dive bomb from the Audi, which helped basically Steve Parker to make this move. And yeah, it was fairly clean. Door banging is just racing, so nothing wrong there. But we'll see. Van Horn also has some speed. We'll see if he still comes close to him. I'm not sure, but we may see a little bit more of this battle.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he almost
as I said, yeah, he's losing a little bit. He may be a little bit more. He needs to stabilize his car, right, and be more focused on what he's doing, or he will destroy the tires completely.
Absolutely.
And Van Horn will probably get to him, right? So if he slides too much, his tires will overheat, his pressures will not be good, right? He's still quite a bit away from him, so Van Horn maybe doesn't have the pace as Steve does. But yeah, we'll see.
Absolutely. Well, you can see that Steve is now trying to build a gap between himself and Van Horn before that next lot of cars. You can see just 2 more cars in the background there catching up slowly. So Van Horn's not going to be very happy about that. Obviously, the 404 car sort of forcing its way through. But again, you can't expect a car that is going to be is faster on paper to want to sit behind you for too long, lapped or unlapped. You know, it's very much a case of you want to be fighting your battles and not fighting the cars that you don't need to fight. There was no challenge from the 404 car. It's 2 places down and obviously a handful of laps down. So, you know, in terms of endurance racing, in terms of what we do as well as a team, if you're not fighting that car for a position, don't fight it. You know?
Exactly. You need to pick your battles, right? So
yeah.
This one wasn't his, and of course he basically
Yeah,
Basically,
absolutely.
yeah. Basically, he shouldn't defend too much, right?
Yeah.
He just should let him pass and basically try to defend from Steve. But with the move that the guy in front made, basically for not in front, but sorry, faster car, basically, he let himself open for Steve's move, right? At the moment,
Absolutely.
we are watching another battle. I
That
hope it is. Yeah.
is is that the no, that's a Porsche in front. Is it? No,
That
it's the
is,
Aston
yeah,
Martin.
Aston Martin
That's
and
Hurgard
McLaren. Yeah.
versus McConnell, I believe it is. So the blue McLaren versus the red Aston here as they head down towards turn 1 now. It looks like the McConnell in the 169 is actually going to close right up behind him.
Oh,
So
yeah, he has a
yeah.
good run, and he probably has a good chance here after the Rio part of the track, after Rio curves, right? So we'll see how his exit is here. Basically, Aston Martin is doing very well there and keeping McConnell on his back. It will take a while for McConnell to get to the right position to make a move. If Aston Martin driver does to make one big mistake, it will maybe take a while, and we'll have some fun watching it.
Absolutely, we can see the grunt of the Aston out of the corners. It just seems to have that little bit more pace out of the corners than the McLaren. So the McLaren probably slightly longer as well, with obviously the longer wheelbase making it a little bit harder to navigate some of these twistier corners. With that Aston Martin seeming to be almost on rails as he goes through. But now you can see the difference between the two cars. The McLaren just has absolute higher top end speed as it comes closer and closer now. Maybe look for a move down the inside. No, he thinks better of it. But closing right back up at before the end of the straight, and obviously now just having a little bit of issue there, letting a car through. But that's a good example of just picking your battles. You can see that Porsche was coming through, and he's going to hold off for a little bit longer and hope that Porsche will obviously unsettle the Aston Martin in front.
Yeah, but Porsche is currently stick within the. What is that? Oh, that's the front runner. Sorry, so
that is one of the front runners, I believe.
Yeah, he let him pass, right?
Yeah.
So now they continue to battle, and McLaren has a pace. Definitely, he has his number, and we'll see. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there's a mistake from the Aston, and that's going to allow him through. So after us saying that all it takes is a little bit of patience to make a move, and that's a contact actually as well for the Aston Martin. I believe that was the Team Abbey car, causing a little bit of contact there with the Aston Martin on the way through. He's made his way through, but not without taking a chunk of the rear of that Aston.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, it is very, very fun to watch. What is the car behind him? It is. What is that?
That
is that
is a Mercedes, I believe.
Mercedes, yeah. Car 12, yeah.
Oh no, so it's another Aston Martin. So we've got an Aston train chasing down a McLaren at the moment. In that is the I believe the 333, the 42, and the 12, all chasing down a McLaren at the moment. In fact, they are on paper fighting roughly for the same positions. Obviously, we've got Abranos a few laps down, but actually one place behind Hurgard. So obviously he's now trying to unlap himself and make a way through to within a few laps, hopefully try and challenge for that P8.
Yeah, but yeah, we now see that's Hurgard. Yeah, he's coming into the pits.
Oh, both of them, the McLaren and the Aston are in the pits.
Interesting. Yeah,
so they're both on the same strategy here. So
and we'll see who will do the better pit stop, because in ACC pit stop is quite weird, right? You need to be perfect to not lose any seconds, right? So it plays if you move too much in front or back of the pit stop box, basically the guys who pick you up basically need you to move you, and you lose a lot of time. But we'll see. This is really, really interesting.
it is indeed. It's going to be interesting to see where these guys go with their strategies. Obviously, I'd presume that both of them are going to do obviously both fuel and tyres with 5 hours 44 minutes left to go. You can see maybe a little bit of damage on the Aston Martin. We'll wait and see whether they've got to do any damage repairs. But they come out almost at the same time. So as soon as they go out, they're going to be racing again, so this should be interesting to see.
That
In
was
fact, we've got a
really
different
close.
driver in the Aston. Have we got a different driver in the McLaren? That's a big question. So we've got Chris Johansson now into the Aston, and we'll see who comes out on the timing screens when we get to the end of the sector. So obviously both the drivers now out of their pit stops. McLaren gets a very good getaway, so immediately trying to build a gap between him and his rival behind him.
But
In fact, there you go,
careful.
Jonas Hackler out in the car now instead.
Oh, nice, but they need basically to be very, very careful now. Tires are cold. If they push them too much, they will have a lot of graining that will basically impede their laps before their stint ends, right? So at the end of the stint, so they need to be careful, even if they want to make a gap, right? They need to handle their tires until they go to their optimum. To the optimum temperatures and pressures, right? So we'll see how this will transpire from this, but yeah, it is a size, it is a big difference now between the pace of these two drivers, at least for now. Maybe the McLaren is now getting a little bit more grip than Aston Martin with its cold tires, right? But yeah, it is a really, really healthy gap now. Of course, that doesn't mean anything. Anybody can make a mistake. They need to just get to focus on the few laps and basically on the whole thing. Right? So, but yeah, this gap is getting. It seems that like it's getting bigger, right? So, but we'll see.
Absolutely. Well, it's only the first lap after coming back out of the pit, so we'll wait and see how that gap, how this evolves. Obviously, different drivers will be at different paces, so wait and see how this evolves. Basically, obviously, it's not cut and dry endurance racing. It never is. In fact, it's never cut and dry in any racing, as we've seen throughout various series this year, and Formula E's habit of making car parks in the rain. But anyway, if you're not sure what I'm on about, go have a look at the highlights from the South Korea race today. Quite interesting. But anyway, as I say that, obviously we're currently watching endurance racing with GT3 cars, and obviously we've got Johansson chasing down Hackler in the 169 McLaren.
Yeah, but definitely Hackler is having a lot of pace already. 2 seconds in front of Johansson, but yeah, they were really, really close. It almost looked like Aston Martin will get in front, right? But yeah, they a bit lucky there. If Aston Martin was in front, right, it will be hard to overtake and yeah, get this basically this lead in front of them. But now they're on the clean air and yes. Basically hunting for the equal, right? So we'll see how it will go in few laps. And I was thinking just it would be nice to have maybe some change of weather. So far it doesn't look like it will have any rain because it is fairly clear out there with a little bit of clouds, but that may change with the ACC randomness. It can change very fast. And it will maybe give us some more action, right? To see maybe they will have different strategies. So far they are sticking to the one that they have now. And of course, the track is evolving. So basically we started with 29 degrees I think on the track. Now it's 36, so they need to always have that in mind while doing their driver switches, right? To set pressures right, and yeah, it seems like it may be that Johansson is quite struggling with it while we are watching now onto the horse, and he is behind Luna. It's still fairly far, but he's closing down to number 4, so to 40 on the grid, right? So yeah, what is that? 3.5 seconds. Yeah, that can be closed down fairly quickly. we'll probably see more of those two cars battling if he's not that far away.
Absolutely. Well, we can see that Terhorst has actually, well, the gap's extended a little bit, but obviously we'll see how the Mercedes goes as time progresses. Obviously, we've got Milan Duma in his 212 BMW a bit further down the road. In fact, you'll probably see it just in this shot there. In fact, there you go, Green Moose Racing's senior team, or obviously no disrespect to them, it's senior team as such, but no, not seniors at all, as they try and extend their gap between themselves and the Mercedes behind. In fact, I believe that is a new... Oh!
Whoa, what
Runs
was
it a
that?
little bit wide there. Good save there from the Mercedes, but yeah, obviously now trying to chase down a very rapid BMW.
Oh yeah, but they're doing very, very well. I mean, fourth on the grid for after 6 hours of race is really, really good. Now, basically, uh, what they need is not to get closer, basically, for that BMW to get close to them. But it's really nice to see there is not much Mercedes around, right? So it's only two on this grid. Understandably, right? Currently, BMWs, Porsches, Bentleys are the car to beat Audis too and McLarens, right? We don't see Ferraris at all these days. Maybe few here and there, but they're not doing very, very well because of the latest swaps that ACC devs gave us. And this is what car is this? Oh yeah, it is a front runner, right? So
Yep, these are the
that's
two front runners. So whoever's just overtaken is the 138 car. So P2 has just overtaken P4.
yeah, it is number 2, and it is Leslie, right?
Yep.
So yeah, he's doing well. So he moved when he should and basically didn't lose too much time. And but yeah, they're still on the same distance between them and Anton the Horst, while we are watching currently the new boy who is having currently quite a lonely race, right? So, but he again needs to do his stuff because anything can happen. Not to get drive-throughs. Any drive-through can set you back quite a bit. Misano has a long pit stop. So yeah, so basically they need to. Misano, as I said, is really relentless with track cuts because most of the trackway itself is the ones that where you cut a lot of curves, right? A lot of corners and catching a lot of curves, and basically you can get the driver very well. But we didn't see one for quite a bit. Basically, it was much more. Maybe they settled a little bit into the race, into the track, right? And yeah, they're trying their best not to get one because you can have you can if you have a drive-through, you can have one more chance to get the stop and go penalty if you screw up the getting into pits or out of it, if you're doing maybe too much speed, and even for a millisecond you will get a penalty, right? So you need to be double careful.
Absolutely. Well, we can see that the very confused Porsche here is currently running, like you said, a very lonely race, but in endurance racing, lonely doesn't necessarily mean bad thing. It means that you can run your own race, work on your own strategy, although if they are employing Ferrari's strategy, I'm expecting wet tyres on it within the next half hour. Anyway, not a dig at Ferrari fans at all, but anyway.
But it is.
Maybe. Can't prove it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you need always to have a good strategy. Who will drive? What kind of pressures you will use? How the track evolve, right? And basically what you want to do, right? So he's currently around 30 seconds behind Anton the Horse, who is closing a little bit to Duma, to Milan. But yeah, he can just drive his own race. It's still 5.5 hours before the end of the race, so plenty of things can and will happen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like I say, we've got a race of attrition here. It's what happens first. People's wheels fail to the heat, or the race finishes. It's going to be very interesting to see, obviously, as we go through this race, Welcome to everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining us for this 12-hour race. Obviously, we're not 12 hours to go anymore. We've actually only got 5.5 hours to go. So somehow Adam and Adam have been chatting for half an hour about various things. But you're always welcome to jump into the chat, bring us some suggestions, bring us some facts. We look forward to hopefully hearing from some teams as this race progresses. Once again, thank you to the wonderful Chris Hill who's on the cameras. He's muted himself, so he might have gone to make a cup of tea or something. I'm not quite sure, but maybe got a child on the cameras just saying, "Press this button." That's fair enough. We can hear it. We can hear him, but he can't. You can't hear him, and sometimes that's a good thing. But anyway, obviously, no. Once again, thank you for that wonderful job as always. And yeah, like I say, welcome and thank you all for watching. Obviously, while you're watching, I hope you're all having wonderful evenings, mornings, nights, wherever you are. And yeah, thank you for choosing this as your entertainment for your day.
It will be nice to see some of the drivers come in and talk to us and share their experience with this race, and maybe some of the strategies and some things that they're thinking of to get a better place, better position on the grid. So while we are watching now until the horse basically flying and coming really close, he closed down for a whole second this lap, so probably Milan, or we now don't really know what are the strategy with pit stop. But yeah, this Berg is flying now, getting this battle will come basically very soon to us. And yeah, he's really good. Now a little bit of traffic here and there, but nothing to impede our laps too much. But yeah, we are watching Milan on the bottom right, and yeah, we see the Anthony the horse in the back, right? So and he's I'm not sure what is going on with that BMW. It may be loss of grip or something. He maybe made a mistake we didn't saw at the moment, but yeah, we will see how this goes on.
Well, the last laps, in fact, Milan was faster over a lap. In fact, no, sorry, he wasn't. He was slower. He did a 36.3 with Tahos doing a 35.7. So that's over 6/10 of a lap difference. Obviously, we're talking about tenths when you think about blinking or something. Not much, but you know, in terms of racing, 6/10 is actually quite a lot to lose per lap.
Yeah,
obviously, we'll see how it goes as it falls.
Yeah. But it may be just one mistake, right? So he just need to focus. Maybe if it's not, then he's losing quite a bit of time, maybe a tenth per corner or something like that, half a tenth, right? It is, of course, big time, right? So half a second is not in racing terms is.
Oh, we've got a yellow flag up ahead. Sorry, just further back. We've got a yellow flag in sector 3. Can't see the number of the car. I know it's definitely off at just before the curve of Misano. So I'm sure if Chris can find it, we'll find out what's going on. In fact, there it is. That looks like quite a lot of damage to the number 47 car there. He comes back on just in front of a McLaren. That's a little bit sketchy. Makes it on okay, but that looks quite damaged. I'm not sure if that was as damaged as it was before, but Henny Lefebvre having a bit of contact. 79 years old. Oh, blimey. I mean, what an effort though. Still to be driving, especially in this heat. Obviously, if it's as warm as it is here, then absolute stoic effort so far. But yeah, unfortunately, a bit of contact for the 47 BMW.
I must give full respect for that. I mean, driving like that and still pushing and still, I mean, he is 10 laps down, but still they are doing fairly well. I mean, we don't know what happened if they hit the wall or something. They maybe need to change the strategy, go back into the pits and repair the car. But we'll see. Sometimes you have damage, but the car isn't too bad damage, right? So you can still drive it. Yeah, but yeah, full mad respect for what they're doing at the gate. So, yeah, It maybe look like it is quite easy to do what these racers are doing, but trust me, it's not. Every single corner you're constantly battling with the car, battling
Yep.
with the physics, driving on the absolute limit to get the most as possible. But yeah, that car doesn't feel as good. Yeah, it has
No.
a lesser grip than it had before, and probably they will come into the pits. Let's see what will they
No,
do.
he's going to continue. So, despite the crash, he's going to keep going. And I mean, again, that's full commitment. You can tell that there's no hesitation in keeping this car on the track. We'll see what time he posts that, and it's not a slow time either. 1:41 is I couldn't go that fast. I still struggle with these cars in this game. So, you know, put me in a touring car, in a front-wheel drive touring car, and I might be, you know, top half of the pack. But was that a little bit sketchy there from the Lamborghini. But we've got obviously still plenty of time for Henny to get himself up to speed again, and obviously that confidence grows as you do more laps. But yeah, unfortunately, rear-wheel drive isn't my cup of tea. Chuck me in a front-wheel drive touring car, and you won't hear from me for a few hours.
Oh, definitely. I'm in the same boat. Rear-wheel drives are basically not for me, for my driving style. But you can see how twitchy this BMW is. Basically, they should definitely go into the pits and repair the car.
I think so.
Yeah, repair the suspension, then continue.
It looks like a lot of lack in the front area. You can see just how hard he's having to work to turn the car in. So you can see that there's definitely damage on the front end of the car. And
not only that, but difference in speed comparing to other cars. They are
absolutely
down on them very, very fast because he doesn't have enough grip to basically go on that throttle immediately after the apex of the corner, right? So as you can see, it's a little bit wide now. He needs to slow down, move on the other side. He didn't use the whole track, so basically, yeah, he's really, really struggling with the grip there. Oh yeah, as you can see, he maybe now
maybe needs to box this lap. I think, you know,
I think he maybe just let them pass, right? So he didn't want to impede on their battle, and that may not be a battle at all. That may be two cars that are basically lapping each other. So. But still, mad respect for what they're doing. I mean, that is, I don't know, that is brave. As you can see, yeah, they're really struggling. If they spin or hit the wall, tires will have flat spots, right? So no grip there at all. As you can see, they're really struggling basically every corner. But maybe they don't want to. The strategy is that pit stop is coming really soon, right? So maybe if they keep it on the track at the moment, they will not have 2 pit stops to go through, right? And they may. It seems like they may lose a little bit less time than they go into the pits, but I'm not sure they need definitely fix that car. It's really, really hard. You can see how much he struggles with it in every single corner. And we have Van Horn got a drive-through, as we spoke before, right? We didn't have a drive-through in a while. And yeah, definitely now we have one, so that is not as good. They may not lose a position, but still it will be a little bit of setback from Steve Parker, who is still piling through right now, hunting for Merc number 63 off Strobe, or something like that. Sorry if I butchered your last name, mate. But yeah, we'll see. So Van Horn is getting in the pits to
serve the drive-through again. Yeah, obviously a lot of drivers are going to start to get tired now. We're over halfway, as Aaron mentions. Obviously, anybody tired? Well, I'm sure if we can get some drivers in, I can answer that question for you. But at the moment, we're all just sort of hanging out and trying to keep this heat off us as best we can. Yeah, if anybody wants to let us know how they're combating the heat, I saw that I believe it was, I think it was Van Mellis had put a photo into the endurance chat, and yeah, he looked a bit worse for wear with the weather obviously being a bit warm, but doing a very good job to just keep himself going. And,
That was yeah, nice clean drive through. But I'm watching here. John Doe Germany is basically closing on Zvernik, sorry.
yeah,
Yeah, 2.5 seconds off, and I think he's closing. Yeah, they're fairly close. That's a nice pace for him.
absolutely. So the 992 actually now closing up to the number 12 car.
Yep.
Last laps was a difference of 3/10 in the favour of the Porsche. So we're seeing a little bit of a gap close, sort of closed now. Meanwhile, at the front, I believe Neubauer has, Neubauer, in fact, Tahos had an awful last lap. 38.8 that last lap. So Tahos had some sort of issue during that lap. Obviously now trying to make his way back towards Milan Duma, but now there's a 5-second gap there, so that's going to be a little bit longer before we see them two getting back close together again. Neubauer obviously loving this because it means that he can close the gap to Horst. But obviously we ride on board on the front of the Team JBP Motorsport 992 car as it's coming down now towards the end of the lap, towards the Curva del Caro.
And he's flying basically 1.5 seconds. It was 2.3 lap before, so basically, yeah, he will close down his work fairly fast. Maybe, probably.
Oh, we've got a replay coming up of the spin. Let's just see what goes on with the situation there. But Neubauer has overtaken Tahos, so we'll have to figure out what's going on there because Tahos has just done another 38.8. Something's going wrong for Tahos there. We'll have to have a look in a moment at what's going on there, but Neubauer has just overtaken 488 Scuderia, has actually gone past the 69 Mercedes. The Mercedes is having a bad day here. He's now dropped down, but now he's dropped down apparently as low as 8th, I believe. Johansson's even overtaken. So whether they come in for a stop, I'm not quite sure. It doesn't really tell me on the timing screen, unfortunately.
I don't think that there was a stop. We will see the P right next to there, but let's see the ripple, what happened. So this is our...
Just lights it up on the rear and stuck there. Obviously, trying to get it in reverse is a bit of a pain.
But yeah, the car stalled. But what happened after that? Okay.
So spins it round. I think he'd already had the damage from something prior.
And that's
a bit stuck. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
basically,
you can just see then he just gets stuck behind all the traffic and obviously then rejoins very safely, which absolute credit to the man. Obviously, absolute legend for waiting and being patient and joining when it was safe to do so. Meanwhile, obviously,
like that damage was basically from before, and he didn't hit. And whoa, we hit one car.
Who was that?
I don't know. Hopefully next
I didn't see who that was. But he's back on the road now.
But yeah, I mean that damage basically contributed to his spin, right? So he needed to get that damage repaired.
But he's still going. I mean, credit to him, he's still going even with that damage. He's managing it. And yeah, I mean, credit to the man. Obviously, he's being sensible and not trying to. Maybe he knows that it's better off just to keep on his strategy.
Yeah, sure. They probably thought that this strategy will work more. They are basically safe in their spot, but still a long way to go. They can still pick up few spots before the race ends, right? But you can see here, John Doe is flying greatly, so he's so close to the back of this vertical. And yeah, this will. I don't think that Aston Martin has the grip to hold it down for maybe more than one lap or something, but we'll see, right?
Yeah, but then again, this also plays into the question of, do you just let him pass? Obviously, with 5 hours, 20 minutes to go, this is the last lap. If it was the last 10 minutes, I would say, no, defend it, but 5 hours to go, you can see the Aston Martin's not going to have a choice here. In fact, John Doe's just going to go through. Oh, that's a stop-go. Is that a stop-go for a 5-second penalty for Miato? Why is there a 5-second penalty for Miato? We'll find out in a second. But we'll obviously wait and see what goes on.
Yeah,
But,
our beautiful steward staff did their job, right? And Miato probably did something that we didn't see and got himself a 5 second penalty. It will not. Oh, it will not. Yeah, Milan is fairly far away, so it shouldn't. Uh, he shouldn't lose too much. With
absolutely.
that, yeah, with that penalty, it will be added to a pit stop, right? So to pit stop time. So basically, yeah, he will still keep his third position for now. He needs to be
Absolutely.
sure that he doesn't do it again.
Yep. Well, to Horst, actually, I was going to bring it up previously, but he had a 3-minute lap a few laps ago, which may mean he has actually come pits. Odds, interesting. 5-second time penalty for car 62, leaving the track and gaining an advantage. So obviously the stewards have seen that the track cuts are getting a little bit silly now, and decided they'll take it into their own hands, and they've
Yeah,
slapped
we
him with
don't
a
want.
5-second
Yeah,
penalty.
we don't want drivers to act like that, right? So basically, we want a clean race, right? Any abuse of track limits will be penalized, and all of them are very aware of that. And I think that is fair, right? We want for
Absolutely.
this all to be fair. ACC is one of those uh, simulations that basically people are trying to do racing as fair as possible. Everybody's equalized. It's only your skill and your setup versus other drivers' skills and their setups. So that is the what bring these drivers in, right? They want to basically clash their skills between each other and do it fairly, right? And yeah, getting an advantage with some unfair moves will be definitely penalized here, and they need to be careful.
They absolutely do. You're 100% correct. So obviously John Doe now gonna take advantage of obviously the mistake from the number 12 car to pull away from them. We've got James Mead still currently leading the front, not actually setting the fastest times. He's actually still about mid-pack. You can see that if you have a look on the Pitbull's live timing, if you're obviously a driver, I'm sure there's a link somewhere for it as well elsewhere that allows you to keep up to date with all the timings. You can see that he's doing a 35.7 compared to actually Simon Leslie behind him, who is actually only doing 35.2. So Simone Leslie right behind him is actually doing a lot better. So he's going a lot faster. That's a car off in the background. That looked like Milan Duma. That looked like a green car. I'm not sure if that was Milan Duma or Parker, but no, so it wasn't Duma, so it must have been Parker because there was a green car off in the background. I'm not sure how many green cars we've got, but there was definitely a car off in the gravel just behind where we were watching. Oh, we've just hit 250 laps as well, so we've got a quarter of a century of quarter of a century? No. Millennium, that's it. Trying to figure out things, and yeah, this heat's just making me brain mush. So we can see that Steve Parker in the 222 still sat in 19th place ahead of Chris Van Horn. Trying to chase down, I believe, the 63 of Schozel, just ahead of him. Just having a look at the chat right now, and someone asking what happened to Horst. I think we'd love to know as well, so we'll see what is said when we've got some funny comments coming in now from drivers in the endurance chat. Damien De Kaiser coming up with, he was driving at 231 kilometers an hour where 100 is allowed, as shown here on the picture. Therefore he's not allowed to drive anymore for at least a month. So apparently Horst is now behind because he lost his license temporarily.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. He was in a good run, right? But yeah, hopefully we'll see what happened to him. It was odd. He lost quite a bit of places there. Maybe
he did.
Yeah.
It was a minute and a half, so maybe it was just a pit stop. I'm not quite sure how long it takes to do a pit stop on this track, but
yes. It seems like
it does seem like a pit stop at this time of the race as well. We're going to be seeing some more pit stops soon, I think. with obviously attrition and tyre wear. Obviously, I'm not sure of tyres that get per round, but to make those tyres last 12 hours, as in all your sets of tyres, 12 hours and quali, is probably quite a monumental effort.
Oh, definitely. I mean, every endurance, 12-hour endurance, is really taxing on the body and mind. You need to be focused constantly. The beauty of racing. Oh yeah, we have a
ready.
call for a new replay. Yeah.
So we're gonna find out what happened here. He runs really wide. What's he doing out there? He just stops. So
maybe they're switching drivers in the city.
Maybe they're switching drivers out on circuit. So maybe a mechanical malfunction for the 69 car, but
probably
to pull up on the side of the circuit like that and just chill. Well, maybe he needed the toilet or his fan ran out. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, that probably is.
Let us know your theories in the comments. Obviously, the best theory will be the correct one. So far, my favourite is that he's just been pulled over for a speeding offence.
Yeah, I can see him running behind those tires on the right now, coming back, right? Yeah. By the way, the replay is still
This
running,
is still
right?
live, so we're still watching cars go by. So he's just sat here. To Horst, obviously, I'm not sure what you were doing, mate, but absolutely love the commitment to the part. Just enjoying the scenery. Yep, you can see that beautiful green flag just ahead with the brilliant marshals in orange over there, the Orange Army, doing their bit, just sort of standing around, sort of wondering why a professional racing driver would just pull up and sort of have maybe a coffee. You know, maybe he's got a coffee cup in there and he just needs to have a quick brew before keep going. And there he goes, off again.
Yeah.
maybe he lost a bet and had to pull over for a minute. Whatever your theories are, let me know in the comments, and we'll read out all of them and we'll see which ones are the best.
Oh, Steve Parker got a drive-through and he's now, yeah, that is too bad. Mahorn may have the chance now to overtake him.
He may well do, but you've got to remember that obviously Steve knows that he's quick, so he'll use that, obviously, that strength and that belief to carry on.
And one more drive-through for car number 73
Van Beer. Let's pronounce that name better than I can.
Yep. Van Beer seems fine.
Yep. So across this race, we've lost 2 cars from the starting 26. We've lost, in fact, 2 of the people that I know, Ant and Rob Jackson, both out of this race. We've got 24 runners still. We've still got James Mead in the lead. There you go. Some rhyming for you today. I'll read that comment out after, but we've got from 1 to 10, we've got James Mead, Simone Lezzi, Andrea Miato, Milan Duma. In fact, yep, so they still have a very fast Neibauer on their tail, so he's only 27 seconds away from the P4 car. Hackler also not far behind in terms of unlapping himself currently. We've got Johansson in 7th, to Horst 8th after going to apparently his girlfriend texted her parents weren't home, so maybe that's where he went, and it explained why it was only 60 seconds that he was gone for. Anyway, Abrinosa 9th and Delors 10th. As we go down now to the top 20, we've got Reuter, John Doe Germany, Zverink, Hoffman Arvidsson, Corkin, Levels, Tubby, Schozel, Parker and Van Horn are top 20, with Renard, Walters, Lefber and Van Bever are current running drivers. So 24 cars in the race out of 26 starting.
Still good. After 7 hours of race that we basically have now, just 2 cars falling off and not racing. Still a fairly good number, and the probably 24 cars that we see here probably finish all of them. Right? We just watched a few weeks ago. It was 24 hours of Spa, that real life Spa basically, that we had a lot, maybe like 15-20 cars after first 6 hours. Basically didn't continue to race, right? So this is fairly good number for this one.
Absolutely. But it's interesting to see that obviously, even in sim racing, you do have attrition, you do have technical failures as such. Obviously, okay, it's not to the degree of everything that could go wrong in a real race car. Trust me, I know. We had a very interesting story that I'll explain a bit later. But obviously, you still can have technical failures. Your wheel could disconnect, your internet could disconnect. Your friend could tell you that it's time. Your girlfriend could text that you're not home and you're off out the door. But obviously, as I say, there's a lot of opportunities for different failures that maybe you wouldn't expect in real racing, but you can still see in this kind of racing, you know, it's much more than just picking up, playing a game for 12 hours and then going away again. It's a lot more advanced than that.
Definitely. I mean, there is quite a bit of things that can happen, right? Server glitches out, game glitches out, who knows, right? So it's still having those kind of bonus, albeit not too often, which is really good. Do we see did I saw a car? Yeah, I saw a yellow-blue BMW in the wall there.
Oh no, is that Lefber again? That would be Lefber. I believe that's the only yellow and blue BMW we've got, so if we can jump to it just to confirm it, but obviously at the moment we're still watching Zverink. We'll have a replay shortly. Thank you very much, Mr. Hill. As ever, he's doing a great job behind there. Definitely earning his pizza for today.
And the beer.
And the beer. Oh, and the beer. Obviously, we can't forget the beer.
But yeah, they struggled with that car too much. That car needs to be repaired, and I think they also hit the wall a little bit more, so that's a few seconds of damage more. And while we see Zvernik getting a little bit, oh, that is a dangerous comeback on the track.
Dangerous rejoin, absolutely.
Yeah, dangerous rejoin. And who is that in the car number 11, which is 11? Did I see? Oh yeah, which is the Levels, yeah. Which is Levels who is behind him, so he unlapped himself.
That would be Wesley Levels unlapping himself, so he'll be obviously happy with that situation. Obviously Zverink needs to just calm down a bit. He looks a little bit aggressive. In fact, that's another car off. That's number 18. Number 18 almost coming straight back on the track there. He's got to let that Porsche go. He cannot rejoin in front of that. That would be a very bad idea, and he does do that in the end. But again, a lot of these drivers now, you can see time is taking its toll on them, and as the race progresses, people just start to get tired, mistakes happen, they get sloppy.
Don't forget that basically Sverny got overtaken by Joe Dog's Germany, right?
Absolutely.
So basically, let's see.
Replay here of, that's just straight into the wall. He just loses the rear end again. We're gonna try that again, and we got half of it, and then he drives it in.
Oh my goodness!
Good measure. So we don't do things in halves here.
He got hit by the car from
the back of the Porsche. Oh yeah, the Porsche. Oh wow, that's huge contact from the.
And huge.
In fact, that's John Doe 992. That'll be the 992 of John Doe. So he's thrown him into the wall, and at that point, obviously, you know, you're not sure which gear you're in. You've thrown it back into the wall. So that's a lot more damage on that BMW. Yeah. So I'm sure that the stewards will be watching that with great interest, and that's really unfortunate for a driver who's just trying to mind his own business. That was I'm getting a little bit too heavy there from John Doe Germany. He should have known.
I don't think that
there's a slower car ahead.
I don't think that he anticipated how much slower that car is, and how much problems that car have during the cornering, right? So he probably didn't anticipate it, that he will brake a little bit earlier, and then that his speed is that much higher, right? So, but still, he should be a little bit more careful.
He should absolutely be more careful. And I mean, this brings me on to the topic of the Spa 24, because obviously, as everybody knew, we had James Baldwin there. Obviously, James Baldwin being almost an advocate for the proof, along with Jimmy Broadbent as well, that sim racers can be good racing drivers. Obviously, you also have like Jan Mardenborough, the GT Sport Academy winner. I'm not sure where he is now, but anyway, obviously, and various other drivers.
I mean, not only be good at racing real life cars, but winning his first race in the auto park, right? So that is a ridiculous achievement by any standard, and basically giving an open door for a lot of these talented guys who we curse every day on the servers because they are aliens, right? Who get them, maybe
Absolutely.
get some cars and drive it for real, right? Which is, of course, everybody from this community would love to do that.
I'd absolutely. I mean, the most I get to do is drive them around the paddock, and they're only sort of like your lower end GT sort of cars, you know, your Mazdas and your Lotus. But they're still amazing to drive, and the feeling you have as you sort of pull them away just to go fill them up with fuel. So you can feel, you feel that adrenaline of I want to go fast.
And yeah, I want to get on that throttle.
You want to just accidentally take a turn onto the track and just go, oh well, seeing as I'm here.
Let's just do a lap, in full speed, just to try it out. Yeah, of course, I can imagine. And the smell of the rubber and burnt fuel, right?
It's an amazing atmosphere, and I do absolutely advocate to those that are listening now, maybe in the future, maybe 2 weeks down the line, if you do hear this message, go to a racetrack, go watch some club level motorsport. It's cheap, it'll be great entertainment, and it just shows you how popular something can actually be, because not a lot of people realize that club racing is massive. I mean, we're going to Silverstone next week with maybe 7 or 8 different series within the one club, and they sell out the paddocks. You've got 30-40 cars per grid all racing around Silverstone. It's an incredible atmosphere, and the grids are interesting. And GT racing is just as important as Formula 1. Obviously, we're watching it now, we're commentating on it now, and a lot of people obviously watch this. Maybe in the future they'll watch this. But the important thing is, this kind of racing is I feel like this is the proper racing. This is where anybody with the money can get in and have a go and try their hand at what is, to me, the pinnacle of GT racing is this sort of these World Challenge series, the endurance series, like we do here. But the money behind it, unfortunately, normally is the limiting factor, shall we say.
Most certainly is not only that, but the location. There are some countries that basically do not have any kind of racing, right? So yeah, it kind of gets hard. So that's why we have sim racing, which is
it's a great substitute.
Yeah, it is definitely. Now more and more people are aware of sim racing. I'm always showing this to new people, and they are thinking that basically it is real life racing. It's how it goes with the graphics and the sounds and everything, and the look of it, the physics of it. So basically, in a few more years, we'll have even more evolved game, even more closer to reality. And I'm sure that we'll see, even maybe, who knows, in a few years we may have the real life sim racer league or something, right? Who knows, right? So only for the guys who are sim racers, former sim racers.
It would be incredible to watch. I mean, I'd pay for that. So,
sure.
I mean, I'd probably try and enter that. But yeah, like I say, we've got some stuff coming up in the future, hopefully, that will be very interesting. Obviously, I'd love to get some more people from here involved in the opportunities that we can present as a, I'm trying to be that middle ground between club racing as well, and obviously like our level of club racing and the sim world. And I'm slowly but surely proving my point. Obviously, we have our own driver. In fact, he did a few series in Simsport, like endurance series and GT4 series through obviously John Monroe and Ross McGregor. That's it. That's his friend. Sorry, do apologise. Brain went for a second. So obviously John and Ross, I've met John. Obviously I work for John technically with his race car. So it's an incredible feeling to know that someone who does sim racing as well, and that is now his job, to be obviously a sim racing creator, that they can get behind the wheel and they are incredibly fast. Anybody that does want to join for interview, like yeah, Chris's board, he wants to put something on the screen, so he wants to put a lovely little text box on there. So anybody who wants to come in, absolutely, you're welcome to join us. We'd love to have a chat with you, see how your race is going, or even just have a general little chat with you about anything else.
Oh yeah, for sure. Please, guys, come in. Let's have a little bit a chat about your race, how it goes so far, what your plans and what your expectations until the end of the race. We would like to hear that.
We absolutely would. So we've still got plenty of time, just under
There it is.
under 5 hours to go. You've got to add please there, Chris. So just under 5 hours to go. We've got plenty of action still. Oh. So for under 5 hours to go, we've got plenty of action still to come from this 12-hour Misano race here on Simsport Racing International. Aaron Van Duren saying that he will jump in after his stint,
Whoa,
as Thomas Walters decides to take the 404 car for a bit of a drift through the turn. Not obviously worried too much about the back marker going by. Oh, sorry, front marker going by.
Oh yeah, definitely. You need to drift a little bit from time to time,
Absolutely.
right? Even if one drivers do that, and not voluntarily, but yeah.
So Hackler now also on the back of the 404 car. Obviously the traction logo on the front there. One of the only cars to actually don a rival sim sort of conglomerate. So I'm sure that there's some snipers trained on the car in case it does too well. They'll be giving him punctures along the way. I'm sure Chris has already got them out there. So we can see that he's just going straight past the 404 car there, and on his way he goes to chase down that McLaren ahead of him.
But he's racing his own race, right? So he left the front runners play front back and the front runners play. So basically he knows what he needs to do. He doesn't want to repeat his lap and he wants to just race his own race, right? So he's currently chasing tools, right? So in the car number 222, and he's still quite a bit behind him, but again, stick to your race, stick to your strategy, and hope for the best, right? While we're seeing basically now him just trying to keep his car. Now we'll see a few cars entering the pits in a minute, right? So there's a few more minutes until cars are getting to the pits and training the drivers. So yeah, we'll see how that transpires from there, right? We are starting to get closer and closer to the end. It's under 5 hours before the end of the race, and Walter's doing fairly fine. He still needs a lot of good focus and a lot of that
You
is
say
what
that
I'm
as
saying.
you
Exactly
don't jinx him.
right. Yeah, I have a knack of that, doing that, right? So jinxing everybody. So, but yeah, okay, we can see that Porsche car number 62 is in the pits and he will serve his 5 seconds penalty. It is third
That is
on the grid,
Miato,
Miato, right? Yeah, so
That is.
we'll see if they change the driver, but yeah, or if he extends his stint.
Absolutely. Well, obviously he's got to get rid of that 5-second penalty regardless. I believe that's now been served. You can see that
He
Walters,
jinxed the 404 a little bit more than just. Yeah, he got.
he's
the
having a
drive-through
little
now.
bit of he's got a drive-through now. So yeah, you had to say it. You had to go and say it, didn't you?
Yeah.
I just want you to
Sorry
know that
about
that was the other Adam and not this Adam. So yeah, just make sure, just to clear my own name. So we've got Andreas Miato there just sat waiting to be released now. See that 5-second penalty been served, so an extra 5 seconds onto his stop, so that'll be about 35 seconds. We've got, I believe that is no, it is the same driver according to the timing screen.
We'll see
Wait,
that after the sector 1, yeah, after sector 1 camps pass, but we can see the lore also in the pits. Yeah, that was a clean pit stop, no stop or drive-through penalty for speeding in the pits. That all looks good. While we're watching, what is this? This is the battle between Reuter, number 16.
That's John Doe, Germany, and Reuter in the number 16 car. It's the 610 car. Oh, well, that was a very, very underwhelming battle. Almost seemed to be very cut and dry there. John Doe just going straight through and on his way to 11th place. But I say that as Reuter's now looking around the outside. Is he going to look for a switchback into the fast right-hander? No, he's not. So they now come into the slot. Oh, John Doe explodes the rear end of that Porsche. So the Porsche then spits a little bit of a flame. It's a warning to that BMW that he's already killed one, he'll kill another as he goes through towards the next lap now. Are these two going to pit? No, they're not. So John Doe now just trying to build a gap once more to distance himself from Robin Reuter.
It's fairly good stint for him. He got another position there. It was a big mistake, but and another one, he's probably losing his tires and he needs to get to the pits and switch drivers and switch those tires. He was probably pushing as mad as he could, right? So, and he maybe ruined because his pace now is really slow. Joe Germany is basically just getting off distance.
Absolutely, he's just going to gather a little bit more distance. In fact, that looks like a car was gaining on him, but it wasn't one for position. So we've got Stefan Hoffman in the 101 car, sat in 13th. I'm pretty sure they've been there for quite a while. I'm not really sure if they ever want to come out of 13th position. Obviously unlucky for some, but evidently these guys like it. So I'm sure we'll understand. We'll get some understanding as to why. But at the moment, yeah, we're just sort of watching him as he goes through towards his next lap. He'll be starting his 260th lap this time around.
Yeah, they need to basically be very, very focused on their laps and their stint times and lap times, because we can see that Beton is not too far away. And I mean, 10 plus seconds still is a long time. Between the cars, we'll see now it is 15 seconds, but I think he was closing. I was watching his times, and I think he's closing quite a bit. And if you make one big mistake and spin, it is probably around 10-12 seconds until you get back on the track. So they need to be careful.
They absolutely do. As you can see now, he's coming up to what looks like I believe that might be a back marker just ahead of him. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, as you can see, it's already 14.2, it was 15.3, so Beton is basically closing fairly fast. While we see it is Walters, he didn't come on his left, I'm not sure what he did. Oh yeah, he did serve.
He did. He still hasn't served it.
Yeah.
So that is John Baton on the back of that is the 212 of Milan Duma. So Milan Duma just sort of running his own race here. He'll be smart just to let the Sim Racing Holland car go. Obviously at the moment the Sim Racing Holland car using him as a bit of a tow to try and overtake and just sort of build a nicer gap or reduce the gap to the car in front and build a gap obviously to the car behind. The number 11 Aston Martin literally right, well I say literally right behind, but behind him. There's Thomas, he's finally come in and out to serve his drive through, has he? Well, I mean, it's not been cleared from the screen yet, so we'll wait and see.
He's still not out, yep. But this is really important from James Baton, right? So what he's doing, he's basically taking a slipstream of the guy in front of the car in front and basically getting faster and faster. He's closing down to car number 1 fairly quickly. Every lap is around maybe half a second or a second even.
Absolutely. Well, that's the perk of following a faster car, is that you can follow their lines and get their slipstream and just have that little bit more pace. I'm gonna have a quick look for their lap times. I mean, Stefan did a 138.1. John did a 136.3, so that's almost 2 seconds faster.
Yeah, he's closing down fairly quickly. As you can see, even Duma cannot get off it, right? So who knows what happened? He got a Mad Max injection there, right? And he's basically.
Well, there you go. John's trying to go through now past Duma. Obviously, this isn't for position. This is just purely for John to try and get a lap back on the BMW. He's going to sort of stick his nose down the inside where it really
This
bit
is
brave.
dangerous.
Especially for there you go. Milan does the smart thing and backs out there, lets him through. He's not fighting him for a position.
Definitely, he has a much better pace, right? So he probably Duma is will go into the pits fairly soon, right? They didn't change the driver. They didn't go into the pits, right? So their stint should be over soon, right? But yeah, Beton is flying at the moment, right? So he sees the opportunity to get that 13th position.
That was another second and a half faster that last lap as well. So definitely catching at a rate of knots here, almost 12 seconds now, separating between John and Hoffman. In fact, there you go. So we got the third. In fact, there's a car now out between the two, I believe. So Van Schaik has come out into P13. So Stefan's actually gone ahead, at least according to the timing screens, of the number 16 BMW.
Oh yeah, number 16 was in pits. I didn't really notice. I mean,
There he is.
yeah, they're battling. They're battling there. Is it Audi in front?
No, that's the wrong Audi. That's the 404.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, but they need to basically, I don't know if their tires are completely screwed. Maybe they didn't put the correct pressures. Right. Currently I don't see the temperature of the track, but it seems like it is 38, if I'm not wrong. But yeah,
I believe it's still 38 degrees. We've got.
And there's a drive-through.
Andrea Miato's got another drive-through, so that's another penalty for that Porsche. They're going to keep getting penalties. They're going to get a time penalty very soon, and that time penalty could be the difference between a podium and, well, sitting just outside of it at the moment. Obviously, Milan is running his own race and running clean. And another, that's is that 9 bar 188?
Yep.
Yep, so 488, sorry. So Scuderia doing a Scuderia there, straight into the pits.
Exactly,
so,
that is a good.
And they come to the wet weather tyres.
You need to change that livery, mate. It's not doing well for you.
It's not doing you any favours, absolutely not.
Nope.
Go to plan. Nah, at this point they're probably at plan Z. Don't know, but they've got that many plans. So I found this out the other day, actually quite interesting. You can actually somebody made an RNG generator called Ferrari Strategy, and you can basically put the circuit in, click randomize, and give you a letter and just the weirdest strategies in the world. I can't remember what it's called. If I can figure it out, I'll let you guys know. But yeah, customize your own strategies.
They should use that app, right, because their strategy so far didn't work at all. But yeah, we are seeing, there is a stop and go, so that is a problem, right? So he went in, and now he has...
Is that the 488? There is, isn't it? I'm waiting for the screen to depixelize.
Yeah, same for me, right? So we have Anto Intercourse in the pit stop for their end of the stint, right? So we'll see if they are changing the driver or Anto will do a double stint.
So he may have sped into the pit lanes. The Ferrari doing a Ferrari and bottling it, basically.
Exactly. Change delivery. It doesn't work at all. They will probably lose few more position because of this. It is not good at all. Stop and go 30 basically means that you need to stop on your pit stop box, right, and wait for 30 seconds plus the time to get in the pit stop. Well,
effectively, it's a pit stop without actually doing a pit stop, so they've got an additional stop to make now.
Not only that, but you're cooling your tires. You then need to pick up your temperatures and your pressures in the next few laps, which basically gives you slower laps, right? So there is a bunch of things that are going wrong for this team, right? But yeah, it is endurance racing, right? So this is why we love to watch it.
It's not going very well for Neubauer and the Scuderia Porsche Ferrari hybrid thing. Obviously the Ferrari doing a Ferrari and showing everybody just how hard it is to be wearing the prancing horse at this current moment. I mean, it's almost as bad as being a United fan right now, currently losing, I believe, 3-0 to Brentford. So, obviously different sport, but it's still a good analogy. 4-0. It's 4-0 to Brentford. Mate, I'm a Norwich fan and we lost 2-1 to Hull today. Anyway. On a side note, obviously we're still watching now, but we've now got Johnson in the 12 going past the 101 car now. I believe the 101 may have done a pit stop recently. Quick look at the pit wall and I can tell you that for certainty. No, just a very slow lap, a 1:48.8. I'm not sure if that would be a slow lap or a pit stop. I'm gonna have to figure it out. I'm gonna have to watch for when somebody goes into the pits. In fact, no, I think Dennis went in. 2:24 was a pit stop.
We'll see now.
Oh no, so there you go. He was in the pits. So the replay just shows you just vibing in the pits. I'm not mistaken. This is a Ritz car, isn't it? It's covered in Ritz crackers.
Yeah, they seem like it is. Yep. But okay. Yeah, but they definitely. Sorry.
Oh, it's covered in pizzas. They look more like Ritz crackers.
Yeah, I also thought that was a cookie livery, right? So it's pizzas. Oh, okay. Now
Well, that's interesting to know.
Yeah, give me a minute to order one.
But yeah, my paycheck comes in tomorrow. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm having for dinner. I'll be sending Chris plenty of photos. But anyway, so we've got another yellow flag somewhere on the circuit. We've got, I'm not sure who it's off. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell us. But we've got Clyde Barney in the Odyssey car coming out. So Clyde now overtaking driving duties from James. After James's pretty good stint, he kept out of trouble, did everything he needed to do. Neubauer still with his 30 seconds stop go, so he could have to serve that, I believe, this next lap, unless he's going to do a full Ferrari bottle job and just get to serve his penalty.
Yeah, that is a valid strategy for Ferrari. I must admit, getting disqualified after 2 penalties sounds like them, right? So.
And then and then you'll have Mattia on the radio saying, "Nope, it was a pace problem."
Yeah, exactly right. But
anyway, now that we've sufficiently roasted Ferrari, well, who's next? No, obviously. Again, yeah, so obviously we can see that Clyde Barney now, obviously in second place. Pit stops, shuffle things up. We'll see how that goes over time. In fact, Andrea Miato just set a purple sector 1 on that last lap. So 1:34.5 so far for that last lap. In fact, that's the fastest lap of anybody on the circuit currently. So
yeah,
in fact, there you go. He's just gone faster again. He's just set a purple time, 34.082. So he's down to the low ends of the 34s there. That's actually incredible to see that this late on in the race somebody's still going that fast. The Ferrari's in the Porsche's in for his stop. The 488 now comes in to serve its penalty. So at this point, I would also try and put some tyres and fuel in if I can.
And
see how well that goes.
Yeah, he will definitely lose more positions.
Oh no, we've got a replay coming up in a second of the yellow flag. I want to see how long the Clyde took. 2:31, so an extra minute on top of the times. So, okay, no, well, this is James coming into the pits. He didn't miss his box, did he? Oh no.
Yeah, he will reverse it.
No, he stopped short.
Wrong. Oh my goodness.
He stopped very short. In fact, no, he stopped. How far do you? Oh dear. I don't think he set out his strategy. No, I think he forgot to set.
That was weird.
Oh dear. Oh dear. It's okay. We don't judge here much.
Yeah, he didn't lose so much time, but yeah, that was weird. Maybe some kind of a glitch with ACC that basically shows him the wrong position of the box or something. But yeah, he lost quite a few seconds there, but he didn't lose position, which is at
He
the
lost
end.
20 seconds setting that strategy.
Yeah, he was probably copying from Neuber, right? And
oh, absolutely, yeah. Ferrari strategy.
yeah, exactly. How do we lose a few more positions, right? So, but it didn't work for him this time, so. maybe he'll try again.
Absolutely, we might try that again later.
Yeah, we see a Abu Khoza right in the pit stop now, changing driver probably for next stint. And still, we have 4.5 hours before the end of the race. We're watching Clyde Bunning currently behind.
That would
what
be the
is-
33. That would be Tim Kroll.
Yeah, and hopefully he will move fairly quickly. This is
I'm
a
sure
quite
he'll be getting
competitive-
lots of flashes from the Galaxy
And
BMWs. He's
there
going to
are.
go down the inside. There you go. Pretty straightforward move. Still one of my favourite liveries, without a shadow of a doubt. That
Oh,
number
definitely.
33.
Oh, definitely, just looks beautiful. And
Absolutely.
they're in the good position, right? So 10th on the grid. That's
Absolutely.
fairly.
Well, obviously we've still got pit stops to shuffle everything up.
Yeah,
I'm
but
sure.
we'll see that on the end, right? At the last half an hour, still they are all on basically different strategies. It may happen something today, so to them to get a drive through, right, and all that. So basically, it can completely differ from team to team, right? So yeah, we are still not sure, but we are watching what we are seeing now, and basically, yeah, they're keeping their position fairly good. Top 10 is really nice.
It really is, and they're doing a great job at holding themselves to, well, essentially just to a high regard and a high standard. And you know, we knew that they are a very well-rounded team, and obviously just small mistakes can happen. And I think, you know, you got to remember these guys have been racing now for close to 7.5 hours now. So 7.5.
Yep.
Can I do math? Yeah, 7.5.
Yeah.
I promise I can do the math. Anyway, so we've got 3 Aston Martins on the screen, but like I say, with 7.5 hours racing, you're gonna forget something along the way. You normally need to have somebody there with you to just sort of make sure you're doing the right thing. In endurance racing, you can't really rely on yourself to make all the calls 100% at the time, because there's always going to be that slim chance that you're going to miss something that somebody else could pick up for you.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it is a team sport, right? A team race. So starting from getting the setup right for everybody, and not everybody is as fast, right? So basically, we have guys with two completely different driving styles, right? We need a setup that works for both. It is okay if we have a quality setup for the guy who will qualify, who is fast, right? But in the race, it's completely different based on. Of course, you can also include the evolution of the track. Some cars and some setups are behaving more badly on different temperatures, right? So it can work very well on low temperatures, but on 37 uh, degrees of the track temperature as it is now, it may be some problems. I have I had few of those. Basically, we had an endurance race on the Monza, and it was perfect during the day. But once evening stopped to crawl in, and the night it was ridiculously slippery on exactly the same setup. So yeah, things change, right? So some cars basically and some setups they may be prone to different basically approach comparing to the part of the race, right? To the part of the day and basically the weather, right? So, but I'm not sure that we'll see different weather today. On it seems
I
quite
don't think so.
quite nice, yeah.
It's a lovely day on, I believe it's actually not far from the Italian coast, this track. I'm sure we've mentioned this before, like in a stream a long time ago. But I'm 99% certain this isn't actually also far from the other circuit on the game, in the San in Imola. That'd be the one. Yeah, so obviously these tracks aren't too far from each other, and they're all near the coast, I believe. So there you go, northwest. Chris is feeding me information in the air. Probably got his Google up on his phone right now. Well, yeah, there you go then. The more you know. But,
Yeah, while we are watching Baton, he's closing to the Van Schaik, right? So what are his times now comparing to him?
John Baton. Where are you, sir? He is doing 36.7. Van Schaik did actually a 35.4, so it's interesting to note that he might be closing this lap, but obviously, yeah, that last a bit different. We've got...
Yeah, but he is losing a little bit of, I think, grips. He will go soon to the pit stop.
I think John will be into the pits very soon, I believe. We've got a blue flag being waved, so that might be either Johansson or Clancy behind him. I couldn't tell which Aston is behind.
Yeah,
so that will be for him. Yeah, let's go for it. Bring him in. Good afternoon, Milan.
Okay, Milan.
How's your race been going so far?
Pretty good. Driving the 212 BMW.
Absolutely. So, obviously your last stint, pretty uneventful so far?
Yeah. The only events that occurred were incidents.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, obviously, when you have a full stint without worrying about anything, it's always a good sign, isn't it?
Yeah, the 6.9 car that was pretty close to us just disappeared out of nowhere. So that was the most eventful thing that happened for me.
Absolutely. Well, have you got any theories as to why we showed a replay previously of him pulling off just to the side to sit for a minute and then drive off again? Any theories as to why?
I don't know. His driving was 2.5 seconds behind me, I think, and then suddenly he was gone. So we thought it was a disconnect, but our teammate just pulled over. So.
Oh, is it? Ah, lovely. He went to the toilet. We'll say it the polite way. He went to the toilet. So, anyway, yeah. So that's an interesting strategy. You're gonna try something like that along the way. If you need to go to the toilet, just pull off to the side of the road.
I would advise against it. If it's that dire.
Absolutely. I guess if you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah, you have to go.
Obviously, you guys are currently sat P6. Obviously, once pit stops sort of shuffle themselves out, you should be back in fourth place. Not far from the podium places. Do you think podium is out of reach yet, or you still got hopes?
I think so. The top 3 guys are so quick. They left us multiple times. I don't think... or it must be another disconnect or somebody going to the toilet.
Well, you can keep your fingers crossed, because the number 62 is actually getting a lot of drive-throughs, so you might have an outside chance here. Obviously, you got to you got to be in it to win it, and that's the important thing, obviously. So, is there any sort of like conversations between your team now? Obviously, you're pushing. Are you just staying course, just keeping the laps piling on?
Just putting in the best lap times we can. That's our only option. There's nobody to defend against or attack, so just driving our own race at the moment and hoping, praying that the others run into problems.
Absolutely. See, are you back in the car at all then before the end of this race?
Yeah, I've got one more stint left, and then my teammates who are a bit quicker will the rest.
Well, you did an absolutely amazing job on keeping it on the island. Obviously, best of luck to your team for the... There we go. Is he about to... Oh, so yeah, he's going to go for the move on Johansson here. Coming up towards the end of the lap, towards the Curva del Cardo. Coming in now. He's going to look down the inside. In fact, the Aston Martin doesn't even really fight the position. And like that, Andrew Richardson back into 5th place. So, another position gain there. And in fact, you'll have another one in about 10 seconds when you cross the line, because Hackler in the pits as well. So back up to 4th, as if by magic. So up to 4th, 4-2-1-2. Thank you very much, Milan, for joining us. Hopefully we'll hear from your team maybe a bit later once some more pit stops and drama has unfolded. And you never know, we might be talking to you as a podium sitter.
Well, that would be great.
Best of luck for the race to you and your team, and I'm sure we'll chat to you later.
Yes.
Take care. Bye-bye. Well, we are now 4.5 hours left to go. We can see that Andrew Richardson is still currently in control of his P4. Decent cushion now between himself and the chasing drivers, as obviously we have Suarez coming out into the car after a decent stint from Hackler.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they are trying their own race, but still they are racing the guys in front, as he said, right? You can basically get disconnected or something, and you will lose everything, right? So 2 more drive-throughs will not do you good, right? So who knows what will happen? It's still 4.5 hours, right? So there is plenty of race, right? But yeah, they're doing very good.
They absolutely are. Well, we can see that obviously Andrew is just trying to sort of find his way to obviously try and close up. Unfortunately, the guy he's got to close up on is Andrea Miato, who has got the fastest lap of the race at the moment. So obviously he's blisteringly fast. He's still setting consistent 35 deads. In fact, Andrew Richardson only setting a 35.2, so it's not that bad. When you consider, obviously, they say they're not really on the pace. They are massively on the pace. They're faster than P2, on pace with P1, and obviously P3 just apparently has an alien in the car. So obviously they're doing a great job at maintaining position, as Lenson has overtaken Clancy for position in P9 and P10. Suarez and Johansson swap positions as well. So see, pit stops have started to shuffle everybody back through again. We'll see where that goes. That's a drive-through for number 42. That's Hurgard.
Yep.
So another drive-through.
And we have Lenson behind Kroll. Yeah, so he's really close to him.
Yep. So Lenson and Kroll are close together now. So this should be interesting. This will be a battle for position P8, P9. So the Ferrari donned Porsche is now chasing down the Dutch 33 car. See, I wonder who's the 33's been named after. But anyway, I digress. Obviously, we can see the gaps closing. There's a car between them that looks like a Porsche. I believe it is. That massive rear wing on the back of the Porsche. Quite a large wing for the kind of car. I digress. Actually, it's a BMW, but my point still stands. Quite a large wing on the back of that car. As you can see, the Lexus now being chased down by that BMW. I'm not sure who that is. I think that's P2. I'm not quite sure just yet. It looks like the colours of Del Dottore. We'll see. That is Del Dottore going by now. So Del Dottore gets his way through past Kroll. Kroll is now going to be under attack from the Porsche of, that is Lenson, in the driving seat of that car, the 488, as they head down towards turn 4, I want to say. The Curva de Rio through there pretty quickly. Lexus seems to be struggling, but as soon as it gets the power down, it just pulls away. That massive grunting, I believe V8 in the front of that Lexus, compared to the mid-engine rear-wheel drive car behind him of the Porsche. The Porsche faster through the corners, but out of the corners, that Lexus will just have the pace to absolutely stonk away.
Yeah, they need to be careful with their corner exit, because even if they have a grunt on the... Oh, there it is, right? So Porsche is closing fairly fast, right? So he will try to take an opportunity, right? So when the car in front, basically BMW makes a mistake, right? So he will jump on it immediately. Kroll needs to be completely focused on his own race and not watch the mirrors, right? Where Porsche is. Yeah, because of that, right? So he is losing focus. He's watching his mirrors, right? Porsche is not doing too much, but maybe Kroll needs to go into the pits and change the tires. So it seems like his tires are, or he's pushing too much, or he needs a tire change.
I think he's watching too much. It doesn't look like, it looks like he's defending more and more as the laps go on. See, the lap that, in my opinion, defending at this stage of the race was still a bit of a touch and go situation. Yes, it's now a bit more important as you come into the last third of the race to hold position.
We still want to hold position, have some fun, right? Battle with somebody. So sometimes in these endurance races, as you can see, some of the people are basically not battling anyone. They're just hoping to doing their laps, doing their race, and hoping for others to have some problems, right? But in this case, it depends, right? So if you think that you will gain something with holding the car in behind you, right, for a bit of time, right? So it may be a good thing, right? But we'll see. I mean, that Lance and Porsche is really close. I mean, he will not make a move here, but he's still looking, right? So he still needs a bigger mistake from Roll to jump on the opportunity of overtaking.
He absolutely does. He needs a big mistake from Kroll here. Kroll is doing a great job at just sort of holding position. He knows that the car behind may be faster, but obviously it's still got to get past him. So that's his job is to just hold fort and force that Porsche to have a tough time to get by. And obviously he's doing a great job of that. He's defending really well there. Really good job to not make contact and still be defensive enough. That Porsche is going to try and maybe look for a way around into turn 1 here as we come out the final turn. You can see the Porsche is just sort of getting right behind the wing of that Lexus. Going to pull out to one side, fill his mirrors with the bright red paint from that Porsche. Going to get a little bit closer, each corner just a little bit closer. The Lexus still doing a really good job at just now realizing he needs to just face forward and focus on his own race.
Oh, definitely, but I think he is determined to defend this, or he would basically let him go, let him pass even in the last lap, right? Porsche is there, right? Porsche is really close. This can be a moment of the late braking, we'll see. Nope, he's still thinking of it. But yeah, he is waiting, right? So he's basically just pushing, looking around, from his Porsche in the mirrors and just try. And there it is, right? So, oh, that is a great moment. That's a
very good move. There you go. Exactly what you need to be patient and then to strike at the right moment. And that was beautifully done by the 488 car. Lenson giving a masterclass on how to overtake. Kroll's going to look back at him through the fast section. Now he's going to go round the outside. If he can hold this move, it's going to be an incredible move. If he can't get it done, he's going to look down the inside, give him a little bit of a tap, a little bit of a squirrel. And no, like that, they're still carrying on. There's no major issues there.
He made a good approach at the entry of the corner, but he went with too much speed. So basically, he needed to lift and let Porsche passes, or he would hit him, right? So he had a good idea, but didn't execute it very well on him. But we see on the other side that it's
there
kind
we
of
go. There's a battle for 14th going on, and Oliver Anderson goes through. So Anderson now through onto Geyser as something goes by. So we've got the Geyser now behind Oliver Anderson. I wasn't expecting that noise. We can see that the battle for 8th and battle for 14th still raging on. So we've still got battles going on despite this race now being quite late into late stages. We're almost hitting 4:20, although it's actually 18:46. Obviously, we can see that there's only 4 hours and 20 minutes left to go on this race. They've been driving for quite a while. These drivers are going to be a bit more tired. Maybe gone for a nap in between the stints, gone for a nice ice bath or something. Other methods of cooling down are available.
Oh, sure.
Well, not in the UK. We've got a hosepipe ban again, but that's not the point.
Oh yeah, but listen, these two battles are not bad at all, right? So still we can see Kroll is still holding. He's under the second. Behind the Lenson, right? But he's still doing very well. He basically made a little mistake where he gave enough room for Lenson to brake late at turn. What was it? Tramonto, right? Turn 10. So turn 9 and 10, and yeah, he got a really great pace. Now he's a little bit faster, I guess, from the Lexus driver, but still good 9th position, right? And he still has him in his sights, right? So everything can happen, right? One smaller mistake can give you, or basically you can lose positions out of it, right? So we'll see. We now yeah, we have another drive-through from Barefoot, right? So car number 990 from the Snack and Sons, Snack and Sons uh, team, right? So yeah, we'll see what's going on with him. He should be probably be safe, but he was tracing Workman in 16, and this will not help him.
Oh yeah, it's Lulu. Yeah, so obviously one of the
Oh.
very few female drivers
Oh, sorry, Lolo.
doing. They got a drive through there. Obviously, apologies. We're not misogynist, I promise. So we've got an interesting. Milan's put a picture up, right, of a fan pointed at his wheelbase. So the caption is wheelbase is not liking the 34 degrees speed. I burned myself touching it after my driving stint. Now it earned some fan time. So Milan giving up his fan to allow his wheelbase just have a little bit of time to cool down. See, I want to buy a wheelbase, but that's my big worry, is that heat that they generate just due to the natural friction of the gears and the force feedback in the system.
When you were describing it, I was imagining it like a eunuch with a leaf, right? It's basically like cooling him off, like a fan.
Honestly, it would be even better if he was stood there with a paper fan just waving it at his.
Yeah. Oh,
his,
I didn't see the image, but yeah, I imagined
Yeah.
something completely different.
On a side note, right? So we are on the topic of liveries and how great some of these green cars look. Just have a quick look in the shed info and just tell me what you think of that.
But info, give me a second.
It's vile. Obviously, other sports, obviously football, obviously Man United are currently losing against Brentford,
Oh, yeah.
and they're wearing highlighter pens.
Yeah, it's
Oh dear. Obviously, other sports are available, especially motorsport. We love motorsport.
oh, for sure, for sure. But yeah, those greens are really like glittering all around, right? Even on both that image and this one. I mean, I love green. It's really cool color and really cool color of the car. But I'm personally
That's not
myself,
very nice.
but personally, I'm more for like black and yellow. That is my combination of colors. I really like black and yellow, black and red on the car. It looks amazing.
It does, absolutely, and I think those colours on a car, absolutely, but those colours on a kit, I think I might just stick with some nicer colours. But
Oh.
obviously, there'll be some people out there that also enjoy these kind of kits, and in fact, I quite like watching some of the designs people can make based off of football kits.
Oh yeah, you can always drive some
Yeah.
good inspiration from other sports, from movies,
Absolutely.
from everything,
think-
right?
I mean,
But yeah, for example,
Yeah.
I love to use my Interceptor livery from Mad Max movies, right? And all that, right? It's always good, not the black one, but
Yeah.
they're police ones, which are basically like racing yellow, blue, and
Mm.
red, which is ridiculously good. But on that note, let's just move to Smith, which got a drive-through, right? Again, there is a lot of drive-throughs.
there's a lot of drive-throughs, so obviously, as you were mentioning, the attrition in which these guys are obviously racing at full speed, they're not really letting up on the sort of attacks that they're making with.
Another one.
And another, oh, we've got
Sure.
another one for number 4. So no sooner did Oliver get past them, but they've decided they don't really want to race anymore, want to come in for a small rest.
Oh, I like that livery a lot, but yeah, we are talking about drive-throughs too much. They're like pleasing us, right? So you want to drive-through? Here's the drive-through. You get the drive-through.
Honestly, they're handing
get
them out.
the drive-through.
Yeah, they're handing out hotcakes. But obviously, you know, when you're driving and you can't really sort of let off. If you let off, then you're gonna make up that mistake of obviously.
Yeah, he was pushing
Having
too
a-
much.
yeah.
He's only 2.4 seconds behind Anderson. He was probably just pushing a little bit too much. This is a game of inches, right? So you need to do the perfect lap and
Yeah.
get to those limits of the track. But Misano is really odd with their track limits, and of course it is really good, right? But you're pushing too much, you're trying, and just a little slip of the wheels, right, and the lose of the grip, or maybe steer too much, can get you a drive through and basically lose a great position to gain a position, right? So he was 2.4 behind Anderson. He now may even lose his position, right? So Verkman is
Absolutely.
31
So
seconds behind. Yeah.
Verkman might have an outside chance of actually overtaking Geyser here. So Lulu's back in the pits after her misdemeanor. So what's going on here? That's interesting to know. I'll have a quick look at me timing screens. And yeah, she's
Something
been sat
happened.
there for a while, I believe. There's not really any sign of movement from the 990 Lamborghini. Alex has got into the car, that's why. So I think Lulu's had maybe an issue, and Alex has jumped in. So De Geyser comes in, serves his drive-through. Smith is in to serve his drive-through. We've got the 212 still sat in 4th place, but not far behind now. In fact, he's still on pace with P2, so there's still an outside chance. I do hope that, you know, we see a battle for the podiums towards the end. It's an outside shot, because obviously you've got to remember that these guys are racing at full pelt constantly. And
definitely, they are definitely doing their best, but still, as you can see, Richardson is currently 3 laps behind, which is fairly good amount. They can basically have 3-4 more drive-throughs, and Richardson cannot get to them. They may have some kind of mechanical problem, disconnect or something, right? Which is all fair, right? But currently at this time, Richardson is definitely in his own race. He's, as they said, not racing anybody behind or in front, right? So they can relax, do their pace. I mean, 4th on the grid or on this kind of event is excellent position.
absolutely, they're in a good position. Could something happen, and you know, should something happen, they will be obviously ready to take full advantage of it. And you've got to be a good racing driver, knows their limits. A technical for Lulu, so pedal didn't want to work, so obviously Lulu did the smart thing, brought it in, and obviously switched over. While they probably hopefully they'll get that fixed and she can get back out there. But obviously, yeah, again, another good example of kind of technical failures you could have in sim racing. In fact, I believe a few years ago Max Verstappen had the same issue with his brake pedal, didn't he? His pedal went long, and then he had no pedal.
Yeah, of course. Everything can happen, and it is still 4 hours of race, so basically 4 more 1-hour stints. Different drivers, right? A lot more drive-throughs to come, a lot more battles to come. I'm sure of it. As we are now watching Verkman, did he close up to Gies? Yes, he did. Right, so he's only
He has.
1.8. Yeah,
So he's only 1.8 from De Geyser. So De Geyser now having a little bit more pressure on his shoulders. In fact, you can see him just behind Tim Kroll there. So Kroll actually not fighting him for position, so he'll probably let him go pretty quickly. You can see the 169 just coming down the shot there. So you can see Dennis Verkman in P16 currently, chasing De Geyser. De Geyser is going to be knowing that there's another car behind him, that because of that drive-through, he's going to be struggling.
But Kroll, it is interesting. Kroll is the hunt, right? So he is in the hunt for Lenson. I'm not sure he is losing. I think he is losing time there. I'm not sure that he will let them pass him that easily, right? So these are cars behind, and I'm not sure if he will basically just let them pass, do his own race, right, and get into pits probably fairly quickly, right? But he's in the hunt. I mean, he's a little bit slower, but yeah, still he may not leave any room for these two guys. But yeah, let's see how it goes, right? So for now, he's getting closer and closer fairly quickly. And once Gies comes close to Kroll, right, and they are faster than him, it will slow him down, right? So Verkman has a great opportunity again.
Absolutely, he's just got to hold steady and patient. There's obviously going to be opportunities, plenty of time for something to happen for him. So he may as well just keep sort of chasing without obviously causing himself problems. He knows that obviously the tyres will be an issue, brake pads may even be an issue as time goes on. You know, brakes do wear. I know this, unfortunately. And we've got obviously you've got so many other issues to worry about. Obviously these curbs luckily aren't as sharp or as high as some of the other circuits, so they can't really cause too many problems bashing over those sausage curbs constantly. One wrong move on them and, well, we all know what happens. We've seen the Aston Martin that flipped a few weeks ago at Monza when you get sausage curbs wrong, and well, obviously while it won't be as harsh on this game, it will still put you out of the race. It can, well, I say it can put you out of the race, or make it a lot harder for you to compete.
Oh, definitely not only that, right? Every time you get on the curb, in the rock. Oh, yeah. Sorry about
well,
that.
That was a bit of a signal drop then.
Yeah, that was a FPS spike, right? But basically, every time you get on the curb, right? You have if you get on it on the incorrect angle, basically you can lose a little bit of pressure, right? And Misano is really hard track on tires if you don't do it correctly. Basically, you can lose like half a pressure in one tire, and suddenly your car isn't fast as it is. Right? You lose grip in those corners, which is the tire moves.
Absolutely. Well, you've got to remember, obviously, yeah, like you say, it's all about using those curbs to great effect, trying not to be as aggressive through certain corners, making sure that you push where you should push, and equally just taking your time. Obviously it's a race, you want to be going as fast as you can, but being aggressive isn't being fast. You've got to be smooth with everything. It's all about nursing the car in your way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you need to take care of your tires, you need to take care of your pressures, right? All those small things which seem small can give you a lot or lose you a lot, right? So as we can see, currently Geese is kind of struggling when he went wide in take one. Let's see how his car behaves, right? So he may be, as you can see, again he's going wide, so he doesn't have enough grip currently. He's losing quite a bit of time there, but let's see, this is a great opportunity for them to get a jump on it in the next few corners. That's a great message here. I mean, Geese will not give him too much opportunities, but he needs to stay his best game, because this lap, I'm not sure why he's losing quite a bit of time. It seems like it is a tire problem. He now again has a little bit of fail wanting to go outside, right? So he's probably pushing his tires a little bit too much, but it is an adult instinct, right? So some setups will eat tires more than others. Some setups will basically are doing perfectly in the second part of the stint, right? So it's not as good in the first part, but in second completely kills it. So basically it depends a lot, and of course your mistakes, drive-throughs and everything else comes into play. But in this occasion, I mean, he's doing fairly well. He's still keeping enough distance so Overtaking cannot jump on him, right? But we'll see. So this is where he lost a lot of time last time. This one is much better entry for both of those corners. But yeah, I think he's struggling in these slow corners much more than Verstappen.
Absolutely, we can see that the BMW's attrition rate just seems to be going in the wrong direction here, as he is now being approached by the Aston Martin number 11 car, trying to make his way through. And the answer to that, Mr. Tahor, it was Anthony in the car, wasn't it? I believe that you have missed that. We did show your toilet, don't worry. And Dennis Berg went through at Casilla, at the curve of Casilla. He goes through a little bit of a
and
bump,
bump,
but luckily backs off again so that the car ahead slows down enough so they can carry on together. So
We
Mode
see-
11
yeah.
through on number 4.
Yeah, but we see quite a lot of these mistakes where the guys pushing close to them, right? So they are not focusing on the corner in front, but on the guy in the back, right? On the driver on the car in the back. So that is kind of, it is odd, but yeah, he's struggling a lot with his BMW there. I think he may come into the pits and change the tires fairly soon. I mean, it is not going well for them. We'll see if they can keep the pace and basically hope to be close behind Verken there. But nice move by Verken. He saw the door open. Oh, okay. Wait. No, that was almost a hit, and that was a bad rejoin from the. I'm not sure what that car was, but yeah,
I
that
didn't
was
see
really
it.
dangerous.
There was a.
Yeah, that
see, it
was
was-
really
I
dangerous.
wasn't quite sure. I didn't see that one.
Yeah, it
So
was dangerous. He lost a car and basically tried to get in between these two cars, and that gave Verken a little bit of distance and anyway.
well, obviously we know that dangerous rejoins aren't going to be taken lightly, and obviously if you cause dangerous rejoin, then you're going to get slapped a little bit for more than just on the wrist. So we can see that Clyde Barney's still running the show almost in the number 5. The number 5 just sort of minding its own business almost. In fact, it's still got a 14-second gap to Del Dottore. That is Miato behind at a 50-second gap, and then obviously two laps, well, almost 3 laps now between them and P4. So P4 obviously still doing a good job at holding themselves in high regard. They're doing a great job. Got themselves a gap of over a lap between them and P5. So they're just going to have to sort of run their own race and chill and not make mistakes here.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they're in a good position, right? So they can just focus on their not getting drive-throughs, right? Not getting too aggressive because they are certain they are not on the pace and basically 2 laps behind. That is quite a bit at the end of 8th hour of the race, right? So what's going on here? Why is back marker is trying to basically battle with White, which is not a good thing, right?
No, it really
Especially,
shouldn't be. Is that is by chance is that the 42 Aston Martin?
Uh,
Yes, it is.
yeah, it is, of course.
We've seen them before battling where they really shouldn't be, but as long as they don't cause any contact, I guess it gives them something to do, I suppose. Obviously, blue flags don't have to be adhered to in the same way they do in Formula One. They're only an advisory, but that advice is that you should get out the way. And obviously, you intentionally hold up somebody, then I'm sure that the stewards will be lasering you down for a nice
Yeah,
trip to the pits.
they can get a warning if they battle with the car in front.
Oh,
But
so we're gonna have a
we're
replay
here,
very soon.
yeah.
Sorry,
We have a replay.
in a moment. Yeah, so we'll have a replay of that in a moment. But obviously, the next car ahead is Pizza Boy in Oliver Anderson, and obviously, I'm sure that they'll make easier time for Clyde in the Odyssey car, because obviously, the last thing you need when you're racing is an inconvenience of a back marker who just doesn't want you there.
Oh, definitely. And let's
So,
see the
The
replay.
replay now. We can see. So that is the number 12. Oh wow! I mean, it's not a replay, but to throw themselves onto the racing line and then throw themselves off of it again. All that's done is given Mode 11 a gap between them and the BMW behind. So
Yeah, but I
that
think
would be looked
lost,
at,
yeah.
definitely.
He
That
lost
would
the
be
car.
impeding the lap, definitely. But nothing I would say that would actually warrant a penalty. I think it'd be looked at, they'd be told not to do it again, but I don't think that's a penalty.
It seems like a warning to me. I
Yeah.
mean, he lost the car. He didn't saw. He was. When you lose a car, you don't watch what is behind you. You're trying to feel the car, how to basically control it. right? So that was an unfortunate moment that Workman and Kroll were basically battling, right? So, but what happened? No, not Workman and Kroll, sorry, Workman and Geese, right? So he just came, but as you can see, Workman has a lot, lot more pace than Geese. So basically, he wouldn't catch him anyway. But it's still, as you said, it doesn't warrant any kind of penalty. Okay, we don't want to go into the grass.
No.
No, we are watching
Well,
Crawford. Who's,
I mean, you never know. They might want to have a lawnmower.
yeah,
Lamborghini
this
do
is
the
not an
tractors.
racing, mate. A little jump on that grass simulator, but yeah, he's very close to Bart, right? So he's right on him.
So, but yeah, that'll be. I'm sorry, it was 18. The car, 18 car, I believe. I do apologise. That wasn't the number 12 car that was impeding. It was the 18. Do apologise to racing team, Sim Racing Holland, who obviously run that 12 car. But yeah, it's the 18 obviously now being chased down by Alex Crawford in the Snack and Sons car. So Alex just trying to do a good job at getting past, obviously, this Aston Martin. It's going to be a bit harder to do when you're on the back foot behind them. In fact, the track temperature has dropped by 2 degrees on our screens. There's minor amount of wind, and obviously the temperature overall dropping by a Celsius. So not too bad yet. Obviously, it's still not. If it got too high, then it might be a bit too. A bit worrying. Obviously, I wouldn't want to run my car in anything over 30-degree heat.
Yeah, definitely. The temperatures are now basically stable, right? One or two change in degrees is nothing to worry about, right? You can get a little smaller, maybe, or higher pressures than you would like, but that is just almost insignificant. But we are seeing Crawford, basically he's on the tail of it and he's closing fast. Now, this is again interesting, right? Let's see if Bart is basically making the same mistake, or will he make a mistake like the others do, right? Will he watch the car behind, or maybe he'll just let him pass, right? So they are not at a place where they basically can now lose the position in its under 4 hours is still a lot to race. And don't forget, not all drivers in all teams are basically the same pace, right? So maybe in the next stint, Bart,
Sorry. Continue.
Sorry about that, mate. Yeah. He may have a faster driver who basically can switch again the position with the guy with the team behind, right? So if he's basically slowing him down with a lot of time, if he's slowing him down for a few laps, right, he may give an opportunity for his team to come back, right? So, but
Absolutely.
we'll see. For now, he's not giving this place up for sure.
No, absolutely. When you're fighting for position, you are allowed to take as much road as you want. So long as you don't obviously hit somebody, you can sort of get away with it a lot more. However, obviously, they do need to be very careful about how they do it. In the sense of, obviously, you don't want to throw yourself right in front of somebody and then have, well, I say a bad day, but a bad day would be an understatement if you threw your car in front of somebody else. Again,
we'll definitely have a bad
from
day.
experience, yeah, some cars just don't handle it as well as others. We found out when we fought a Holden in our race series, and we came out on top. But obviously, yeah, you don't want to be fighting cars when you're racing. You shouldn't be anyway. But you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, but it's fun. But the point is, right? So he's now close to him and waiting for a mistake, right? So he has the pace. He is basically on his bumper, and again we'll see, right? So that is really close. But if the guy in front, if Bart basically make a mistake again. Now this is really cool. This can be an opportunity to go on the inside on the next corner of Garcia, right? And yeah, no, he's backing down. thing for Bart is basically he's not using too much of defensive lines, right? So he's going for his lines, for his proper ideal lines, and not worrying too much about the guy on the back. So he's now currently fairly coping very well with the pressure from behind.
Absolutely, he's doing very well to cope with that pressure from Alex Crawford. I know Alex is actually quite a quick driver. I've commented on him before, and he is a very quick driver when he's in the zone. And he seems to be right now, as he is still actually chasing the number 18 car. So number 18 needs to do a little bit more to try and make its way through and sort of distance itself from its opponent. So we've got plenty of time left for them to figure this one out, though. 3 hours 53 minutes left to go. We will be sort of having a small change within just over an hour from now, an hour and 20 minutes from now. You'll be joined by, I believe, is it Dave Hedges, I want to say?
Oh,
He may not be joining. Oh, so you may have us for longer then.
not for. Probably not for me. I'm here about for 1 hour, right? So I need to go
No
after
worries.
that. But yeah, I'll stay as long as possible.
That is absolutely okay, obviously. Well, I guess Chris will have to suit himself up for the mic job again. Absolutely, sir. We absolutely will. So obviously we're going to be here for another 3 hours 52 minutes to complete this race. Obviously, unfortunately, Dave Hedges can't join us today, but that's okay. You know, we can figure this one out between us. Alex meanwhile going around the outside there, and I believe that is Curva Tramonto, and then going down the long straight now between, which actually has the kink in it. And it's actually called Curvone. I don't know if that's just because it's a curve and, like, you know, you're just trying to pretend like somebody that was trying to be Italian and wanted to call the corner a corner and went, it looks like a curve, so we'll call it Curvone. Anyway, so now that I've successfully butchered that.
Yeah, I think it's something like that. Seems fine, right? But
Yeah, sounds
yeah,
about right. Anybody that is
he's-
Italian, I apologise profusely. Obviously, just having a bit of a light-hearted moment to enjoy ourselves here. Obviously, yeah, we're trying to give you as much action as we can, and
Wait, so you
in
said
our
you're
way.
not enjoying yourself in the other part? Oh, that was quite a bit of high speed there.
That was
So
very
trying to-
close.
Yeah, so yeah, he needs to be patient, right? So he is doing fairly well. He's closing down. Bart, again, sorry, Bart. Basically, not giving him an inch, right? So there is quite a small mistakes here and there, but nothing big enough for Crawford to jump with him.
Absolutely, Crawford needs to sort of hope for a bigger mistake, or just figure out a way to get past without obviously causing himself too much hassle. The important thing.
He was to go from the outside again. He doesn't need even to push anything. Basically, he's trying to push him to make him make a mistake, right? Which is a good strategy. But in those cases, you start making mistakes by yourself. Right? So, yeah. So that's basically he needs to balance those two out, right? He will drop down a little bit. Yeah. So. And this is it, right? So this is a good position, and that's a mistake.
That's the
He's
mistake he
going-
wanted. Goes down the inside, and I believe that is job done.
Yeah,
That is absolutely
definitely.
job done.
That's exactly what
So
we
that
talked
is
about.
exactly what you do. You just keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and eventually something will cave. And this time it was the Aston Martin that did. And
Great job.
through goes the Lamborghini.
Great job by you. Yeah, he waited for that mistake. This time he didn't make a wrong decision, basically to try and get close to him as much as possible. He basically just lifted and watched basically Bart going wide. Then he stepped on the throttle and get inside on the next corner.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
If you're just patient, you can absolutely make a way and figure out how. Well, again, patience is key to everything here. And obviously,
yeah, definitely.
if you can't be patient, then you're definitely not gonna succeed in racing. You've got to be aggressive at times, but if you can't also mix that with patience, then obviously you just won't get anywhere. You'll just constantly be at the back of the grid with a nicely wrecked car, shall I say?
Oh, definitely. But I mean, that was fair game completely from
Oh,
both
no, absolutely.
drivers. Very respectful, right? So this is a great opportunity for him. He took it, and now he's on 18, and hopefully he will gain a little bit more, right? So yeah, but we'll see. Now it is the time for new batch of pit stops, which we're waiting and see how it pans out.
Absolutely. It's time for pit stops again. Shake everything up once more, as we can see that Alex Crawford now trying to just gap himself from the number 18 Aston Martin. He has done a good job so far at that. He's now distanced himself by looks about 2 or 3 seconds from his opponent, and obviously we're going to see pit stops to shake up the order a little bit, but obviously it won't be by much, I'm sure.
Yeah, while we're watching Clyde Bunny just doing his race, currently my stream is a little bit pixelated, so I don't see the time between him and second position, right? But yeah, he's
Give
comfortable
me
there.
1 moment, I will tell you. 15 seconds, so it's still about the same as it was before. Obviously, Clyde is just doing exactly what he needs to do, hold position. You know, you don't, when you're leading, you don't need to push. When you've got a comfortable cushion, you know, there's no chance of an immediate attack from somebody behind and he makes a mistake. So he's just got to focus on running his own race here and making sure he does the best he can in the car, and then obviously handing it over to his teammates in one piece.
Yeah, definitely he needs to focus, just not losing too much time to the guy back, right? So just drive your basically like hot lapping, right? Like you are on the practice. Don't get nervous. You know how it gets basically adrenaline hits on the start of the race. In the quali, it's completely different feeling than you're in practice. So
Absolutely.
basically you need to get to that mindset, especially when he's having like 15 seconds of, which is a really healthy distance from the second, and now he needs basically just to keep that, right? So everything he can even basically slow down a little bit to manage his tires a little bit better, right? So yeah, as you can see, car number 138, Alessio the Tory, right? So he needs to push it, right? But Clyde Bunny doesn't, right? So he can basically leisurely drive this, right? So of course, not making mistake, not getting a drive through, but we don't know, right? If Clyde Bunny has 3 cuts or something, right? So they're all pushing, but yeah, he has a little bit in front of a good distance between them, right? And just keeping that under 16 seconds is basically great for them. On yeah, on the last 3.5 hours that they have until the end of the race, right? So, but yeah, good job by all top 3 guys, top 3 teams. Sorry. Well, we'll see. Yeah, number 2 basically, yeah, looking good, very clean through all of these corners, through 4, 5, and 6 through rear contacts, and yeah, this may be, I don't know, in 3 hours they may close to and battle for first. It happened before, right?
Absolutely.
So yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, yeah. There's plenty of time for them to close the gaps between each other here. There's a lot of chances for things to happen. See, time will shake up as it goes, and we'll wait and see what happens.
Oh, definitely. I mean, for the car number 62, right? So they're, yeah, also doing their own race. They're not in the immediate danger by the guys behind. They have a little less pace than the top 2 teams, but still third position on the on the grid. I mean, it's podium place. I wouldn't mind at all.
Absolutely not. Again, a podium in an endurance series is massively important. Because, see, most endurance series, whereas obviously, you know, sprint series tend to have bigger, more races, medium-sized grids, tend to have large grids with less races, and obviously, any podium in any series is important for your championship. But in endurance
Of
racing, it's
course.
especially important. to make sure that you get opportunities to be at the top end, because it's not about maintaining score point every round. There's not enough rounds for that to sort of count, unless you have obviously got 2 wins under your belt already in 3 rounds, say.
Oh, definitely, but the point is that you can be first in one endurance race and last in second, right? Well, we are seeing currently Miato getting into the pits for tire change and probably driver change. But the point is, right, so endurance races you can easily get from first to last, or vice versa. We even saw a few races last year on Spa. On Spa, I think the guy went from 53rd to 2nd or something like that. It was ridiculous, right? So, I mean, everything can change. It's still 3 hours and 40 minutes until the end of the race, right? So we'll see, right? So currently we are with Richardson, right? Which is they're still driving their own race.
They're still very
right?
close. They're still quite close to the obviously the opponents. Miato obviously being a bit too fast for Green Moose to have a chance at catching and overtaking, but equally they're doing a great job at what they need to do, which is obviously being there in case something happens. Key thing here, you've got to be in it to win it, and if you're not there, you can't obviously have that chance.
4th place is really respectable ones in the Enduro series. Again, I mean, we're talking about points in endurance with less races, right? So every point you can get is vital, right, for the end score, right? But they're doing fairly well. I mean, this is really a top 3 teams race this time, right? They have, and they show it on the qualify too, that they have a lot more pace than the others. But still, as you can see, I mean, Clyde Bunny is even getting faster and faster, and making more distance between them and 138 team, right? So, but yeah, it is fairly good for them. I mean, 4th position is very high on over
It's a great position to be. It's a good haul of points. Obviously, I say podiums are important, and they are, but still being in the positions where you score high point, that's what you want to be.
They can be proud of themselves for this result. I mean,
Oh no,
it's still not yet over, but yeah, they are doing fairly good.
Absolutely. Well, they're doing a good job, and 3 hours 40 minutes to go. Obviously, you've still got a lot of time to go. You've still pretty much got a full sprint race to go. Well, several sprint races. You know, most sprint races being
Definitely.
45 minutes to an hour. So you've got 3 or 4 sprint races just in that alone. So you've got to remember that these guys are going to be trying to work their way further and further into this sort of this race. Even with this, you know, this length of time to go, they're not worried about how their opponents are doing. They're worried about how they're trying to make sure that they're in an optimal position to gain maximum sort of points as they can from this sort of this race.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, you cannot control what other teams are doing, right? So you control your own strategy and your own pace, and trying not to mess up too much. As we are seeing currently, our last car on the grid doing the drive-through. So yeah, Misano strikes again, and
Absolutely.
we'll see quite more of those, I guess. It's still not yet over, so we had quite a few during this race. But as I said on the start, Misano is unforgiving, and it is one of those tracks we have somebody. Oh, it is the BMW on the back, right? So
It is indeed.
yeah, basically Misano is one of those tracks that you need to push those corners. You need to push those lines, those edges of the track, and unfortunately, quite a few of guys took it too much.
Absolutely, they're just going to work on staying within, you know, within their limit. I say that in a polite way. Obviously, we've lost another car. I just noticed that we've lost P20. 4, I believe. That is. We have lost Van Bever in the Aston Martin, I believe. Oh, have we got? Ah, I thought we'd lost him. My bad. That makes more sense now.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know why.
one
I don't know why
was-
they would just literally not put one more in there. Not quite sure, but I digress.
Yeah, though
So
that was
there
the
he
car
is.
who was behind. Yeah.
Ah,
coming
yeah,
out of the
there we
pits.
go. I'm losing my mind. Don't worry. This tends to happen after about 2 hours. So
Whoop,
I do
whoop, whoop.
apologise
Oh,
to
they
Van
jumped
Bever
a little bit,
and
yeah.
his team. So obviously we've got Casper Hurgaard there in the 42 and Dimitri Van Bever in the number 73 there at the back of the grid currently.
Yeah.
Just running their own race. Obviously not really challenging too much, but happy to be there.
Yeah, well, we're watching. Yeah, they had a little wide excursion on the end on the exit of Les Corner, right? But yeah, they need to keep it together because of the drive-through. Their tires are cold, right? So they need to manage that. While we're watching currently, Hubbard on 7th position on his beautiful red and white Aston Martin, right? So he's currently chased by Lenson, right? And 24 seconds behind Van Joon. Now they're on the fairly good position, right? Lenson is behind him in his awesome Ferrari Porsche livery, right? But yeah, he's 18 seconds behind Hoover, right? So he still has a lot of distance to cover. Get to that 7th position, but 8 is not too bad. Still fairly high on the ladder, right? So even with those quirks that they had and lose couple positions, they still have the pace to gain those positions, right? So they just need. Porsche is a different beast. It is the car, as I always describe it, the cars that you always drive on the limit. So yeah, other cars, for example, BMW, Aston Martin, are like safe, right? They feel safe, but this one is not so safe. Basically, every time you get in the corner, you're on the limit, or at least it feels like you're on the limit. It's really, really weird, and only the bravest of the soldiers, drivers, are basically driving those, right? I was trying it on Barcelona earlier in the week, and it was really, really odd. I mean, I like BMW. It has that stable and suits my driving style, but Porsche in endurance races, you need to be very careful how you are handling it.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Obviously, you know, I'm not a big Porsches myself. I love the noise, but at least sim racing them, I've never had a good time, should I say? The GT4 cars, they're good, but they're not my cup of tea.
Yeah, of course, to each his own,
So
mate. But yeah, I mean, Porsche is. I only have driven it now seriously for like maybe 15, 100 laps, right? I never touched it in ACC, and basically it is hard, right? Many of the people who are driving really fast are sticking to one car.
yeah,
Right? Not
absolutely
changing
they
too
are.
much.
Absolutely. Well, again, obviously, you know, my go-to cars are Ginettas, and when the Lotus comes, no doubt, even if it is a handful to drive, I'm going to learn to drive it because it's just beautiful. But
Oh no,
obviously,
I'm sorry, but I like my Chevy Camaro. I mean,
the
it
Camaro
is.
is it's a bit of a boat, but I mean, it looks good.
I
So.
love both things, right? BMW, Merc, Camaro, right? All of that are both both cars, right? And I kind of like that, like leaning in, right? And it's kind of everything is slow, and it will not just like bite you like Audi or Porsche, or right? So
I mean,
it
yeah,
feels kind of safer.
yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right there, and I think we do enjoy a nice car. I think that's the key word there. It's not slow car, but it's a nice car. And
Yeah, it needs to suit your driving style, right?
yeah,
So
I mean,
Porsche is
yeah,
really, really weird, and it's kind of don't. and not giving enough room to make a bigger mistake, or you will spin, definitely, right? So at least that is my experience. But I'm not basically talented enough to drive it for the endurance race. I kind of dread it, right? But yeah, it is definitely a good car, and lately we see it more and more, to be honest, which is good.
Absolutely. We always love to see cars getting a chance, a second chance, and the fact that they are now able to force themselves further up the grid. Obviously, we can see that they're going to have a great chance to sort of experiment. I remember being here when the Honda was a fast car, and I'm looking forward to seeing other sort of cars
I
sort
already
of
remember
taking
the
the
time.
spotlight.
Yeah, I remember the time where Ferrari was one of the best cars, but basically now recently we don't even see him on the grid. They mopped him really hard, and they kind of giving it a bad treatment after few latest patches. That's not why you can see always the shifts in sim racing community for depending on the mops, right? So some cars are still very good. I'm really uh, uh, surprised that I didn't see any Bentleys here. That is really Bentley is really good these days, and a lot of people are using it, but not this race. I didn't see one. So basically, Bentleys.
Oh, we have a driver waiting in the shed. Who's that? It's Jonas Hackler. It's the 169 driver. Yeah, bring him in. So we now have 169's, well, one of 169's drivers, Jonas Hackler. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you tonight?
Yeah, we're pretty good. How about yourself? How has your race been going?
It's been well ever since the first stint. It's been going well, very well.
Absolutely, I'm glad to hear that. So obviously, currently sat P5. I believe when I joined you were a bit further down. So a mixture of fortune in your favour, putting you up into P5. Is obviously were you expecting yourself to be here this late into the race?
I mean, we were hoping for a bit better. I mean, we started the race in P5, and due to some unfortunate accidents and quite notably so us crashing into car 33 in our first stint in turn 4, that gained us a drive-through penalty and also for an earlier touch that we have had with another car we got a 5 seconds, so quite unfortunate in our first stint. That put us down somewhere in the P20s, but ever since we've just kept pushing and trying to keep it clean and get ourselves forward, and yeah, we're back where we started now just trying to catch the 212.
Absolutely. Well, you're doing a really good job so far. Obviously, happy with the team's performance?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so far, well, each of us have received one warning during this race. All of us, well, all of our first stints, we all received one track limit warning, and we had a drive-through because of that as well. So far, no additional track limit warnings that I know of. So keep this up, we hope to not have to go through that pit lane unnecessarily anymore. Yeah, driver-wise, Ben McConnell and Robin Huleman have both been here before. Fabio Soares, he's new in our team in ACC. I mean, he's been driving for RNE in iRacing before,
Yeah.
but he's decided to come with us now and do this in ACC, and he's very well holding his own.
Absolutely. Well, you're doing a brilliant job. Obviously, you guys, like, obviously, a lot of sim racing teams like yourself and a few other of these teams, obviously, racing out the race in other games. How does this compare to some of the games that you race?
I mean, realistically, I don't race other things than ACC. I used to race in the F1 games as well, but I don't know how much of a simulator that actually is. But by far, ACC is my favorite. I tried iRacing a bit. It didn't really grow on me, so I've stuck to this. Yeah, you'd have to ask Fabio for that one.
Absolutely. Well, we might have to try and drag him in here later. But obviously, any expectations then for the rest of this race? 3.5 hours to go.
I don't know. I mean, as long as we keep it clean, keep up the pace, because pace-wise we have not been lacking that much today. I feel. I mean, obviously, well, the top two at least, we sometimes keep up with them, sometimes not. It depends on. It's a bit depends as well on who's driving, who's not, who's more comfortable and who's not. But so far, maybe a P4, depending on our fortune, depending on others' misfortune as well. Unfortunately, but yeah, we hope to still climb a place or maybe two.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck for the rest of the race. Thank you very much for taking some time to come talk with us. Yeah, obviously, like I say, anything you'd like to say to the stream before you do despair?
Well, hope you guys enjoy the rest of the race. We only have 3 hours to go, and time flies quickly.
Absolutely, it does.
Yeah, hopefully we get some excitement again shortly. I've been looking, and there has not been a lack of stuff happening on track at least. So
absolutely not.
maybe
Always something going on. As I say, that Van der Kraan has a drive-through penalty. Obviously, but thank you very much for joining us, Jonas. And was it Jonas? Sorry, you'll have to correct me if I'm saying it wrong.
Either one is okay.
Awesome, no worries. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank
and I'm sure we'll chat to you soon. Thank you very much, Jonas.
Thank you.
So we have 3.5 hours left to go. Martin van der Kraan back out now after another drive-through penalty. So I'm sure if anybody's keeping tally of drive-through penalties, they'd be, well, they might be running out of pen and paper to count them on with at this point, with the amount of penalties that have been dished out in this race. And that's literally, as soon as I say that, it looked like he's probably going to have another warning for track limits there as he cuts the corner a little bit there.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, that would be devastating for him. He would lose basically a position to Smith. But Smith is now probably even closer, I guess. We'll see in a few moments when the sector 1 passes through. Yeah, he is. Right, so 26. Let's see when. Oh, this is his. Sorry, his timing behind Clancy, but let's see how. Yeah, you can see 13 seconds, and basically now he will lose a little bit more time until he gets his tires to optimum.
Absolutely.
Right.
Well, obviously, you lose a lot of time in these pit lane penalties, regardless of how fast you actually are. You lose a lot of time because you've still got to slow down to 60 kilometers an hour. Is it, if I'm not mistaken?
Yep.
So you're throwing your speed from an average of about maybe 180 kilometers an hour down to 60. When somebody else is coming at you over 200 kilometers an hour, you lose too much time to actually be able to sort of justify constantly track cutting. Some people obviously are fast enough, they'll sort of think, I've got a cushion here, I might push it a little bit, see if I can get a bit further ahead. Well, in my opinion, it's never worth it.
Yeah, but you will not be a racer if you don't push, right?
Oh no, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, but
you've got to mix it, I think.
Yeah, you need to have a balance, right? So it isn't worth to get 5 drive-throughs for endurance race.
Absolutely.
Right, so we'll see now what Clancy did. His pit did. Will he get a drive-through? Let's see in a moment. Yeah, this part is really long on Misano.
Yeah, it's very long. It's a bit boring after a while. We have been joined by Aaron van Dreunen. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
How's it been going?
Oh, rather well, except for one little thing that took us 40 seconds, but all in all, it's a pretty good race.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, it was a very interesting moment. We were just sort of commentating how you were closing the gap, and then the next thing you know, your teammates disappeared off the map.
Yeah, nice, huh?
Couldn't get it back to the pits.
Yeah, we had a full bladder, so, and my baby was crying, so we couldn't swap. So,
but
then you need to be creative.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, creative is one way of putting it. As Oliver Anderson also joins us. So I believe we've got Team 101 and Team 69 in here, so I'm sure we'll get some interesting conversations going there in a second. But obviously, yeah, so both of you guys having okay races so far?
Oh, it's Aaron. Hi, Aaron.
Hi.
Why were you parked on the side of the road all of a sudden?
I don't want to explain it for the 12,000th time.
Toilet, mate.
Makes sense. We tried that as well at a spa, so it's all fine.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, as long as you pull off safely, put your hazards on, be alright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. The question is, are you gonna pack a safe, the little fluorescent triangles? You have to pack one of them for night races.
Well, the rig is a little bit too expensive to be in, so
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, have you not thought about a? Actually, no, maybe not. We might have younger viewers, so we may not continue that line of thought. Anyway, have you not thought about maybe a cup?
Or you could put the rig up on your toilet, so you're literally sitting on your toilet and driving.
I mean, you could have a toilet rig. I mean, it'd hurt your legs after a while, but it's possible.
Nah. You could sort of like make padding on the seating and stuff, so you have leather around your buttocks. And then a hole for doing the business.
Is this gonna be your new £1 million idea, Oliver?
No, I have another one, but that's not for the kids to do.
I do not do.
Oh dear. Yeah, you got another hour and 15 minutes before legally you're allowed to bring up anything inappropriate. It's anyway. So.
Wait, did you say we can't bring up inappropriate?
No. No. I think
I'll
Chris might have a few issues with that.
I'll be back for that. No worries.
So yeah, we've got plenty of time left on the clock. Both your cars still in the race, still fighting for positions. Obviously yourselves down at 14th, Oliver, and 8th place for Mercedes. So
Yeah.
any expectations to get any higher in this race?
Yes.
Well, we're now out of sequence, so if the guys in front of us pit, we will be P6, but the top 5 is out of our league, so we're aiming for a P6.
Absolutely, that's not too bad. And yourself, Oliver?
Yeah, depending on how we can get on with the race. We have been set on the free track warnings for like 3 or 4 hours now, so if we get that drive-through, it will definitely change our game a little bit.
Absolutely.
How many drive-throughs you had, Oliver?
0. Absolutely none.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Yet. He's just relegated himself to have a drive-through at some point in this race now. You've just sealed your fate there, Oliver. You never say that.
Nah, it's a one-on-one way. No worries. Thomas Walters in our B team are taking up all our drive-throughs.
Absolutely, evidently so.
That agreement.
A prior agreement, just sort of you get a drive-through penalty and you just go nah, hand it to your B team.
That's how it works. That's why we have the B team.
I mean, if that could work, I think a lot of people would have B teams in this race.
But
So-
you can't tell anyone, right? You promise this will be just between you and me, and maybe some
I was
of
gonna
the
say,
viewers.
yeah, you, me, and people are watching the stream currently.
Not a lot of people, so it'll be between us.
Well, I've got to quickly discuss the livery because it looks more like Ritz crackers than pizzas, but I'm assuming it's pepperoni pizzas littering the car.
Yes, it's the amount of pizzas that we are owed by Mr. Chris Hill. We will remove them accordingly
Is
when
this
he delivers.
is this interest? Is it?
Yes.
Is this
no,
pizzas plus interest?
Yeah, that's how it works. Move one every time he delivers one, so we'll see how the deal ends up looking at the end of the season.
Well, Chris, there you go. Your deal has been struck, I guess. They'll probably actually try and bring one out onto the circuit.
If we could, we would.
Racing the race transport is next day. But
What?
Stream can't hear Chris yet. He's still hiding in his corner.
Scotland.
Where he belongs.
For now, he's gonna have to come out in an hour.
Yeah, and then we'll hear for it. So this is the time to back talking. No. Chris is a good guy. He does a lot
Chris is
for
a great
the
guy.
members.
Great guy. Absolutely great. Wonderful man.
Yes, but you must have fun. I have 2 cars to tend to, and Stuart too. So
Enjoy. Well, you could always just give everybody else penalties for various reasons. Maybe not
Ah.
having pizzas on their cars.
no worries, we will. That's how we're gonna get to 1. But don't tell.
Absolutely. Well, no, I didn't hear nothing.
Exactly.
Well,
Have
with
fun,
that,
man.
thank you very much, Oliver, and we'll catch up with you later. And Aaron, yeah, like I say, so how your race has been going well then? Well, as well as it can, besides the toilet break.
Yeah, but besides that, it all went great. We still only have 1 track cut, so we have some margin to play with. And we had non-contact, so perfect race beside that little thing.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, I know you guys are looking for P6. You're currently sat in P6, but you're chasing the race leaders currently. Very interesting strategy in trying to get your P6. You're going to race into the finish line now.
Yeah, we only need to do 2 pit stops, so we currently on schedule. So should be fine.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck to you guys.
Thank you very
Obviously,
much.
plenty of time left for some interesting things to happen. You never know. Maybe you'll be standing a bit closer to that podium than you think.
Let's hope so.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Take care.
My pleasure. Bye.
Well, we've got 3 hours and 17 minutes left to go. Adam, how are we feeling?
Yeah, we are feeling back. We are feeling good, but my back is not feeling well for it. So yeah, I will need to retire to my chambers soon, right? So
No worries,
so,
buddy.
yeah.
Like I say, when you need to go, you can go. I'm sure that, my
still have
friend
15
Chris
minutes
can
more, yeah.
unmute himself and make an appearance.
Finally, right? But as we speak again, we have a drive-through on the grid, so we are not looking like
The 404. It's the 404, as if by magic, Oliver has blessed them with another penalty. So the 404 with another penalty, courtesy of their teammates at 101.
So
Yeah,
just like
definitely.
Beetlejuice, you shouted my name 3 times and now I'm here. Good evening, stream.
Good evening, Chris. How are we?
Tired?
Has somebody let you out the basement?
No, I'm still in the basement, very much. But it's really cool in here.
I was gonna say, you're probably being in the basement's the nicest place right now. I've got a basement in my house, but all my streaming equipment and all my PC and stuff are sat in my room, and it would be an awful lot of effort to move 3 monitors and a PC
I'm very
downstairs.
I'm very fortunate. I'm actually sat in Stalybridge Broadcasting Corporation's house.
Oh.
I'm not in my own. I'm in a friend's house that's got an internet connection.
Oh, of course, yeah. I forgot you may need a connection, and well, unfortunately, yeah, we know from prior experience, Chris, don't we, that Home's internet is reliable for maybe for racing, but not so much for streaming.
Absolutely, been through this before.
We have, but obviously.
I'd like to thank Adam for his time. Very, very informative.
Absolutely. Wait, which Adam? Are we both we're just both disappearing?
Well, let me
We'll leave you
rephrase
alone,
that.
mate.
Let me
It's a race
rephrase
to
that.
see who leaves first.
Not the one that we're gonna that's stopping.
Yeah. Thank you very much, mate, for the invitation. Yeah, I had really fun. I would love to stay, but yeah, it is currently impossible.
No
But
worries, man.
hopefully in the future, yeah, we can do this again, I guess.
I hope
sure
your
we
back
will.
gets better, my friend.
Sorry?
I hope your back.
Oh,
gets better.
oh yeah, of course. That is one of the biggest problems, right? I is sitting too much, and basically, yeah, it's hard to start to look like a question mark, I guess. So I need to fix that, to do some exercise and everything. But yeah, this was really fun. And thank you for the invitation.
Well, anytime, buddy. Thank you very much for joining me. Obviously, have a lovely evening, and we'll very soon.
Yeah, talk to you soon, guys, and yeah, have a great time, and talk to you soon, guys, and yep, bye everybody. Yeah,
Bye, Adam.
enjoy
Thank
your
you.
evening. Bye.
See you later,
Bye.
Mr. Vodovich. Thank you very much. And we've got a wave from Mark Neutling there. Good evening, Mark. How's it going over wherever you are? I can't remember. I believe it's the Netherlands, isn't it? Chris will know.
Yes.
There we go. Chris knows.
What was the question?
Chris knows all. Mr. Neutlings.
He's certainly from the nether regions. Yes, that's correct. Quite correct.
Very good. So yeah, good evening to all our patrons who are sat in the chat with us, in maybe in sweltering heat, maybe in some lovely rain, wherever you are. Obviously, having a lovely evening, I hope, or a morning. You never know. But yeah, obviously ourselves. Well, Chris has been here since 11 o'clock this morning, I believe.
Yes. I'm absolutely confused. But never mind. That's what you get for being old and fat.
Well, I mean, no. Maybe the first bit, but not so much the second.
Yeah, anyway, doesn't really matter, does it? My choice to be sat here talking to you. I've not.
Well, it could be worse.
I've not wrote a list of companies that we've been sponsored by.
Oh no. Well, I mean, I am sipping
one.
an unnamed energy drink so far. We'll leave it unnamed now, and I'll let you guess it. But
Today I've been mostly eating an unnamed curved crisp of various flavours. Yes.
Very nice. Yeah, so obviously we're watching obviously the Chris Vickers at the moment, the 333 chasing down the 488, obviously not for position, but I'm sure there'll be a battle on nevertheless, because Val and Duke and Vickers are racing each other, and I'm sure that these two would love to have a bit of a battle.
But Chris is only 2.5 seconds behind
Mr. Baton.
John Baton.
Yep, absolutely.
Sim Racing Coventry. We've lost 2 cars out of this, as we say that. Look who's got a drive through.
Oh, you need, at the moment you come in and you're giving people drive-throughs, how rude.
Oh, well, they've not acknowledged us in the chat. If they only acknowledged us in the chat at any stage today, we would not be issuing drive-throughs out this randomly like that.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. Chris has given you a warning. If you are here as a member of your team, or you know a team that isn't in the chat right now, just send them a message. Warn them. Chris is coming. Obviously, for legal reasons, this is a joke. Chris is not going to find you. It takes too much effort to actually find people. Anyway, so obviously we've got 3 hours 11 minutes to go on this race. Obviously, Chris Vickers now going to have a great chance to catch Mr. Baton before obviously the drive-through. Unfortunately, that drive-through going to put Baton maybe actually down as low as 13th. It looks like obviously he's got 2.4 seconds between him and Chris. Chris is going to go straight through here. And then Verhoeven in the number 16 in mode, is it, I forget what it's called, the 1.6 racing or 6.10 racing, are going to go through as well. Neumann may go through as well in the 992.
There's certainly a chance of it. So let's see where he is on track.
No, they might be okay for Neumann, but Neumann will be right behind as they're coming out, I believe. So it'll be very interesting to see where they do come out. But Verhoeven will have gone by now, as obviously has Vickers, and he's gone off down the road. So Mr. Baton not getting them like the most out of what he wants there, but it is what it is, and he will keep going. Oh no, he's got plenty of gap between him and the Porsche.
Yeah,
so
at least
plenty
3
of time.
corners now, hasn't it?
Yeah, plenty of time.
And
But
he's one
again,
of the fastest
what
drivers
penalty?
out of the SRHI. SRHI? Sim Racing Holland team.
Yep. Sim Racing Holland. So these drivers absolutely on the limit here. Obviously, getting track cut penalties just shows you how hard they are pushing to try and sort of gain any advantage over their opponents.
It looks like it must be cold on the back end of that Sim Racing Holland. There's a layer of snow on the back.
Oh yeah. Somebody forgot to texture the diffuser again.
Looks like it's starting to work. The track's temperature's down to 34 degrees now, but
So the loss.
it was earlier on, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, it wasn't. It was down to 36 earlier. So you're absolutely right. It has gone down again.
wind at 3. Unless you sat where I am, in which case it's wind slope.
Absolutely. So
we have lost 2 cars out of this
yeah.
out of this event. We've lost the 715 of Rob Jackson and Jack Alexander, and we've lost the 38 car of Slip and Grip Racing, I believe.
I believe it is Slip and Grip. Yeah, it will be. I believe that is
Alex McGee rings a bell.
Alex McGee, Ant Brown, and somebody else, I'm sure. Obviously, yeah, it's not an ideal situation considering that they're the 2 teams that I know the best. But it is what it is, obviously, and unfortunate.
So I'm
unfortunate nonetheless.
I'm issuing drive-throughs out randomly to people, and what you're doing is just getting them out of the server.
Maybe.
It sound like it, doesn't it?
I mean, can't prove that, so.
No. But don't stop them thinking it.
Well, yeah, you got a point. Absolutely.
So just over 3 hours to go. I'm not going anywhere with that. I'm just saying there's just over 3 hours to go.
No? Yeah, just over 3 hours to go. And still James Mead leading the way with Grappellini in second. Paperta third now, taking over from his teammate Pryor. Milan Duma back in the car now for what I believe is his final stint. Hillman in the 169 now to Horst in 6th place. Johansson in 7th. Fallenduke 8th. As we see the Scuderia, Porsche, Ferrari, Team Rocket Scuderia, Banana Float, whatever you want to call it. Just call it whatever you want at this point. In 8th place, Van der Kraan 9th in the 33 car, and Vickers in 10th. Verhoeven, Baton, Neumann, Hoffman, Arvidsson, Corkin, Vale, Scholl, Crawford, Parker, Barth are your top 20. Schubert, Volters, Van Vorselen, and Van Berver are your 24 runners, with Ant Brown and Rob Jackson retiring pretty early on in the race, I'd say. Well, lap 77 for the 715 BMW and lap 219 for the 38 Lexus.
Fair few hours ago, that.
That would be a fair few hours ago. Now we're on lap 300. Yeah, it's a fair few hours ago indeed. We've got cumulative total so far, so 330 laps for James Mead, and then there is 20 laps difference between him and Van Berver. So Van Berver on 310 with Mead on 330. So, I mean, anything interesting that picked your attention during this 9 hours so far?
Why, something happened?
Well, I mean, there's been a motor race.
Nobody told me.
Nobody told you?
No. I just wonder what I was doing Saturday, randomly pressing buttons. The amount of drive-throughs. To be fair, I suppose it is only to be expected at this circuit. I'll get my words out short. Particularly because of the off-track limits that are quite tightly controlled here by the game. Simulation. Not by Simsport Racing International. We don't want people to think that we're corrupt and do things like that. It is all simulation,
And a little bit fun.
Yeah, and we have no control over the in-game penalties that are automatically awarded. We can't wipe them either. It'd be unfair to do so. If you've burnt the penalty, there's a reason why you burnt the penalty. And the stewards have been reasonably quiet, to be fair. The last report was at 5:47.
Yeah, it's good to know that they've been fairly quiet now for the past 2 odd hours. I mean, obviously, we've seen some incidents. Teams aren't just reporting them. I think, you know, they're sorting it out. If there's an apology made and it's not really affected their race, then they'll just sort of suck it up and let the others get on with it. You know, karma comes to those who karma will strike eventually, won't it?
Yes, just like Railway drivers.
Hmm.
They're called train
Are
drivers.
we
they're
really?
not.
Are we going to be political here
I'm not going to be political, but currently they are on strike, aren't they?
again?
I think so. If not, I'll just call
Do
one out.
you remember? Yeah. Do you remember that video? I don't know if you ever watched Russell Has Good News, but there was this woman when they called the general election for David Cameron, and she's like, "Oh no, not another one!" That's pretty much how I feel right now every time I see these drive-throughs as well.
Other comedians are available.
Other comedians are available, of course, yes. But yeah, the strikes as well, obviously, don't help anybody, do they?
No.
Well, unless you drive, in which case it doesn't really affect you.
It doesn't, but I think it's just a political, topical thing to say at this moment in time that distracts us away from the racing.
It does, absolutely. But meanwhile, there is some racing going on, and James Mead is still leading this racing. Are we shocked? Honestly, no. I think he's been doing a great job.
He's not answered the question though that I posted in chat much earlier on. What happened at his pit stop?
Yeah, he's. I think they're sort of trying to ignore us. It's awfully rude.
Yeah, but what happens at the end of the race? They get that opportunity to come and be chastised by us.
Oh, absolutely. We can
bring him in. We can ask them then, and then they've got to tell everybody.
They have to tell everybody. Absolutely.
It's law.
It absolutely is. So I'm looking forward to that. They're not going to get away with it this time.
No, not even with those pesky kids. So what's caught your eye in the few hours you've been observing?
I mean, obviously that amount of penalties that have been applied. I think we've seen about 20 or 30 now, between obviously all these sort of drivers sort of just pushing what you wouldn't really consider, in my opinion. I don't really consider that the limits, but equally, for whatever reason, it feels that it is enough to sort of push you over the edge. So obviously we've seen some good racing with some great overtakes. We've seen a little bit of a dangerous moments that you'd sort of think, oh god, was that really a good idea?
There's only been one or two accidents as well, hasn't there?
Yeah, there's only been minimal sort of situations. We saw that the 992 got into the back of the 47. That was obviously unfortunate for our elder driver, as obviously being hit by any car isn't great, especially when you're sort of trying to just manage your own race. We've got some interesting comments coming out of Aaron Van Duren right now. Fun fact: Team Rocket was laughing at our P break. 20 minutes later, they had a drive-through and a stop-go 30, and we get drunken in front of them. We don't condone drink driving, just to clarify, but that is up to them, I guess. They want to be that. They want to do that. That's their choice.
That explains why they needed to stop and go for a wee, though.
Yeah, that would explain it. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes here, as 3 hours on the clock in approximately 20 seconds.
Let's check in with the pizza team.
There is Pizza Team 101, still sat in 14th place, finally out of 13th at least. Obviously no longer in the unlucky spot. Still no drive-through, surprisingly, which in my opinion, maybe we should just chuck one in there to make it fair. Sander is going to join us for an interview in about 50 minutes as well. Just thought I'd let you.
That's cracking.
Cracking. But yeah, obviously we've got a long way to go yet before the end of the race. Another 3 hours, and it should be interesting to see how they get on.
I think what will be a stark contrast now, Adam, between the commentating teams that have been on up to this to the point where I joined is the level of professionalism that I now will not bring to this.
I mean, we've done pretty well so far.
I don't think
We
anybody will
normally
notice.
do. Be alright.
Nobody's listening, that's why.
Yeah, probably nobody listening. I think, you know, I think every time that we say it, that they've probably got a thing like every time we mention a brand, they take a drink. At this point, they're all drunk as anything.
Other beers are
So-
available. Oh no, we didn't mention one.
We didn't mention one, no. And I didn't say beer. Never said what they were drunk on.
Oh, I didn't.
So, yeah, I managed to get it perfect.
If anybody in chat wants to select a car to watch, just let us know. At the moment, there's no close battles going on.
There's not really much going on at the moment. We're in a
Yeah.
position where the last 3 hours tend to be sort of a little bit quiet until the last half hour when everybody sort of shuffles into their pit stop systems again.
I'm just randomly picking a car.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, other sports around the world. We've got some. What else have we got? Have we got any other motorsports other than Formula E? Because if I'm honest,
Even though you whispered it, I think
you know, that was the point. It was just sort of the.
we could talk about that football team.
I mean, we could, but why would we? You know, why would we also? We'd be talking about circus.
Wasn't going to go that far. Not live on air. Patrick
Other football teams are available.
Patrick Prince did put in the our shed information earlier on. I don't know if you read it.
Yeah.
This day's been bad enough as it is. As we're talking, I'm going to stop talking because as soon as I mention that team,
Oh, no! Not again!
how did that happen?
Every time. Honestly. Back in your corner, Chris. Off you go. Nah, unfortunately for Lula, that is a stop go 30 seconds. So another penalty applied there. I think that's a speeding in the pit lane violation, so I don't think that's actually us.
Nobody wants to be violated in the pit stop.
No, absolutely not. You shouldn't violate the pit stops. You had one job.
I've just been informed that my mic's too low, so I'm just putting it up so I can be overpowering and unbearable now.
Well, I mean, weren't you to begin with?
Yeah, true. I can't hide from that fact. It's a bit like the aftershave I'm wearing.
I can't smell it, so it's all good.
Here's a point. If people with beards
Right.
wore aftershave, what's the point?
Maybe if you're trimming it, technically it's still shaven.
It's not really, is it? It's trimming. As Lulu
Can't
comes in
prove.
to
Yep.
serve her stop goal 30.
Absolutely, another stop go 30 for another team. So unfortunate for them. Obviously, not great in a situation when you're trying to sort of fight for any positions and just put you on the back foot. Now, obviously, they're going to be back behind as low as 20th, so they're going to end up back in 20th place because obviously it is the number 18. Yeah, this really has it, Patrick. Unfortunately, it's because we let Chris speak. I think, you know.
Sorry. You have the choice. You do it on your own, or I come in and cause chaos.
I mean, it doesn't affect me. Just saying.
That's true. Very true.
Other commentators are available.
if they were, you wouldn't have me here.
Well, if they were, obviously.
I did read some comments a few months back, I think it was, that some people do actually like listening to the commentary that we put out, particularly when they're giving when the commentators are giving facts and information about the track.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure whether
Absolutely.
that was sorry, not just the track, the cars,
Yeah.
the sim, everything.
Oh, my
like that.
my nerdy facts a while back. Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah, yeah. Now I can't help thinking that they made that reference about they like all the information as a dig at me because I don't give any.
No, you don't. You just go, there's a car. Pretty.
Yeah.
On to the next one.
I don't always say
next
that.
one.
I don't always say that. Look, here's a black car.
Yeah, obviously, you know, the Aston Martin, the V8 Vantage, the Mercedes there behind. I believe they actually have the same. They share the powertrain between each other, Mercedes and Aston.
Right, you're being boring now. Here's a blue car.
Here's a blue car. Oh, sorry, is blue car chasing what looks like pink car, but it's actually pizza.
That was a yellow car.
But absolutely, obviously, yeah, it's very different, you know.
Here's the number one car.
Oh dear. This is what what we deal with?
Yes. Sorry. I've let myself
No,
down.
it's all good. It's all good.
I've let the community down. I've let the tyres down.
Why have you let your tyres down? It's not very
Sure.
clever.
I feel deflated.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Anyway, obviously we know that a lot of these cars are, you know, pretty much your road-going car with a load of bits strapped on and a little bit more power. Roll cages are actually surprisingly hard to get in and out of. You would be surprised, like, at the general person trying to get in a car with a roll cage. It's not as easy as it looks.
I'll be honest, I don't think I stand a chance.
I mean, if I could ever get you to a race weekend, I'd love to see you try and get in the Lotus, because even I struggle, and I'm, you know, I am.
I would struggle getting into some scaffolding, let alone a roll cage.
Oh, don't treat yourself that badly.
Always get in first before other people do it.
That's fair.
It takes
enough,
the sting out of it. I've learnt that over the years.
Fair enough, I guess. That is your choice. I didn't say nothing.
No.
But yeah, I tell you what, I did miss out on the opportunity to do. I missed out on the opportunity to meet Jimmy Broadbent as well the other week.
No, you need to reverse that. Jimmy Broadbent missed out on the opportunity of meeting Adam Bent.
Absolutely. Anyway, so which team has the best livery? Ooh, go on, Chris. You go first. Which colour car do you like?
I liked red car, me. This is my favourite livery. I'll show you when I find it. This I really do love.
Mr. Valenduke, the Ferrari one. It's a very good livery.
It's actually more special that it winds Dylan up.
How does it? Yeah, I can understand. Obviously, you know, it does make sense that it might wind him up. But you know what? I think it looks good, and it sounds better than a Ferrari. So.
I mean, I don't know if you saw much of the earlier stream, Adam. I know you were busy at work, weren't you?
I was busy with. No, I was just busy chatting profanities. Anyway.
Every time Dylan seems to mention it, all of a sudden would appear on the screen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, every time you mention a car, it almost appears on the screen, like commentaries about that sort of thing.
Yeah. It happens.
How bizarre. Oh my, what a spectacle. Anyway, obviously, we've got plenty of times. Plenty of things going on. Number 63 getting a Oliver for a textbook unlapping. Obviously, you know, very good to see the camaraderie and how polite some of these guys are with each other. You know, the respect goes a long way, and I think in motor racing and sim racing, you've got to have a little bit of respect for your opponents. Chris stays quiet because he knows he does.
No, I'm thinking of whether to ask you to select a car and see what
probably
happens.
Number 33.
You want to see 33? So basically, you want to give 33
I thought
a
you were
drive
about
through.
like best liveries. I really do like car 33. I like the blue and orange.
Right.
I'm watching Corkin's fucking internet bounce up and
Oh.
down. Sorry, profanity. I was bad. I can't help it. You know, I'm a student. After a few hours, it just slips out.
It's enough.
Anyway. Yeah, it's obviously Lork racing car. Absolutely beautiful car, I think. Blue and orange, perfect car.
Simple taste.
It's simple but effective. Works really well with the car. You know, doesn't stick out like a sore thumb, but it's easily identifiable, and I think that's the key thing with a good livery.
Obviously, if you're watching the chat, give us a like and subscribe, because nobody's actually mentioned that throughout this, what is it, 9 hours of broadcasting.
Well, I mean, I thought that somebody else would have done it at some point, so, you know.
No, I've not been away from here at all.
Oh, no?
No, I've not moved, which is going to be a bit worrying in a few, about an hour's
Do you
time.
not want to stand up and just stretch your legs?
I'd love to, but I'm bound to trip over something. Like one of these tubs of delicious curved crisps that I can't mention the name of, but use your imagination of a man with a moustache.
Oh, those ones, huh? Lovely. Very nice.
What's your favourite flavour then?
Probably the barbecue ones. Didn't know they were vegan as well. Did you know that? Those ones are actually vegan.
No, I did not know that.
There you go.
That is random.
Which of all the flavours you would not expect it.
No, absolutely not. And that is one of my favourites as well. I also like the sour cream.
Yeah. Well, so ironically, the ready salted aren't vegan, but the barbecue ones are.
What about the prawn cocktail ones?
They'd be vegan, I think. No, maybe not, because they might have mayonnaise. Or like egg. Sort of like mayo flavour.
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking vegetarian. I'm not being insulted there. I just had one of those moments.
I mean,
time.
yeah, I've got my reserved judgments about certain things, and I mean, the TLDR of that is, do what you want, just don't involve me in it. You know, don't force it onto people. If you want to eat, you eat what you want to eat.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to eat these.
Yeah, I know you are.
Corkin's ping is jumping up and down, but it doesn't look like it's affecting it.
So I've just found this, like, I was just having a bit of a nose Twitter to see what's going on in the world of motorsport, and also, obviously, I follow other sports. I'm just going to post this into the shed. I think extra time went a bit silly in that game.
Am I going to laugh?
You might. Their extra time was a bit extra.
How?
How, I don't know.
How is that even possible?
I don't know. That's like, hang on. That's pretty much 2/3 of our race.
So for those that haven't got the ability to see what the hell we're talking about, would you like to explain?
So somebody obviously who's in charge of updating systems on Google sort of match day things. If you search any sport on Google, like any club on Google, they tend to come up with a sort of a thing. And yeah, so there's a match here, a Scottish Championship, match day 3, Inverness versus Cove Rangers. You know, 3-1 score, 90 minutes played, and they're into extra time. However, for some reason, the extra time is 470 minutes. I mean, you've got to think, you know, 90 minutes and an hour and a half. So they're doing they've done over 2/3 of our race distance today in extra time alone. Also, I've just noticed as well that Formula E had a Pikachu parade prior to the race set in South Korea today. I mean, I'm not saying I'm an anime fan, but if you were able to do that, like if you were able to like have a mascot parade before a race that you were running, hosting, what kind of mascots would you want?
I'm just trying to process all that information you just give me, and I'm wondering.
I will send it to you now. Hang on.
I'm now wondering if I'm actually on the right broadcast.
I'm just having a quick look, and obviously meanwhile, obviously, as we're looking back on the screen now, we can see that obviously John Baton in 12th place currently, holding fort there. And have a quick look at the pit wall, see if we've got any interesting things going on here.
This, I think, is the closest battle, to be honest.
Say again, sorry?
I think this is the closest battle between 11th and 12th. I think John is hunting down Dennis.
He is indeed. There's 7 seconds between them, and then there's another 25 seconds between them and Van der Kraan. Van der Kraan in 9th, Vickers in 10th, Verhoeven in 11th, and 5 seconds now between Baton and Verhoeven. So Verhoeven's going to have a little pressure on him very soon if he's not careful. The 101 is just ahead, so they're going to get lapped again, or that will be 2 laps down on this car in particular. Obviously, they are 7-8 laps down on our race leader currently. We've got another car in the pits, Corkin in the pits. His internet seems to be bouncing up and down. If you watch it on the stream at some point, you'll see like the 15th place car number 4 has internet bouncing like a yo-yo, so I'm sure that somebody will have mentioned that to him already.
It might be because he's watching the stream at the same time. So it might be us that's mentioning it too.
Maybe, you never know.
Could be that unfortunate.
It'll be interesting to see, but yeah, you can see that John Baton is still racing as hard as he can to try and make his way towards Verhoeven. Verhoeven's obviously going to be under pressure very soon if he's not careful. That is, in fact, I think that is the car ahead of him is Verhoeven. It is, no, that's not, it's 101, it's still Stefan.
They're always
so
in the way.
Obviously, awfully rude. But obviously, yeah, on his way through to continue his 14th place position. We have a gap of quite a lot. 79 seconds between him and 992 car. So almost a lap, basically. You have a lot of time.
So
in fact, we've got Corkin and Vale have swapped places as well. So Corkin has dropped another place to Sander.
As
that is Sander Vale. As Ping has come down. John Baton's still chasing down Verhoeven. Verhoeven obviously far enough away that he doesn't have to worry too much. Still 5 seconds the gap between himself and the opposing team. Ike Tails just set a fast lap. He just set the personal best for the team at 1:35.9. Sector 1 personal best as well, 23.7. So we've got plenty of time. We're currently watching John Baton, obviously Sim Racing Holland's driver there as he goes flat out through that king. It's very fast corner that. I daren't always like go as fast as you really should through it. Milan Duma still sat in 4th place. Hulleman in 5th, Tehorst in 6th. So all those 3 drivers, we've spoken to those 3 teams already. All 3 of them pretty content with their positions at the moment. Valenduk and Johansson, then Valenduk is P7 and 8. Van der Kraan in 9th still. Got a bit of a gap between him and Mr. Vickers. Obviously 27 seconds now, the gap between them. Then you look another 31 seconds back to Verhoeven. And obviously John Baton, 4 seconds now, the gap between him and Baton. And then obviously Neumann is a lap down from them, so obviously not in contention for 12th place at this current moment.
I'm not in contention for 12th place. I've been wrong. Can I say that?
No comment. Anyway, so obviously we have got still running in this race. We've still got 24 drivers it is great to see so many cars still in the grid, even in this weather. Obviously, a few drivers probably dropped out pre-race just due to the heat. I mean, obviously, not everybody has a great time with heat and maybe don't have the facilities to look after themselves sufficiently in this weather. So, obviously, those that are in the warm weather, I'm not quite sure how hot it is now. I think it'll cool down quite a bit. I say that, it's still 27 degrees out there. Those that can't get themselves out of the warm weather, then obviously make sure to drink plenty and look after yourselves, because obviously the last thing you want to do is get yourself ill, especially in this weather.
So when you say drink plenty, is that reference to the CDSR?
Honestly, yes and no. Drink water. Obviously, make sure you stay hydrated if you are having alcohol tonight. That's an important thing. But if you are going to drink tonight, then enjoy it. You know, it's a Saturday. Saturdays for the boys.
Sexist? Oh, my mistake.
It's not sex. It's a joke, though. But
All complaints can be addressed to Mr. Haddon Bent, somewhere in
I
North
mean-
Wales.
somewhere exactly you can't find them. Obviously, the important thing is that everybody's enjoying themselves and that we, you know, enjoy ourselves as much as we can whilst obviously the racing is going on. It's going to be a few more hours to go, 2.5 hours to be exact, and it seems to be that everybody seems to be sort of now just settling into their positions. Few people sort of trying to jostle for positions. You've still got Luke Shaw actually only 15 seconds down the road from Corkin at the moment. So there's a chance there. Baton actually now down below 3 seconds. And there's a drive-through. As we're watching Michael Schubert, he now gets a drive-through. So Chris now blessing everybody with drive-throughs once again. John T, I believe that will be Jonas or Jonas, whatever. Again, I will eventually get it right. In Finland, we have a brisk 15 degrees. Well, that sounds like perfect weather for a t-shirt, shorts, and a barbecue. And Lulu now joins the club of the drive-through. So another drive-through for the 990 car. It's going from bad to worst for them.
I didn't
Now
even click
3-0
on
down
that
against
time.
Brentford.
Who's 3-0 down?
I said Lulu's team got another drive-through. They're now 3-0 down against Brentford.
Oh.
Patrick will get the reference.
Oh,
He'll love it. He'll love the reference.
I'll get the reference. I'm sure he'll jump on here in a minute and batter you.
Oh, it's all love. It's all love.
So Jean Baton has closed his gap down quite rapidly now.
He
1.7
has indeed.
seconds.
He absolutely has, and obviously it's great to see that these guys are fighting quite well. Obviously, you know, it's the only battle on track so far. Obviously, we've got plenty of time yet to see something else happen, but I think just in the distance, John can smell the chance to go ahead. As that's a spin, there's a spinner. Is it going to cause contact? No, it's not. It's a half spin from that Mercedes. The Mercedes is 6'3" of Luke Shaw. Shaw gets out of the way very quickly and very efficiently there. Well done to him to get out of the way and make sure to not cause contact. But that was almost game over for 610 Motorsport then.
So the bottom image is the rear view from car.
Absolutely. So you can see the gap is now rapidly closing. I think Dennis probably got some brown trousers as well from that half spin that almost hit and collided with the rear end of that BMW. But the gap's starting to sort of plateau a little bit with similar, I say similar lap times. I'm looking at it now, and well, it's 0.3 of a second faster for Baton on that last lap. But now just over a second between him and his nearest rival right behind him, also in front of him, Verhoeven. Then next on the road would be Chris Vickers if he could try and sort of knuckle down. And so far, I mean, Baton is definitely faster than Verhoeven, but Vickers consistent mid-35s, he's going to have a difficult time to try and get past him.
I'm still here, by the way.
I know you are, and you are welcome to chime in at any time.
I will do once people really waiting to we'll be waiting a long while.
Sarcastic comment still loading, is it?
Yes, here we go, here we go.
So very close behind now, going through the Curva del Cardo towards Curva Misano now, trying to find any way past this BMW. He's going to have a great run at him probably down towards turn 1 as we go through the final corner. The Aston Martin does a really good job to maximise the speed. He's going to look for a move here. He's going to look to the outside. He's going to try and switch that back to the inside for the next corner. In fact, he's going to sweep round the outside and try and close the door before the next turn. He's done it there. So yeah, there you go. And he turns the outside to the inside, gets onto the racing line and gets the job done. Verhoeven now down to 12th place. Baton up to 11th. Sorry. As the job, that was a very well made move. And in fact, just behind them, I believe, behind Shaw as well, is Mr. Mead. So Mead is now catching up to this pack again to lap yet another couple cars on his way through to take a pretty comfortable lead so far. Still got quite a chunk between him and Grappellini in second place. It's not enough that if he was to get a penalty that he would be safe, but it is a lot nonetheless.
This James goes past the blue car that we saw earlier on having a minor spin.
Absolutely. Well, it was a very good save as well. Obviously, he didn't hit anybody, and obviously did a good job at holding position. So obviously we can see that there's a small pack gathering here. That looks like the 2 Green Moose cars, number 42 Aston, and also the 33 Lexus just ahead, I believe. Or is that the 404 car? It is.
No, it's the 33. The reason why I've jumped onto this is because there was a brief yellow flag, and it was the 33 car that caused it. But when I flicked onto it, it was already back on track. So I just assumed he's gone slightly wide somewhere. It'll take me too long to find the replay, so I just have to guess.
Absolutely. So Mike Abranosa reminding Aaron Van Duren to at least get one drive-through. Obviously, they may be drunk, but they've got to get their drive-through. Everybody's got to have one. Obviously, you don't. That's a joke. You don't have to get a drive-through before anybody comes at me going, yeah, it's not the point of racing. Obviously, we're just having a joke. But anyway, so as we can see, there's still plenty of time left for other things to happen in this race. John Baton now trying... that is Mr. Barr?
It was. I clicked on the wrong car. I meant to click on Lulu. She seems to be catching Ike shoes.
Lulu is now catching Ike after her stop-go. Was it a stop-go? No, it was just a drive-through. I do apologise. But yeah, after the drive-through, she is now trying to chase down her rival in front of her, which is the Green Moose Rookies car of Ike Tells. Or Twos, or I have no idea. That's an interesting last name. Oh, interesting. It was the 222 car that hit Lulu and spun around last lap.
Ah.
So I'm sure we'll see something come up pretty soon. I'm sure now Chris is actually running around trying to find a replay.
No, I'm not.
He's gone. Oh no. I thought you went quiet and I was worried.
I can't multitask.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But anyway, with 2.5 hours left to go, we've got plenty of time to enjoy some of the atmosphere of this track. Obviously, the track now getting a bit cooler, 28 degrees air temp with 32 degrees Celsius on the track.
Two and a half hours left, my friend.
That is 2.5 hours left to go. We are currently at 20 to 9 at UK time, I believe, over there. Well, it says 5:38 on the track time, but obviously in real life we're looking at closer to 20 to 10 now, as these drivers are pushing the limits between just how much just how hard they can push up. It's not an easy job to be to do when you're trying to force your way, you know, through the grids and make as many moves as you can. Obviously, it's important that you focus fully on how you maximize, where you maximize your opportunities. Because if you don't maximize those opportunities, then you're absolutely going to suffer for it.
So here's Mr. Allen, the THRC car.
So the THRC 2.4 car, still going around, still having a bit of fun. You know, 19 running it very incredibly wide, but still having a nice time and enjoying themselves. But you have to enjoy yourself when you're racing. If you don't enjoy it, you wouldn't be here. So absolute credit to them to keep going, even in the situation where, you know, you're quite a way down, just to try and get some, even if it's just to try and get some minor points on the board and finish in a slightly higher position than you were before.
It's all experience at the end of the day.
It is indeed.
In 23rd place we have Werner van Vorselen. I hope I've said that right, sorry for the butcher.
We do indeed. So our second to last place driver there, just trying to sort of, you know, make his way around. Still a little bit of damage on the front of that car, but not too much. I don't think it's actually affected too much now. Just chuck some tape on the front and it should be alright.
Other brands of tape are available that I was using. I
didn't specify a brand of tape, but sure.
No, I know you didn't, but I did in my head.
I'm assuming something like duct tape.
See, other brands of tape are available, such as
interesting
double-sided sticky tape.
Very good, very good indeed. So obviously, why would you want double-sided sticky tape? It's not very good on a race car.
You've got to stick it down, obviously. Put it on one side, slam it shut, it'll shut. Keep it closed.
But no comment.
Did you never watch Blue Peter? Where they sticky back plastic?
Blue Peter wasn't trying to fix a race car.
Well, perhaps they need a new challenge.
Does Blue Peter even still exist?
What are you asking me for? I'm 52-year-old. Why the hell would I be watching children's television?
I wouldn't know either. I'm 21 years old now. I wouldn't have a clue.
So you've got more chance of knowing than I have.
Don't know, mate.
Here we go. The 4014.
The 4014, yep, in P22, after taking their sister cars penalties, just enjoying themselves at the back of the grid, having a bit of fun and racing their way through. You've got P3 behind the 217 car, probably now BP4 actually when they come P2, sorry, when they come through there. Jumps back to P2, and obviously making their way through now past Thomas Falters in the Era 404 car. So with just under 2.5 hours left to go, we've got a lot of people still making their penultimate stops. We'll have one more stop after this. Before the end of the race, these guys will be fighting as hard as they can to just maximise any positions they can get, any points. Because obviously if you don't, well, you'll rue it in the long run. So we've got not very many battles happening out on track, mainly because of the gaps. You know, there's a lot of gaps between some of these drivers at the moment. So you've got to sort of maximise your opportunities where you can. See Vickers in 9th place currently, 5 laps and a minute down on Valenduk. So we've got Neumann in 11th, who is 17 seconds now behind Verhoeven. So obviously after that overtake, Neumann has not got an answer to Verhoeven so far. Delors is actually, by the looks of it, catching as well to Neumann. Neumann seems to be struggling a little bit. Then Van der Linden not far behind either, with only 50 seconds. Well, I say not far, but 50 seconds, but still on the same lap as 10th place.
So Van der Linden is from the Sim Racing Holland team, so they've obviously just done a drive-through.
Pit stop.
A driver swap.
Yeah, they've done their pit. They've done another pit stop. So we've got what is going to be essentially the penultimate round of pit stop. So people are going to be trying to sort of plan to go the last hour and a half as a sprint almost. Just make sure that they're. There's my mic stand decides it's a bit squeaky now. They're going to want to maximise every opportunity to just extend that last stint as much as they can. They know that it's all about what you're going to make. But obviously, if you were to stop an hour from now, you'd have an hour and a half left, and in theory you could make it to the end, but you'd be very tired. So maybe there's going to be sort of a hour from the end, a mad dash of pit stops in order to get everybody through.
I think everybody's fighting. I did say fighting, then it might be the other word that I was actually thinking. To do the final driving session, or do you think they're fighting not to do it?
I think a lot of people will be not. They'll already assign somebody. They'll normally assign a driver to last stint. You know, unless you are in a comfortable position that you can sort of maybe use that penultimate stint as a push stint, and then use the final stint as just a let's bring it in. And some teams will have a strategy which benefits the fast drivers at the end. Some won't. Some will just choose, you know what, we've done the fast driving at the beginning to build a gap, and then we'll let the slower drivers take the end to maintain the gap. You know, it's with endurance racing, you've got a lot more opportunity to match your strategy, and that's the key thing. People like to mix and match, and obviously, unlike Formula 1, a different strategy isn't always actually a bad strategy.
Unless you're Ferrari.
Well, that is Formula 1. I said, unlike Formula 1, so. Because if you look at different sports across the way, like even IndyCar can manage it, you can change and actually still be pretty effective. Endurance racing obviously is the best example of having different strategies coming in at different times, trying different. Obviously, we don't have them in ACC, but if safety cars were a feature, people would be stopping under every safety car to get stops out of the way, because you can maximise a stop under a safety car and lose no time almost.
The wise man has spoken.
The wise man hath spoken. Anyway, so we're watching Patrick 911 GT3. I don't remember which version this is. So many different 911 GT3 RSRs, RS, all sorts of other ones. So we're just going to call it 911 GT. Obviously, we have some GT2 cars coming in the future, which includes actually 2 new Porsches, because there was the 938 and also a 911. So it would be very interesting to see how the GT2s actually do stack up against the GT3 car, because on paper I believe they're fast but with less aero, so it sort of balances out, so you can actually have some interesting competitions between cars. And obviously with the inclusion of a Brabham KTM GT2, which I absolutely adore, I think it looks lethal. I think it'd be a great addition. Are you looking forward to any coming in the future?
No.
No?
I don't know, to be honest. I've not really thought about it. I was just processing through my head all the Porsches you were rhyming off there, and just curious, have they all got the engine in the back?
Yeah, so they are, you know, obviously people comment, oh, it's the Beetle of the sports car world. Well, it literally is the Beetle. It literally is a Beetle. I think the original Porsche chassis were Beetle chassis, and the best way to mount the engine was the rear. So obviously you can get front engine Porsches. They're not very common. You know, you're looking at your SUVs, family cars, but the majority of Porsches, for the weight distribution that they offer for the short wheelbase, they have to chuck the engine in the rear, because otherwise having that short rear end and no weight over it, every time you went into a corner the rear end would just go. You'd have no grip and you'd spin constant. So a lot of companies, if you look at their cars and you see the engine, normally based on the fact of the car would be too heavy, the weight balance wouldn't be right, and obviously the distribution of weight would be so wrong that you would just spin every time you went to go and put the power down.
You know your stuff, don't you?
Well, I mean, somebody's got to.
Oh, clearly. You bring the knowledge, I'll just bring the
Comedy.
I'll let you say that.
Oh, I was trying to be polite.
Cameras.
Well, there you go then. So obviously, like I say, we've got plenty of time. I think my co-content is going to have a quick break, so you'll just have to be stuck with me for a little bit. Hopefully, we can get somebody in to have a chat if anybody would like to come in. Oh, in fact, we have got a little bit of drama as Piperta's now got a drive-through penalty. So number 3 now has got a drive-through penalty. Obviously, in reality, he may not actually have major issues with that. There's plenty of time between him and Milan, but Milan will see this, and obviously that will give them that little boost to know that obviously there's a chance to just gain a tiny bit of time back from their opposing drivers. Obviously, so now drive through for the 62 car with 2 hours 18 minutes to go. They've got to make sure this drive through is done with no issues. The GCWR Academy, they are going to need to just sort of hold fort almost. So they're actually only 1 lap ahead of Milan. So actually, strictly speaking, once they serve their drive-through, Milan should be on the same lap as Piperta, and obviously that's going to make it a lot more interesting towards the end of the race, because obviously Milan just has kept his nose clean and been making sure that he doesn't do anything that will, prevent them from having the best result. Holloman's still obviously just there in case something does happen, not far away at all. In fact, he's only 1.8 seconds behind him on the road. So those two, he's only just been lapped by Milan, unless he's unlapping himself. We're not quite sure. We can obviously speculate. So plenty of time left in this race for something else to happen, and I'm sure that we'll see plenty of action to come from this last 2 hours, or just over 2 hours. So we're watching now Lulu as she is catching the green moose car of Aito's between, that is now coming down the start-finish straight. So we've got a car in the pits, that's Vale and Shaw in the pits, so the car number 11 and 63, both in the pits now for their races. In the bio apparently it says 6 hours of Suzuka, but it's 24. Chris will have to correct that if it's incorrect, or I'm sure he'll tell you if it isn't. But yeah, so obviously we're watching Lulu now chase down the 222 car of Ike Toes, or anybody that knows, it would be greatly appreciated to let. She's got a lot of work to do to catch up. See, after that stop go 20. Or sorry, stop go 30, I believe she had, and then obviously also a drive through afterwards. So the 990 just struggling that little bit for a result today, with obviously the situations that they've been under. So we've now got Piperta into the pits to serve his drive through. 212 will gain a little bit of time from this, not by much, but just enough to obviously see if they can get them to just sort of panic a little bit, maybe not too much. It shouldn't be too bad for them to actually see what's going on, but obviously the important thing right now is that we can see also actually Van Schaik is right behind Van der Linden. So Van der Linden now under actually from Van Schaik, so the number 12 Aston Sim Racing Holland car. I believe it lost a position earlier on to another car, so now he's got this situation where he's going to potentially lose another position to the 610 Motorsport car.
Car 38.
Absolutely, the 73 car doing a great job. Absolutely right, Wouter. It's great to see you in the chat. If you want to jump into the comments box and help me out a bit, be greatly appreciated. But obviously, do as you please. And obviously we can see that this is a good opportunity now for 610 Motorsport in their it is an M4, isn't it? The new one. M4 GT3, I believe it is. The GT4 coming out here at the end of this year, believed to race for next year. So obviously next year we're going to have a whole host of new cars: Lamborghini, Porsche, Ferrari, probably a new BMW, knowing BMW. They're going to be bringing out. Yep, twos. Thank you very much. Obviously, yeah, these guys are going to be fighting hard now to, gain any positions they can. Last thing you want to be doing is losing the opportunities to gain positions. But yeah, like I say, next year, ACC's final year as an official game to the SRO, and they're going to send it out in a big way, absolutely. I'm hoping for some more maybe Japanese tracks. It would be great to see some. Oh, sorry, I say Japanese, Asian tracks. We'd like to see, Beijing, maybe Kuala Lumpur. That would be an amazing track. The Malaysian Grand Prix track would be absolutely stunning. So I would also like to see a few other tracks. Anybody else got a? Anybody else got any suggestions as to what tracks maybe we want to see? And if I can quickly, I don't know if Chris is there, but if you are there, Chris, can you bring Sander up, please? There we go. Hello, Sander. You there? Oh, hello, Walter.
Forgot to meet, but
It's all good. How are you doing, buddy?
yeah, I'm great. I'm great. A bit hot. I'm here in the attic, so and
Who
I
locked
think
you up
it's
there?
30 degrees, so I'm really in my swimsuit. So
You're in your swimsuit. Well, I mean, that's one way to try, I guess. How's the race been for you so far?
yeah, it's fine. Start wasn't too good for us. I think we lost 7 or 8 places at the start, but after that we're coming back now. So we're now P16 and we have sight on P15. So
Well, that's
looking,
always good to hear.
yeah, looking forward for the battle.
Absolutely.
How are you
obviously-
doing?
Yeah, we're warm.
Yeah, same.
And I'm quite high right now, just trying to keep myself cool in any way possible. Obviously, yeah, you guys have been having an interest, to say the least, haven't you?
Sorry, there was a.
I was saying, you've been having an interesting race.
Yes,
so
yes,
far.
yes. Yeah, yeah. Ew. the children.
It's all good, absolutely. So obviously,
Yeah,
not long left to go now.
No, we have yeah, interesting race. I think stint 3 we were at P12, but I had an incident, so we lost some places again. But yeah, overall it's quite steady, I think. So I hope to get a P15. That would be a nice goal for now.
It'd be great to see a good position for yourselves, and in fact, you might have a little bit more luck than that because Van Corken's just taken a drive-through.
Ah,
so,
okay.
drive-through for number 4 after, well, running a pretty smooth race for a while, but unfortunately, yeah, so now down to another drive-through for them, Oliver Anderson, doing whatever he's doing. I'm not quite sure. We don't question the 101. And that's like that seems to be rule 1 of the Simsport endurance series. You just don't question what 101 are up to. But obviously, looking ahead now, obviously not long left to go in the race. Are you still happy with the position you're in? Do you feel like you could have done better?
Yeah, of course, the start and my first stint was a bit not that great, but still, I think this is the best we can do right now, and I'm happy with it. If you can get P15, would be great.
Absolutely.
So, and we're having fun, and that's the most important. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely. Well, as long as you're having fun, I think that's the key thing. Absolutely. Obviously, you don't want to be doing this if you're not having fun. Although honestly, right now I'd rather be in a swimming. I might have to get one for the next time it's hot.
Yeah,
Just commentate from the swimming pool.
you should do it in
I think
between
that would be
the
interesting.
commentary. Actually,
Absolutely.
I went for a swim in between the stints because
Very good.
yeah, That's the best way to keep cool.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're absolutely right there.
I think it's great to see that many drivers, even though it's very hot. There's still a lot of
Yeah.
drivers here, so
Absolutely.
that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's great to see everybody
Yep.
still here and still trying their hardest even in this heat. You know, not everybody can cope with this sort of weather, so it's great to see that people can still get in here and give it a go. In fact, we've missed the overtake on twos as well because Perfect's gone through.
Oh,
We've
yeah.
got Van Schieken now actually chasing down Van der Linden in the number 12. So obviously, any more aspirations for this race, or is it just now a case of get to the end?
Yeah, get to the end. No more track limits because we're now at 2 track limits, so we can have one more and then
Well,
prevent the drive-through because that's
Dennis
costs a
must
lot
have
of
heard
time.
you because he's just set the personal best for the car.
Great,
So-
great. Okay.
Best
I will
of luck to you
congratulate
guys.
him.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming
Yeah.
in. Best of luck to you guys to the end of the race.
Thank you.
Meanwhile,
And,
Van Schieken- sorry.
keep it
Go
cool.
Thank you very much. You too, buddy. Take care.
Yep. Bye.
See you later. Well, I am joined by Wouter now as well after not persuading, but maybe poking with a stick to get in here. Good evening, Wouter.
Good evening. How are you?
How are you doing?
Oh, yeah. I'm fine. Just got back home and switched on the stream, said something in chat, and now I'm here, helping you out on your own.
Yeah, it's been an interesting evening. It's definitely been one of the most interesting sort of in terms of penalties. We've got a 10-second penalty for Ike. I'm sure that will be for contact. I can't imagine why else there would be a 10-second penalty. Anybody else that knows why, please let me know. I'm sure Chris, if he does know, will pop it up in a second. But nothing on my screen so far. So we have 2 hours, 7 minutes to go. How's your day been, Wouter?
I spent my whole day from 6 o'clock in the morning till 8 on a boat being towed by our tugboat from our Sea Scouts group. So, as drivers are dealing here with hot temperatures on their rooms, normally it's in the virtual world on the circuits where we go. With hot temperatures, especially on the tracks here in Italy, it's mostly warm, but now it's also for the drivers itself. I saw the reactions in chat. Of course, the team where I'm driving for are also driving in this race. I saw their reactions, and they are just cooling off everything, and I just don't know how they can function in this heat.
Yeah, it is. It's been. I mean, well, what I would say is simulations come to life almost. So yeah, definitely the weather is gonna make a lot of people struggle. I've just turned my fan off for like 5 seconds, and immediately I'm warm. Like it not even 5 seconds after turning it off, I've immediately just felt that heat. Obviously, with everything sort of on in my room, I've got 3 monitors, my PC, and just various little bits of tech that obviously heat your room up. In winter, you'd be like, you wouldn't be complaining, but right now, yeah, it's warm to say the least.
Yeah, of course. Now I don't want to make anyone jealous, but I just came out of the show and it's amazing cool here in the Netherlands. And here we see the 10-second time penalty.
There we go.
for
Yeah,
Ike.
time penalty for causing a collision, as I thought.
So that's interesting. And also, I don't know about the race till now, but from my own experience, the track limits are quite strict here. So, as I believe Sanderville just said, 2 track limits. Having to know them here is key, as this is also a bit longer pit lane than on some other tracks. So managing it with the heat, with the penalties and everything, 10 hours until this point, they're all doing amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. It is it's a very interesting sort of situation, isn't it, with this sort of these sort of races, because all of a sudden you put under a lot of pressure from various other sort of directions. You've got racing to worry about. You've got to worry about time penalties. You've got to worry about so much as well that obviously you can't just. It's not just as simple as turning up and driving, is it?
No, of course preparation is also key for this, so getting to know the track. Sander saying I have to know my track limits. Nice preparation in the race. Also, I'm not the most prepared every time, but in every case it's key, and you don't know what will happen. Everything on track may affect everyone's race, as we're watching this battle between these cars for quite a few minutes now, and these two might crash, which can result in another car having troubles with that. So it's key to get everything under control, which you can control by yourself, like the setup, tire temperatures, yourself in this temperature, in the real world here, and then also anticipating to the conditions on track, who is driving, as is a team event with 12 hours, and I think most people will do it on more than at least 3 people. I know at least one team who is doing it almost all with 2 guys.
Yeah.
But various skill levels and how will everyone react, lapping cars. So it's key to get it, just not drink and drive as Van Schijk goes past Van der Linde. Yeah, beautiful.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very good move there. So eventually, Van der Linde finally caves as Van Schijk actually manages to get through this time. He's fought this battle for a few laps now, and you can see that he's not well. He's going to be fine by the looks of it. Because Sim Racing Holland not giving up at all.
Yeah, they're fighting back for it, and this is for position. So even after 10 hours of racing, this is still, they are not going to give each other away presents. Especially in the last 2 hours. In the start of the race, you can think, he's much faster, I'm just wasting both our tires, our fuel with it. But now they don't want to give each other space, as Van Schijk is pulling a bit of a gap.
Absolutely.
So he is, yeah. I wanted to say trying to catch Abarosa. Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Driving as fast as he can. Seeing if he can get possession front, as we're still 2 hours to go. We had the biggest part of the race by miles. But still at 2 hours, a lot can happen. In one corner you can be from the lead to out of the race. And I don't want to commentate curse anything, but you have to be on your marks at all of the time.
Absolutely do. So it's great to see, as in fact that's 73, so that's our back marker currently going off, which is unfortunate for him. It's not nice. Obviously, you know, it's
Oh, there is.
it's not
Which just guys
not
are
great, but obviously they're still going, and there looks like there's very little damage in the way of their situation. Just trundling along almost, and just enjoying themselves as they look for just a way through and a way to sort of accentuate their their time. Obviously, if you learn something from it, then it's not too bad to be sort of right there at the back, because it's not the end of the world to be too far back.
Yeah, and I know from that team as a part of it, this was even a race where we don't even thought we would be doing it, as myself wasn't there for most of the day. I don't know if I would come back today or tomorrow, so I won't be available. Sjouke, our driver, who was always there, is on vacation. Well, Abarosa is pushing on the back of the Loire for 10th place, so for the last spot in the top 10. So now, as I said, it will be just getting the laps in the car, because every lap
counts, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, they are now both in the top 10, so it's now fighting for P9 currently, as Neumann has come in. So everybody's now stopping at this 2-hour mark to try and run this as the stop. Some people have stopped earlier, so they may have to make another 2 stops. But most people will be looking to try and make this their penultimate stop.
Yeah, with I believe the stint time is 1 hour and 10 minutes. Especially on this track, most of the cars will get it on fuel. As we had some times where the stint mark is 1 hour and 15 minutes, and with the BOP in Ascent Course competition itself, it could be hard to get to the point where you can actually make the whole 75 minutes. So here it will mostly likely be the time which will get to the drivers, but indeed, as you said, they will now be doing the penultimate stops. They only do 1 stop and maybe get the last driver, which will finish the race in the car.
Absolutely. Well, obviously these guys are going to be figuring that out. Neumann with a stop go 30, so that's going to be even more damage for the 992 car after potentially a top 10 finish on the cards. They're going to end up probably closer to the top, maybe lucky if they get a top 15. That is really unfortunate for the driver. Obviously that will be speeding under the pit lane rules. You're going to be speeding, you're going to get stop go 30 for that. That's regardless of whether it's a kilometre, whether it's 2, you sped, and that is your punishment. So unfortunately for the 992 car, it is now going to be in the hands of John Doe Germany, who has to grin and bear the effect of whoever decided to speed.
Yeah, as we talked about, track limit warnings also stop code 30, which is more than a drive-through, which is also the correct penalty if you sped in the pit lane. As in part of, instead of in real life, we don't have real people walking to the pits, but it's just a rule for speed limit to make it more realistic and such. And it's, as I believe this is Abarosa, yeah, goes down the inside of the Loire into that corner. So now the Loire might try and make a move into the next braking zone after these 2 flat out corners. But it seems like Abarosa gets the position until now. Nice overtake by him. But yeah, it's just a rule, and it's a harsh penalty also in this track with long pit lane and 30 seconds. But they are great drivers, as much here. So they'll try and get the best out of this, and it's better to get a 30-second stop and go now than in the last 10 minutes.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, obviously, yeah, it's important not to get any more stop-go penalties. You know, you don't want to get any penalties or any issues in the last hour, last 2 hours. You know, this is now make-up time. A lot of people will be thinking the last stint now. They're in their minds, they can see the finish line almost. You know, 10 hours have surpassed so far. It's been a hell of a challenge for some of these drivers to make it this far. Obviously, some haven't. In fact, 2 teams didn't make it even as far as first half. And obviously that is unfortunate. And to answer that question, we're not eating anything. I do sometimes move around my mic and it does sound like I'm eating. So it is not eating per se, it's just me moving my mic. So don't worry, we don't eat on stream per se, but well, maybe we will. Depends if we're feeling snacky. Anyway, we're still watching Mike Abranosa go as he is now heading towards here. This will be his, let's find him on my beautiful timing screen, 369th lap so far. So he's on 360, our leader on 374, so they're going to surpass 400 laps. Now that's a lot of laps to drive any circuit, let alone one that sort of wants to punish you at every turn.
Yeah, red-eye did 2.4 hours here, and for me it was one of the least enjoyable stints I've ever driven. This is maybe with this is, I think, my least favorite track to actually drive, and then I have some tracks which I just don't like to even drive. So I don't even drive there. But with these corners, especially this one where Mike is driving through now, it's tight to get on the track limits. You have to absolutely nail the corners there to get a good line through there and be on the limit of the track limits, as you saw him almost fully on the curbs, trying to get to the apex and then onto the last two corners for a flat bit, which is also, I think, a special thing here in Misano. As from here, it's a long flat part, but to overtake cars, it's pretty damn hard. If you're close behind someone here, you have to get or such big overspeed with just slipstream alone from short distance. You just can't get past, as you have to go from all the way to the track and go on to the next one. So it's a hard track to drive with some tricky corners. So amazing job from the drivers in here.
Absolutely, brilliant job from all these drivers here, doing their best they can with the tools they have to make sure that they can get themselves to the finish. Obviously, learning this track is half the battle, the other half is finishing the race, as obviously not everybody can finish a race, but just to try and get yourself to the end of this race. With an hour and 53 minutes to go, we still have the number 5 car, now driven by Clyde Barney, in P1 for 175 laps so far. Simone Letzi in P2 in the 138 BMW. P3 is the 62 Porsche of Simone Pepeta, 374 laps completed, and still being chased down by Vincent Vilcek. So we'll see how that goes as time goes on. We have in P5 Brian McConnell now in the Benjamin McConnell, in the 169 McLaren with Van Drunen, Hurgard, Lenson, Abranosa and Delore are top 10. In P11 is Van Schalk, Van der Linden just behind John Doe Germany, Oliver Anderson and Verkman are top 15, Corkin, Muller, Curtin, Burfoot, Toes in P20 there.
Go back live.
With 21 Zidek, Volters in 22, 23 Peter and Allen in P24. Obviously the two cars we lost with number 38 Anthony Brown and the number 715 of Rob Jackson. 1 hour 51 minutes remaining.
Yeah, 1 hour 51 minutes still remaining in this race. As we just got a quick update on the scorings. This is I don't know what to pronounce the name wrong, but Zidek, I believe, let's blue flag driver. No, let's lapping car through.
Zidek, yeah, he's letting. I believe. In fact, no, is that not? Not. Twos is actually still in the back of Lulu, and actually Lulu's closed the gap between her and Curtin. Tom Curtin is now under attack from Lulu, so Tom here in the number 18, Lulu only 2.5 seconds down the road, I believe. See if the gap is, as they approach the line now, whether it's actually Lulu attacking or Tom who's already overtaken. We have the gap of 2.7 seconds past, so we'll keep an eye on that one for now. 3.2 seconds now between Lulu and Ike. There's a lot of time for anything to happen. I believe Chris has just returned from his little break.
I'm having ice cream now.
Oh, you're having ice cream now, so you're going back on a break?
No, I'm not. I'm going to eat this ice cream and let everybody in the stream hear me eat it.
This isn't ASMR, Chris.
No idea what you're talking about.
Well, seeing as you're here, I'm gonna have a quick stretch of my legs. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Hi, Walter. How are you?
Yeah, good. And how are you?
Tired.
Ah, yeah. You did the full 12-hour streaming till now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have no choice.
Well, yeah, we're also always talking about the albeit the drivers, that they're doing an amazing job driving the 12 hours, but also I think I am allowed to say it that commentators. I just hopped in about 30 minutes ago. I just cooled myself down, but Chris is doing the 12 hours until now in the heat, and I don't know from how long Adam is here, but they also, I just want to say it here, deserve a thank you for streaming this, I believe, great race till now.
It's got to be thanked to all the commentators. So we've had Dylan Pick and Ryan Walker this morning for 5-6 hours. I can't remember how long we were here for. For them, I bet it was an eternity. For me, it was a short lifetime. And then we've had Adam Bent and Adam Nizalovic. And then obviously now yourself, who was a surprise commentator. So surprised you just put a message in the chat and then you got picked on by Adam, I believe.
That's simply exactly what happened. But yeah, amazing to help out here, as I can believe. Now it's cool here, but it's way too hot to work too hard in these circumstances. So I'm lucky that he doesn't have to talk all this time by himself, so that he has the time to also take a drink. But yeah, everybody tries to cool themselves down. You're eating an ice cream, I heard.
Yeah, it's lovely. I'd give you a lick,
Great,
but
yeah.
too far to come.
Great to hear. Yeah, I could get one myself easily, but for me, I'm now cold, so I'm trying to keep it this way and not having to keep my to cool myself down, but just keep cool. Yeah, I thought that was Ike in front, but that's just a lap car, as we are seeing two McLarens driving out each other. It's the McLaren of Zidek, and someone goes wide. I can't see who it is on the track map, as I don't have one at the moment. But yeah, just seeing how the race folds out, we see gaps closing. I believe also Borkin P16 is closing in on Bergman in P15. And so are some of the gaps closing between drivers, as we hear having sights on Borkin in the BMW, trying to chase down Dennis Bergman in his Mode 11 Aston Martin. Yeah, as we are seeing him through the first sector, trying to get that car onto the apexes for a tricky corner section here, following through, get the power of the BMW down, especially on the straight here. As I said, get a good exit here, which can be tricky. I'm trying to close that in, as he closed in a couple of tenths last lap. As I see from here, trying to get past him for the 15th position in this race. So there's still a bit to go. So we'll see who gets a position out of this. Getting the slipstream here. Hard to overtake here, as mentioned earlier, but still getting the try to get even close to him, which could also be helpful later in the race. As the temperature is dropping 1 degree Celsius down last time and getting into the evening hours in game time, the track might also get a bit cooler, a bit lovelier for the tires, and maybe a bit lovelier for the mental of the drivers here, that there is something actually cooling off.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for speaking of cooling off. I have returned. Nice. Got a nice drink in my hand now, so we're much better now.
Other drinks are available.
I mean, I would have said other liquids, but sure. So yeah, obviously, thank you very much for playing, giving me that chance to just go grab a quick drink, just try and cool myself off after this. I think I'm going to have some food. Other nutrition sources are available. Obviously, Chris with his ice cream, his unnamed ice cream brand. Obviously about to nice and cool now as well, and now myself, nice and cool with my fan on and some alcohol in my hand, much better. So an hour and 44 minutes to go. Van Corken still chasing down Verkman in the Mode 11 car. His ping's still sort of bouncing around a little bit, so I'm sure there will be some comments made as to whether obviously he needs to change drivers due to his internet or not. But at the moment, it seems to be relatively okay. It doesn't look like it is a massive issue so far. So obviously, yeah, as you guys were discussing, obviously it's cooling down now. They're saying that the track temperature seems to have, I believe, increased. I don't know if I'm mistaken, but it seems to have gone up by a degree. With the air temperature now 27 degrees and track at 29. That was a car backwards. I didn't see who it was.
But it was Mercedes, so it doesn't.
It might be the 63 then. It probably would be, I'd say.
I think that's a great chance to be the 63 car.
Unless one of the CBSR guys have gone to the toilet again.
I don't even want to know why they're saying that. Well, we saw on the picture we got from, I believe, also Aaron, that they were driving with two setups behind each other, and I quite know what there was between them, and I hope they don't consume it before they had to go in a stint, because I don't think that would be the smartest thing to do. But I believe indeed that's the 63 cars. It doesn't seem like the CBSR livery was on there. But luckily no one else got caught up in it. We don't know if it was the fault of the Mercedes itself.
I've got a note saying that it was the 63 Merc who got hit from behind, so Mr. Chris? Are you doing wonderful things in the background, or are you just sort of sat there eating ice cream?
I'm doing such a wonderful thing, I'm still eating my ice cream.
3 hands all the way.
Once that's gone, I'll go and find your replay. What car are we looking for? 63?
63.
I'll try and multitask.
Corner.
This should be interesting.
Oh god, this is going to... If the stream disappears, it means that Chris has spilt his ice cream over the computers.
Yeah.
So we apologise in advance. So Corkin is now behind the Mode 11 car still. They're sort of trading back and forth so far. I'm watching them on the screen. We're watching them on the screen now as they come into turn 4, or Curva del Rio, through the 2 turns there, into the sharp left-hander that takes them onto a small back straight towards the Curva Casilla now, and it seems to be that the BMW doesn't really have the grunt to get past just yet. Absolute pleasure, Jan, if you'd like to join us in the commentary box, you're welcome to, and have a little bit of a chat just to tell us how your racing's been going.
Yeah, here Corkin is still pushing to the back of Bergman. Yeah, just had to take a sip of my drink. But yeah, as we see Corkin still on the back of Bergman. He is closing in a bit, but this isn't the easiest track to overtake. So we also saw with Van Schaik that he was stuck a bit of time behind Van der Linde to get past him. And also John to Germany, which had the 30-second stop and go, is still in P13, so he didn't lost any places there. Trying to keep it up from there, as Corkin is still trying to get past Dennis Bergman.
He is absolutely trying his hardest to get past Dennis Bergman, but Dennis Bergman doing an absolute stellar job at defending his position there. With Aaron 40 left to go, we can see that Valentine Corkin still trying to get past Bergman in the Mode 11 car. The Mode 11 doing a really good job, in fact only 11 seconds away from Oliver Anderson, so there could be a chance that these two end up joining Oliver for that 14th place.
Yeah, so they are trying to get close to him. 1 hour and 39 minutes ago, and if they stopped previously, it could be that this in the car momentarily will be their finishing drive, or they can still do a swap. So most of the teams will most likely put in... Oh, We have to replay of the 63
Here we go.
car.
So Mode 11 behind, Mode 11 now helping them round and just showing them a scenic route through the last turn. I'm sure that'll be looked at by the stewards and probably expect maybe a 10-15 second penalty there for contact. Obviously anything higher I feel would be a little bit hard considering obviously back marker situation, but even still it isn't obviously an acceptable situation to be in.
Yeah, of course it isn't nice to as a park marker if you're trying to get out of the way, you still got hit. As of course people are racing for position, but if you're trying to get out of the way, I probably think there will be some action between it as it's class and not in the 2.4 multi-class race between classes. It won't be penalized like one of the hardest. Well, Corkin gets a run on
it was that battle.
Werkman into the braking zone after the straight, but Werkman still has the inside and
defends that well.
Yeah.
Well, another attack from the BMW, but that time he goes a very aggressive down the inside. He's going to cause contact. Nobody's going to push him wide. A little bit of tap between the Aston and the BMW. It's now going to be a straight drag race between the two as they go down the long straight now towards Cavone. They go through side by side. It's going to give the BMW that little bit of an edge as they did get the inside line, and now going to be ahead, but Werkman's going to try and hang it around the outside, go for a switchback move, maybe. Can't get that done, and into the Delgado they go, and that is move done for the BMW.
Yeah, I think I don't have to say anything more because I just said a few minutes ago that it's hard to overtake there, and a bit later you see a car overtaking there, so I guess my predictions are most likely wrong, with Corkin now getting the position and trying to fend off Bergman into the next couple of laps, and also trying to gain time on Oliver Anderson in front of 14th position. He's currently the best Audi on track, which is supported with 3 cars, and I don't know which of the two, because at the start of this season the new Audi Evo 2 wasn't there, so I don't know if they are still driving in the old one, but nevertheless
there are no Evo 2s in this race. There are no Evo 2s in this.
Okay, so they're all in the old Audi, also an amazing car, while Bergman tries it around the outside, but definitely not a car that you see a lot in the racing nowadays, and especially not with the new car there.
Well, absolutely not. Obviously, with anything, you always go for the newer machinery, fortunately. Well, because the series started after the, before the new machinery came out, the rules dictate that obviously you can only use a car that was there at the start of the season. Obviously, the list is there for a reason. That's to try and make it competitive and balanced, because otherwise people would be going for the new machinery in the moment they could. So, obviously, I believe that was a really good call from Team SSRi, the stewards and the admins, to make sure that the unfair advantage wasn't there, because obviously that Audi, when it came out, the BOP was just absolutely broken for it and everybody was driving it.
Yeah, I don't want to say we had something similar before, but I guess there was a reason why we saw, well, there's a little tap between the two, and there's also the...
That is the 42 Aston of Hugard.
Yeah, going on its way to lap those guys, so they might try and do something down the inside, while Corkin gets to the outside, to the inside of the next corner, with Bergman still nice next to him, braking late and still leave a little tap, and there goes Hugard down the inside, which is a lapping car, so they might fight him not too hard. Expect by something with following the Hoogaard through. Well, Corkin gets down the way, but it was a nice try from Werkman to go down the inside there. As Corkin goes through, but Werkman doesn't, and they are still back to back with Corkin in front of them.
Absolutely. As there's contact now between the two drivers, there's contact between Mode 11 and then the BMW decides to clutch kick and spin round into the front end of the Aston Martin. So there's going to be someone looking at that. If I'm honest, racing incident, they both hit each other, and then BMW finished it off with a nice little tap to remind the Aston that obviously it was his mistake. So I think all's fair in love and war there.
Yeah, all's fair in love, so we might have a second look if Chris is doing it again, multitasking with his ice cream and the replay. But indeed, a little tap with Bergman being the second tap in the race for him in a couple of minutes. So he might get a penalty from there if they will report it from the last incident. And even with this one, we don't know which mistake it was, or if someone made a big mistake as cars go side by side at the top of the screen.
Absolutely. Well, the key thing as well was that BMW drove backwards on the circuit. Now, in most racing, you cannot do that. Unless you are pulling off, you cannot drive backwards on a circuit. So they may look at that, but obviously that would depend on situation. So we can see here now, you can see just how close they are. A little bit of contact, there's a tap there. Both go round, obviously the Mode 11 car tries to go through, and that was the secondary contact. Now to me, the secondary contact was a little bit naughty, I think. He accelerated knowing the opponent's car was there and still drove into them. So it's a very much a case of a gamble. Obviously, both of them are now going to have to come in for a pit stop, potentially. Obviously, the BMW has come in early, so they're going to have to try and last an hour and a half, which I don't think the cars can do, can they?
Sorry, what did you say? Your audio clipped a bit for me.
I was just saying that I don't think a car can last an hour and a half.
No, a car can't last an hour and a half with the fuel tank and also with the stint timer. So they have to do another stop, and then the question is, will you make this stop for the last tire stop, as they might get to the end. They will get to the end eventually if you go a bit good with them. And then you would also have to do the last driver in it, because a driver stop takes 30 seconds, a tire stop takes 30 seconds at least, but the fuel stop is shorter than that. So if you want to save time, you could now do the last tire stop, get the last person in the car, and then only fuel in about an hour time. But then you would, if you change, you would have the starting driver ready, and with contact it might not be ready, and so on. So prior to CS, we here see the race leader at the moment, Clayton Bani in the Odyssey Racing BMW, going past Bergman, I believe. So he didn't went into the pits.
So Bergman's going to continue. Let's see has now got the fastest lap of the race as well. So the BMW 138 is actually now the fastest car on circuit. So Clayton Bani now has a little bit of a challenge behind him. But obviously, yeah, the important thing is that Bergman hasn't come into. So obviously, they clearly think that their damage is enough to really warrant a emergency stop, so to speak. So they'll probably do their damage and all their other bits on that last hour.
Yeah, if they even would do their damage, as the BMW got a small hit from behind, and the Aston got a small tap from the side. So it's their choice to decide whether the damage is worth fixing it, because they were just close to each other, and then every second counts. So they might try and get the disadvantage they got with the BMW driving faster away in a manner that might not be totally acceptable, and just try to make the best out of it, or try and get to the pits, to maybe get a dent out of the car but lose quite a few seconds in the pits. But it's the strategy of the Mode 11 car, and I'm not a part of them, so I wouldn't know what their mindset was.
Absolutely not. Well, obviously, you know, can only speculate so much, can't we?
Yeah. And it's always surprising to see what teams do. Sometimes I'm thinking this is a great strategy, what I have in mind, and then I see a team doing it 10 times better, and then I thought I should have come up with that. It's just amazing to learn from each other here in this community, seeing what other drivers will do, what other teams will do, and just learning to become better from each other.
Absolutely right there, bud. Absolutely right. So as we can see, there's a lot interesting, a lot of interesting strategies. Obviously, Simone Letzi now in the Racing Point car, only 30 seconds back still. So there's an outside chance if something was to happen to Clayt Barney that he would actually take the top step. But obviously that is up to speculation. There's still a long way to go in terms of racing and a half to race around the circuit. This circuit obviously being about a minute and a half long. So plenty of laps still on the board, as we're only at 391 laps out of, well, an hour of the hour and a half. So 391 laps in this past 10 and a half hours has been quite a monumental task to get these cars through.
Yeah, it's a short circuit, so also quite a lot of cars, as you saw, lapping and getting lapped might sometimes result in something, and that's also the fact that every car on track matters. Clyde Bainey can drive an absolute amazing race, but just the fact that someone could spin in a battle with someone else, he doesn't see it, and there's so much that can happen even in the last few minutes, so they just have to drive to their best and get the things they can control under their control, and hoping for the best.
Absolutely, sorry, I was just replying to somebody in the chat, but yeah, obviously, if you ever want to come in for an interview, it's the Waiting Shed channel in the SSRi Endurance Discord, so if you want to actually talk to us, to come into that Discord, otherwise we cannot bring you in. But yeah, you're absolutely right, obviously, you know, you can run an amazing race, P1 for the whole race, and then that last 20 minutes, come up to a back marker, crash, and, well, you know, back marker lives matter.
Yeah, as I said, everybody is just here driving around. Some people might didn't have the best race, so are just now learning, as Jan Parf is
Absolutely.
here with us.
Well, welcome Jan to the shed.
Yeah, hello guys. First of all, I want to thank you everybody for having this great race. And it's a pleasure to race with you guys. It's one of the most competitive leagues I've ever joined, and the pace is just crazy for everybody.
Absolutely. Well, how's your race? How did your race go for you?
To be honest, not very well, because we had a lot of drive-through penalties for track limits. I think we got 5 in total, 5 or 6, and we are about to get maybe a 6th, because we're already on the third one. So yeah, but you know, try to a little bit to max out track limits. It's also good learning for me and my teammates Carl Van Horn and Tom Curtin, and yeah.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, you know, it's every day's a learning day, as they say.
Absolutely, Adam. It's in every race I learn, and especially with this competitive. In this competitive league, you can learn even more, and that's what I like about the league. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, an hour and a half left to go. Obviously, sat 18th. You started 22nd, so you can't really be too disappointed with finishing ahead of where you started?
Oh no, it's absolutely fine. My goal, our goal, and my personal goal is always to be better than the starting place. So yeah. But when you see the lap times and when you see, okay, maybe less drive-throughs, then maybe we can be top 15 or something like that. But you know, that's endurance racing. It's 12 hours race. I did 6 hours by myself, and that wasn't too bad today. Yeah.
I mean, that's still an absolute marathon effort itself to get that far with, you know, on your own in 6 hours racing it. It's quite a big effort.
Yeah, and
So-
I was getting used to it because I did the 12 hours solo 3 weeks ago, so I'm a little bit trained in that. But yeah, I quite like to challenge myself, and I want to thank you, my teammates, Carl van Orn and Tom Curtin, who's now behind the wheel, and it's always a pleasure to race with them. And I want to say thank you to Alex Crawford in the 990 Lamborghini. We had a great fight together, and I was enjoyed that a lot. Definitely.
That is always good to hear whenever anybody wants to thank another driver for a great battle. Obviously, that's really important. Seeing you guys race together is important, not just because that's something to talk about, but enjoyable for you two guys, because obviously in most endurance racing, it's sort of just hot lapping, isn't it?
I think for me, endurance racing is more like you start and you want to get to the finish line. That's all what matters, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And just avoid the carnage. Don't crash the car in the beginning, which I was started, and it was going really well, in my opinion. And that's what I am always doing also in the sprint races. So yeah.
Absolutely. Well, a brilliant job by yourself, a brilliant job by your team to get this far into the race. Obviously, not long to go now. I'm assuming you're done for the for today.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. And hope we will see you in the next race at Donington. And
Chris would have to confirm that. I looked at the calendar. There you go. So it is Donington for the next one. So if I'm about, I will definitely be on the comms, I'm sure. And if not, you'll still have a very capable team around you. So enjoy your evening, sir. And congratulations on a stellar job.
Thank you, guys. And thank you, Adam. And thank you for the comms. Great job. And I always enjoy your streams. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, buddy. Take care.
Take care.
Well, so that was the number 18 car, the Astro Racing, if I'm not mistaken. And that was Jan Bath. So we've got a replay coming up of, what was it, sorry? Oh, have we had a wee spin, have we? Very good. Well, I'm sure a wee one. Just a wee one. So we're going into turn one now, and he goes wee as he goes off. There we go. So yeah, so that's the wee spin there. That's not too bad actually. You know, very lucky that it was in a particular part of the circuit that's not too bad. And don't worry, Jan, you did very well in the interview. Don't worry. So Frans van der Linde now. No need to fight that one. Mode 11 actually 5-second penalty. So I believe that been no. No worries. We heard enough of your voice. Jinxed enough people, I think. So. You okay, Walter?
I don't know if that's just an issue from me. Maybe Chris can confirm. I believe Adam is going out sometimes.
It's not too great. I think it's just my internet. It's a bit choppy.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were talking, and it was my internet, so I didn't want to talk to you. But I was also looking through the chats where the drivers have access to, and there were people saying that Corkin, the BMW in P16, which collided with Dennis Werkman, is actually having troubles on track with his connection. So I don't know if it's confirmed where the 5-second penalty for Werkman is coming from which incident.
Contact. Yeah. Well, I've switched back to my mic. That's not as nice, but should hopefully be a little bit better. In fact, I'm watching my internet jump up and down, so that might be why. Obviously, I'm having those issues. However, obviously, we still have Frans van der Linden on the road there in P12, in number 12. So a perfect circle there between them. And obviously, with an hour and 18 minutes to go, we're going to see maybe the first few stops within the next 10 minutes. See, these guys know sort of the limits of the cars and should know that when to sort of box these for their final time.
Yeah, with time left to go, in about 8 minutes, then we will have the last stop. As we here we see Aaron van Drunen, which is driving together in the same room with and he's another CBSR teammate, which I wouldn't know who it is, but it's also something amazing to do, as we have teams here which are driving from all the way through the globe, and we have teams who are actually getting together for these races, and that's just something lovely to know. And the variety in the people driving here, as I can say that I am a 15-year-old boy from the Netherlands, and I'm in the same team as, I don't want to call people old, but someone on age, 52, also from here. And it isn't hard to work together. It's just amazing to see the different people driving with each other in the cars. So it was a long way away from the CBSR, and I think I talked a bit too much. As we see Thomas Wolters Audi 4 here.
Oh no, who's got another one? I'm gonna have to bring Oliver in here. He's got to answer for these crimes now. We keep giving this poor team penalty. That is definitely not very nice. And yeah, that's my internet going out. Lovely.
Oh.
Glitching around, and if I do, I'll be gone for like 5 or 10 minutes. I think somebody's downloading something and just not throttling it.
Well, you have to do it then. Yeah, Thomas Wolters in the 404. I don't know if he got so many drive-thrus that Adam was so wind up with another drive-thru for the car. But as said, it's hard here. It's a long pit lane. You don't want them, but it's lovely to see that he is still driving there. If they had so many, yeah, I don't want to say punches in the face, but issues in the race with track limits, still driving the amazing how many would this be then? As I can kind of say that in the charity 12 hours of Nurburgring in about the beginning of the year, me with the team and I believe Aaron van Drunen was even one up, had about 8 drive-thrus in 12 hours. So you have some tracks where the track limits are strict, and then if you're struggling a bit with it, then you get easy to quite a few drive-thrus. I had once 2 drive-thrus in a 20-minute race. So I won't say it's abnormal for him to have some issues, but it's just driving there and getting those laps in for the last 1 hour and 40 minutes.
thing is as long as they're enjoying themselves, it doesn't matter how many drive-throughs they get. In fact, they're carrying on. I'm back on the stream now, so people can hear me waffling again. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, they may have had quite a few drive-throughs. You know, so they're still driving. They've not give up.
Yeah, they're still driving, and they're doing amazing if they don't hit everyone off the track to the point where they will say you aren't allowed to drive anymore. They don't do anything wrong, so it's all about also enjoying yourself. There isn't any prize money on the line. It's just a fun championship here. So I hope everybody is enjoying themselves. Maybe he's enjoying himself a bit too much with a cheeky little drift through one of the faster corners.
Right, so I think it's just going to keep bouncing around every now and again, but I am back. As Thomas Bolt is going to... Oh no! Oh no, he came back wrong. At the wrong time, he's going to...
He must have had to come in such urgency there to realise that he's got to serve his drive-through.
Yeah, interesting way to serve the drive-through. I wouldn't personally do that, but yeah, enjoying himself, doing a bit of drift, and also with 2 hours to go now, no, 1 hour and 30 minutes to go, you might get a bit title to the end, or one last driver stint after this from someone else, and you just... I can't see now how many times he did in the car until now, but if you do it with 2 or 3 people, then you would be driving about 6 to 4 hours, and in these conditions, with this warm weather around Europe at least, I can only imagine that you will be absolutely tired after this. We'll get a great night of sleeping.
So they're in a team of 2, so the other driver is Ruad Stewart, who's one of our stewards as well. So I assume that Ruad's in maybe doing the stewarding.
I can only imagine him doing the stewarding and then seeing another drive-through for the car. If I heard correctly, they had a few. But yeah, hopefully they're enjoying themselves, as now indeed in the next few minutes we will most likely see maybe a bit of cars coming into the pits, as then it will be just one stop to the end and a rush. So interesting to see how the first 2 will be doing it, as they're still on the same lap. So yeah, we'll see how the strategy will play out there. Here we see Clyde Bainey with in front of him Hugard in P7, so he will go past him around straight with the big BMW engine. Down there, and just continuing on with doing some great things, driving that BMW quite fast around the track, with a bit of looking back from Hugard, but just driving to clean. And for that last stint, as we actually now get to the crossover point, that every stop now could be the last if something special doesn't happen. So we'll see who goes first and who will actually do it to the end, and doesn't make any short pit stops, some splashes, or even some spins.
So there's 25 seconds between first and second place, which at this stage of a 12-hour race, almost 11 hours into it, is quite impressive. Third place guy is 2 laps down. Fourth place is 4 laps down. as is 5th place as well.
25 seconds after 10 hours of racing. That's, well, we almost had 11 hours of racing. That's just impressive numbers there. So 25 seconds is even shorter than a tire stop. So if there will be also a difference with damage, which I don't believe any of them will have, but it's so short with each other. As you heard, the P3 is 2 laps behind them. So there would be quite a room for error, but if there would be any incident, it could be over for them, and it could be frustrating for the leading car or for the second car to just don't get it to the goal if it slips away. Well, I had a screen which I could also see that the Racing Dudes Motorsport 47 car is having a loose front hood of the BMW of them. So that are just some of the things which can happen in a race, getting impact. So they're trying to get to the end, and now they can make their stop to the end, which I'm quite sure they will.
They've been carrying that damage for quite a long time. At least 2 hours, I think. Maybe slightly longer.
Racing Good Motorsport, knowing them, they are in second to last place, just in front of the THRC car, with a few laps. So they're also just driving it to the end with quite a laps gap onto Walters in P22. So I believe they're just driving there to the end, not getting any damages, hoping they don't have any engine damages which we had in Barcelona, and that they all continue on. Well, we see a yellow flag momentarily. Can't see where it is. But it could indicate that someone spun. Well, it is an indication that there's an incident on track, but I just can't see where and when it happened. So I don't know if Chris has the power of the camera to look for. Well, it's on the back straight. Is a car standing still? Yeah, it's Walter standing still there. Not the most convenient place to stand still.
I wonder if we've had a disconnect.
Yeah, this could be a disconnect. This could be anything. Oh, and there, and he's spun. The leader actually spun. It seemed. I don't know the screen.
We managed to control it, unfortunately, but. I mean, there are yellow flags being waved by the fictitious marshals, so people should be aware of it.
You also get a big message in your screen saying double yellow ahead, so there is indication enough for the drivers. Yeah, as Yannick said in the chat, it might also be a wheel failure for them, but then they're gone, so that seems like a disconnect. Sad for them. I don't know if they'll manage to come back or what happened there. Yeah, that seems like a disconnect, so luckily no one crashed onto them.
Very fortunate.
Yeah, And as you saw for Ebani, this could be quite an impact, as he actually is in the pits. So the leader is in the pits, probably for the last time this race. And yeah, he gave over to James Mate. So he will do the last stint to the finish in the last 1 hour and 4 minutes. With having troubles reading that name. Yes, sorry if I'm mispronouncing, but I'm not familiar with that last name. Is in the lead, but they also have to do a stop, so we'll see how it falls out afterwards. Last hour of racing, which the race isn't concluded even for the win, it's still happening.
So let's focus on Yetzi now and see if we can spot when he's going to come into the pits to serve that last pit stop. Will he change drivers, or will Yetzi take it to the end? Just over an hour of racing left.
Yeah, so as we see he didn't pit just a lap after, so he is probably doing his own strategy and not looking to actually the leader to try and do the same as him. So he might even did a longer stint that he will be doing like half an hour now. So I'm hoping to see a nice strategy from them, which I assure will be coming from there if they don't put it on the hards. So
Dennis Verhoeven and car 16 for the drive-through penalty, currently serving that drive-through.
yeah, we still don't know what happened with the 404 car, but we actually got to the moment where there are so many drivers in the race that they will all fit on the one page of the screen, so we see the whole grid on the left hand side, from Yetzi to Steve Allen in last place to Yetzi in first place. Still, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that name, with 407 laps, which is an incredible number if you get to the fact that in the 24-hour race they were almost to the 600 laps in Spa, and here they almost at 400 laps, and it's crazy numbers. So great job to all the drivers.
So yeah, so he's still out on track. Still hasn't pitted yet. Obviously it's only a matter of time, it's just when the time will be.
Oh yeah, so we actually get the thing from Oliver Anderson that 404 had a computer crash. So I don't see them returning quite fast, as if it was a computer crash with the driver 1. It might get, well, actually we can ask himself, as Thomas Wolter is in waiting for the shed.
I should drag Thomas in right now.
Yeah. Hey Thomas, good evening. Well, might be harsh to ask, but how are you?
He's that upset, he's not going to speak to us. Thomas, do you need to do push to talk? Thomas, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Thomas, we can't hear you.
I'm here now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It might be asked to ask, but how are you?
I'm sore.
apparently a 5-hour stint is quite long, but no, I'm actually good.
Okay,
Bit-
yeah.
Bit disappointed, but yeah.
Yeah, so we saw, I believe from your teammate, that you had a computer crash or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah, no, Oliver's on the in the sister car, or yeah, the A car. But just out of nowhere, my headphones died, my everything just crashed. So the livery we have is pretty good, pretty ironic.
Yes, it is. With 404 crash screen.
Yep, that's what I got.
Yeah.
So it didn't look good enough, but
Yeah, so tough luck for you, but you said you were doing a 5-hour stint?
yeah. It was supposed to be 6 hours in a row. Of course with changes because we can't drive 6 hours in a row, but Stuart, my teammate, had to go to work, so I had a 6-hour stand ahead of me from 6 o'clock till, 6 o'clock till 12 o'clock. But couldn't make it, just barely couldn't make it.
Okay, so yeah, I heard Adam saying that you got quite a few drive-thrus, and
yeah, it wasn't fun.
We saw before you hit the wall and went into the pits for the last drive-through, you did a quite nice drift on the end of the flat section. Well, you had me on the edge of the seat if you could keep it, but if you did 5 hours straight, it's just amazing. After 2 hours, I'll get sore everywhere, and I just can't go any further. So amazing to see how those doing. But indeed, sorry for the PC crash. Indeed, a bit ironic with livery.
Yeah, it's just sad. It's a kind of waste of a 12-hour race, but oh well, shit happens. And I wasn't feeling it. As I said, my body was sore and my pedals weren't working right. So, all in all, it's a shame, but it didn't ruin that much.
Thomas, you know why the team is called Garage Rip 101?
Yeah, that's why it's ironic.
And you had the blue screen of death on your car. This was meant to happen. We have set you up for this for an entire month. You actually didn't have a choice. We knew this was going to happen.
Fuck. It was all part of the plan, I guess.
Yes, that's why you had a steward on your team. Just so if he was going to sabotage us, it wouldn't matter anyway.
Fair enough. Well, cheers to you guys. Have a good night. I'm be logging off.
Thank you very much for your time, Thomas. Just before we start speaking to Oliver, because we do love speaking to Oliver, the 138 car has been into the pit to serve his final pit stop and has managed to pick up a stop go 30 in the process. So
I actually saw that on the stream, that first he hit the pit wall coming into the pits and then he looked to be speeding over the line in a weird angle.
oh dear.
If you paid attention on the stream, Chris.
It's difficult to pay attention when your eyes are half shut.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So how has your race been, Oliver?
Easy, I would say. Quite big mistake on lap 3 or something, but besides that, it was nice. I hope you didn't catch it on the stream.
Sorry, just let me interrupt. So 138 has just come out right behind the lead car, so it's a lap down now.
Oh, sad.
So sorry, Oliver. What was the question?
What a heartbreak for them. I don't know. I wasn't asking your question. You was asking me something. Oh yes, I said that. Besides a massive mistake on lap 3 that I hope you didn't catch on the stream. It's been pretty pacey.
You're doing really well for your historical racing.
Yes, we have also avoided drive-through penalties for the entirety of the race. Even though that after 3 hours we had all 3 warnings, but since then we have had no such warnings at all.
You do know by having no drive-throughs at all, you get an automatic 1,000 points added to your.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
To a driver's license, it's penalty points.
Sorry, I thought it was April the 1st. It's not.
No. It's been a good race now. It's just if Stefan can keep Vane behind for the last part of the race.
How close behind is he?
We estimate about it's hard to say because I had an extra 5 seconds of penalty in the pits. But I would say estimate them to be about 40 seconds-ish behind it. We should be clear if we can avoid the drive-through. Probably, hopefully. It's been a good race for us, Chris. You know, you've been following us for a long, long time. You were there for the magical race at Silverstone back then.
We were there for your Virgin race.
Yes, Virgin race with you. Actually, that wasn't even with you. That was another community race.
It was absolutely, but we did the broadcast on it.
Oh yes, that was great. With Max Verstappen joining in.
That was it. Yes.
Yes, that race. Yes. But no, this
oh Lord.
All-time
Simon, yeah, see, car 138 has now got a drive-through as well.
Oh my God.
So, question is,
rough final hour for them. Question is, how far is the 62 car behind?
Exactly.
Can he catch up now?
All these.
The man with the numbers. Can you tell us?
No.
No.
I can't see the gap.
Do you have a track map or something? God damn it, Chris.
I'm not that organised, you know that.
Yes. Unfortunately. I think the gap is 25 seconds
just hit
actually only.
It's just hit the wall again on the way into the pits.
That's not bad.
I don't think he's feeling well. And wasn't he 2 laps behind? So he might unlap himself with this. And it also seems like I can search for another job as before is taking over the control of the com box with Chris.
Yes, you're fired. Have a nice one.
Okay.
Then you could manage the 101 car instead. Oh shit, wasn't I supposed to do?
You're not fired at all. Stay here, Thomas. Don't leave me with this crazy fool.
So, Chris. Didn't you just call me Thomas?
I did. Sorry.
Okay.
I don't even know where that came from. Oh, sorry.
So lovely. Well, I might be fired, but my car, sister car didn't press. Oh no, it's good for the 101 car to be the best Audi at the moment in their field. Yeah, lovely to see the car still driving around.
It's actually been quite pleasant on this track. I never thought I would say that about the Audi. All this track, to be honest.
Not one of your favourite tracks?
No. This is where I had the famous DSQ, DNF, DNS race last sprint season.
Yes, DSQ in qualifying?
No, I got DSQ in practice.
Ow!
It's because if you cut this corner we are watching here, I think. No, not this corner. The corner at the end. This corner. Yeah. I spun out and then I just cut across because I was on the inside grass. So I decided I'll just go the shortest way back to the track and then I got DSQ'd in the practice. That was too much of a shortcut for the game.
Okay, yeah.
And in the first race, I wasn't feeling well too. That have to be said. It was a very rough spring for me health-wise. But then the first race, I had a little incident with someone and spun out, and then someone, I think it was like 2 or something, and when I was spinning out, someone was just T-boning me from the side. And I said, I'm not finishing this race, it's only 30 minutes and there will be no recovery from this. So I returned to the garage, that was a DNF. And then I was just feeling so bad for the second race that I ended up not even taking the start, getting the DNS. And as I believe that have only happened once before in professional racing, in a Formula 1 race back in the days at Hockenheim.
Oh, you're talking about the driver which didn't qualify.
Yes, this guy just sneaked onto the grid anyways.
Yeah,
and retired.
Well, taking this way too far, but indeed, Misano is an interesting track. We also had one of the most memorable good 4 hours here with our team.
Chris will remember that race pretty fondly.
Chris will definitely remember that race.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Didn't you and Simon do extremely well in the Bentley where you
No,
definitely
no,
not
no.
have some sort of hacks with a turbo or something in the car?
No. Simon did
You know
really.
that?
Simon did really well.
You know that building on the right there in the screen? At start finish?
Go on.
Poor Chris.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. I mean, the fact that I spent most of my time in there because I got disqualified. No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, apart from we had 2 cars in that race and then hitting each other both 2 times. Mr. Proudly, you seem ready for a check.
I just have one final thing to ask you guys before I leave. How has the race been for you in the commentary booth?
Short.
Tiring.
Yeah, only
Tiring?
It's been a very good. It's been a very good race so far.
Oh yes, it has. And you're doing a wonderful job in the commentary booth, and thank you for all your good work in here, keeping the race entertaining for all the viewers and us drivers who sometimes listen in and drive.
You're listening while you're driving.
Yes. What else would I do?
Well, that
Listen to Stephen. No, then I would have to listen to Stephen if I don't have anything else to listen to. So
I think
I sometimes listen to the stream when I'm racing.
you might also hear this, eh?
I think this must be the secret of your success for this race.
Yes, listening to the stream. Keeping informed all the time.
We'll see second place guy going past 12th.
So I'm leaving you guys now. Have a good one for the rest of the race, and once again thank you for all your good work in the booth, and for you Chris, especially for all the organisation work you're doing for the community.
Thank you very much, Oliver. It's a pleasure.
Have a good one.
Take care. Thank you. And we're joined by Mr. Proudly, our CEO, our big cheese, the head honcho.
Well done about that, Chris. I think you've taken on that mantle very, very well, my friend. As said there, lots of organising done by yourself, lots of work, and a fantastic broadcast. I've been watching on and off while I've been working today, and looks good. Looks like a fantastic race, and the weather looks to have been very kind to all our drivers today.
It does. They've enjoyed extreme heat. I don't know where they got that idea from.
This is very surreal, I must admit, jumping into what is an endurance race for the final sort of 40, what have we got, final 40 odd minutes of this race left. And see, I've been popping in and watching little bits, but I don't really have much of a clue of who's where, what, why, when, and what's going on and what the probabilities are. I've managed to open up pit wall and I'm trying to get a grasp of how far back some people are. There looks to be some big gaps out there, and the leader certainly looks to be very comfortable out. Is there anything pit stop wise that we should be aware of? Are they due to come in? Are the second place going to get that lap back at any point, do we think?
Well, if you joined in about half an hour ago, it would have been one of the closure gaps with only 25 seconds. But in the last round of the pit stops, it might be a bit frustrating for the 138 car, but they actually lost. If you said 2 laps, 1 lap, 1.5 lap with a stopping order and a drive-through, so the lead wasn't that comfortable at all. Now James Mate is, as you say, a bit comfortable in the lead.
Yeah, it's always difficult with the endurance racing as well. The race of this length, the not so much drive-through, the drive-throughs with the track cuts and things like that. I mean, Misano, it's one of those tracks, isn't it? It invites you to run wide, and I'm sure the drivers have been accepting those invitations on numerous occasions. So has there been quite a high count of drive-through penalties today for track cuts?
Yes, an immense amount of drive-throughs. One team we estimate to have about 8 or 9. Unfortunately, they're disconnected now. Not because of the drive-through, ironically, but because we've had a computer crash. We carried on. Which was the 404 team.
Ironically.
Yeah. And their car livery is actually the 404 blue screen of death.
that's just asking for problems, which obviously they've succeeded, and they've got. But we're looking on screen at the minute. We've got 4 cars line astern, not all for position though. I don't think there are a couple of back markers in there, but there is a battle for position there.
Yeah, 12th and 13th. So Sim Racing Holland in the car 12 is the car that's just exited the screen, and the car 333 in the middle of the screen right now is putting a lap on them, and the car 33 in front of that, front of this line of cars, is also it's in 9th place, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Misano's not maybe a track I would associate with problems getting past back markers, or are you going to laugh me out of the shed now and say there's been a few issues here today? Oh, that, just while we're on that street, isn't that one of your favourite corners, that one, Chris?
No.
Did you not get that?
No. I'm pretty sure I got further than this. We've just had this conversation. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I got slightly further than this. I think we're about here. Yes, that's my favourite corner of all time.
Absolutely. And has it been a story of the old guard? I think I'm seeing some new names on that timing tower, to be honest. Some names I don't recognise at least.
Quite a few of these teams are repeat offenders from last season. There are some new teams. There's 3 team hot air balloons, green, yellow and blue. Join us for pretty much every event this season. The 138 team is a new team to the championship. And I think the 62 team is relatively new to it as well. And at the beginning of the race they were 2nd place, I think, until they started having a little bit of woes. But I'm back up into 3rd right now, so doing reasonably well.
Well, good stuff then. So basically, car 5 just has to keep his nose clean and bring this one home then with 42 minutes to go. Do we think everyone have pretty much done the pit stops, or are we going to see some last minute pits, or are they all pretty much going to be driving it until they come home now?
I think if they're going to do a pit stop, it's because they're out of sequence for whatever reason. But yeah, 42 minutes left. Steve, this is the first time you've joined this season. Tell me what you think of this car.
It's lovely. Yeah, I like that car. I have seen that car. That livery's been run in one of the sprint championships, I believe.
Are you sure?
I think so. Yeah. I feel like it's a trick question, and I should be saying something different, but yeah, definitely. I'm sure we've had a Porsche running a Ferrari livery before.
It has been throughout this season. So perhaps you did join us for one of the. You did join us for one of the previous rounds. I do apologise.
Yeah. Maybe I'm confusing it with one of the other seasons. I'm sure we've had that livery or something very close to that in one of the sprint championships. But yeah, I actually like it. I think it does confuse you when you first see it. You're expecting obviously a Ferrari, but yeah, it looks good.
And that's what today's been about. I've just been distracting everybody with that car. Smoke and mirrors.
Well, I did jump in this afternoon and saw the pizza car going round and upsetting Dylan, I believe.
No, it's that Ferrari car. So I'm saying it.
Oh, it was the Ferrari car?
Yeah, he doesn't like it at all.
Okay. Well, all the commentators, I think, have done a great job today, and yourself as well, Chris, with the broadcast, because it does take a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of commitment to get these streams on. And as much as the drivers are practicing, you guys are in the background organising, so it does take a lot of
the commentary seems to be fantastic today, and Wouter wasn't even supposed to be here. He only said hello in the chat, so we dragged him in.
I wonder who that was.
Wasn't me, it was Adam.
Yeah, it was Adam.
You've been enjoying yourself, Walter?
Yeah. Just was planning just being there, trying to be a bit of a team engineer for my team driving there, because they came in and shared on the helm and said, hey, and I noticed Adam being alone. And, well, it's now a bit colder here, but it was quite warm, so everybody doing it on your own a long time in the heat, which was quite a hard job, so happy that I could help it out.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously it's very much a team effort, and when it's as warm as it's been across Europe recently, it makes it all that much harder as well. But yeah, it's good to see. I mean, it's good to see that there is a good spread of manufacturers down the leaderboard as well. It's not all. I mean, we've got 3 BMWs in the top 4. I'm just really looking as I'm talking about this. So the BMWs are still obviously on point, but is that a fair representation of pace? Are all the cars pretty equal around here, or are the BMWs out there, or is the sort of leaderboard positions more down to how the drivers have performed today?
In my opinion, I think it's more to do with the drivers. I think it's been a well-balanced race. Quite some. So I'm just being distracted by my friend pulling into his own route. Okay, just something else. Steve saying get out. He's robbing my sweets. Anyway, what was the question?
At least he could have done his jumps in the commentary box a bit. No, we were talking about the leaderboard now. It's a good spread of manufacturers at the moment, and is that down to the drivers or outperforming the cars or making mistakes, or has it been a good balance of performance for the cars around here?
I think it's been a good balance of performance in all fairness. We've had some good close racing, great overtaking, and we've also had we had 2 battles being shown on the screen at the same time. We were going for 10, 11 laps. So the battle was for first place on one screen. I think it was 19th or something like that in the second screen. It's going on and on and on. So eventually it's run away.
I'm just watching Abranosa now, and Abranosa always gives us a good battle, and he's certainly looking closer, tantalisingly closer to some of the braking zones. Onto Kroll now, and Kroll, that Lexus has still got some legs out of the corner, and it just seems to get away from the Aston Martin. But the Aston, you'll see now, he closes up through the corner. We got, I don't know, maybe the Nebula's tyres a bit better, or maybe the setup's just better, or we know that Lexus is quick in a straight line. It's I think Mike's struggling to get past him. They are coming up to some back marker traffic now, and they will. Hopefully that will play into it, but it might just create an opportunity for Abranosa.
I think is that 11th place as well. It is Jean Beton. He's in 11th place now. I'm not sure whether they're on the same lap as the 10th place.
They aren't on the same lap.
No, the timing tower is showing us as they're down on laps. So it won't be technically a battle for position. However, he is entitled to overtake and unlap himself if he's got the speed. But look at this through here now. Abranosa's trying to get onto that slipstream, and he's hooked into it. You can see he's carrying overspeed. He's going for a dive down the inside. Oh, that was tasty. And he just had to grab a little bit more brake than he wanted there, and it just unsettled the car, but he caught the slide. That was some fantastic driving there from Abranosa. He managed to catch that slide, shut the nose, but the door was firmly slammed in his face, as was typical right to do, because he had the line. He was still the car in front, and Abranosa was just being maybe a little bit ambitious. I think he was trying to throw Kroll off his stride and throw him off his line, hoping to force him wide there and leave that door open, but Kroll had that measure, and yeah, they're going to have to wind it up again for another lap.
Certainly was a brown trouser moment, wasn't it?
Definitely, and on a serious note, it'll take some life out of the tyres. You know, that you're saying the track's hot, it's you know, they're struggling. Then you don't want to be sliding around like that for too long because yeah, it's going to certainly affect the handling of the car.
Track temperature at the moment is 26 degrees by the looks of it, with a 5 kilometre wind. I'm sure that's going to affect these cars that much. We've been joined by Aaron Van Drunen as well. Good afternoon, Aaron. Even evening. Good
Hello.
Lord. I need a rest.
Well, I feel like it's a reunion now.
No. Good to have you here, Steve.
It's good to be here, mate, with the old crew, as it were. But watching some good racing as well as Abranoza is really he's putting Krull under pressure, and he's wanting that position, rightfully so. He's wanting 9th place. Is he going to try the same move again? I don't think he's quite close enough. He's not as close as he was, although he's benefiting from the slipstream. But no, he's not as close enough this time. He's staying back a little bit further, and it's a little bit safer and a little bit tighter. Although he's closing up in that hairpin there, just really closed up under braking, and he's definitely putting the Lexus under pressure.
It's a shame they dropped many places, because in the first few stints we were battling all the way, and only a couple of seconds will separate us.
So how's your race gone so far today, Aaron? Can't help feeling that you're doing really well for a change. And that's not being insulting. You do seem to have the worst luck possible in all the endurance events.
Oh yeah, I can't complain. We had 0 contacts and we stayed out of trouble, and that's how you need to drive an endurance race. So we're quite happy with that.
Abranoza's got his nose ahead here.
It's going to take a little bit of trust, a little bit of ambition, and he's got the job done. He's got through on the inside there. Great driving from both of them there. Left just enough room. Kroll realised he'd left the door open. Abranoza went through. Kroll's not done with it though. He wants to have another go back, and this is going to be interesting now because Kroll's going to have the slipstream, and that Lexus is quicker than the Aston Martin in a straight line. So it'll be interesting to see if he gets past, and he's very close. He's definitely hooked up into that slipstream. Is he going to be brave? Is he going to go for the inside? Is he going to try to throw it around the outside, or is he just going to stay behind him? Let's see. As he's closing up, I think he's just staying there, isn't he? He's not really got the grip, I don't think, or the handling. I don't think he can do it. I think he would have had the speed, but I think he's driving a sensible endurance race, and he's thinking about, well, I'm in P10. Let's just stay here and maybe try and hang on to the back of Kroll now and see if we can pull us forward, because Kroll definitely has got the pace on the Lexus, and it might be that he can drag him along with him.
Only 30 minutes left of this event as well, and to still have close racing like this after 11 and a half hours is testament to the drivers.
Yeah, lovely to see after 11 and a half hours, as you said.
That was close.
Yeah.
Sorry for making funny bumps quick noises while you're talking, but that was close. Kroll just literally stuffed his nose down the inside there, and I thought there was going to be contact, and that would have been a shame. But, all good.
Yeah, as we said before, Steve made a sound which was understandable. A bit crazy. Well, it wasn't crazy, but a kind of aggressive move of Kroll for the close battle. It's lovely to see them, and also with the two cars. It's an Aston Martin, which you see quite more often, but it's also the only Lexus in the field. And seeing it in P10, it's nice to see. It isn't a car which is big much. It's lovely to see it doing good.
Yeah, for sure, it's nice to see when people don't all just flock to one car. It's so often in some other leagues, some other communities, you just see a field full of whatever happens to be the fastest that week at that track. The one car we are missing, though, that we have had in some past events, and I'm sure Chris knows which one I'm going to pick out here, but we've got no Jaguar.
You're correct, there is no Jaguar.
There used to be a Jaguar. Somebody did drive a Jaguar, didn't they?
It did, but I don't think it was in this event. I think that was in the special charity event we did.
The charity, there was a Jaguar, and then maybe in the 2.4. I believe they are driving.
Yes, the 2.4. That's it.
Which is
Also-
Jean Beton as well.
Yeah. And also, I don't know if you know him. You know, there's also somebody else driving the Bentley or something. I don't know if you know someone driving the Bentley. Yes, I know you drive the Bentley, Chris.
I'm just ignoring you.
Yeah. Well, on Misano it's not driving, but standing in the pits. Okay. But yeah, but as you said, Steve, it's the car which is the best, is picked the most in the high competitive, and that's also what I said. And there's no prize money for here. It's just about having fun in racing, and it isn't necessary then to just pick the best car which is there. And it's just nice to have a variety of cars, and not solely BMWs, which is the best car at the moment. And I think from my perspective it's also beautiful to see the cars actually racing and not driving through the grass on the side of the tires.
Yeah, I think that problem's been fixed. I've been told, but yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I'm sorry if I'm repeating what's been said today already, but endurance racing, it is a different discipline, isn't it? First of all, you're compromising the setup because you've got to have a car that's suitable for yourself and other drivers, so your teammates. And then secondly, you are racing the clock. You know, you've got that 12-hour to count down, and first and foremost you've got to keep it on the track, so you're racing the clock before you're racing any cars really, and it's all about keeping your nose clean. And we often say that endurance races are just turned into a lot of short sprint races now, but I still believe that up until that, you know, that last hour, you've got to have one mind on just keeping it clean, keeping it tidy, avoiding getting penalties of any sort, and contact, and you know, that'll often gain you a lot more positions than it will driving it flat out every single lap and risking crashes and penalties. So you know, endurance racing, it's great fun, and you know, you may as well pick a car that you're happy with, that you enjoy driving as well, because it doesn't just come down to out and out performance of the car, because at the end of the day, like I say, it's all about keeping your nose clean, not getting penalties, not crashing, not picking incidents, damage, you know, making sure you get your pit stops right. It's all that. So you know, it's good to see, like you say, the good mix of cars, and they are racing close as well, and it's good to see, you know, which cars have got an advantage coming out of the corners or going through the corners. As we can see here, a little bit of a scrap on track just to try and get the overtake done. I just can't quite see the feed I'm watching is a little bit pixelated, so I can't see the gap between them, but I think this is just like an unlapping or a lapping.
No, this is for position.
It is, sorry.
That was
I
for
can't quite
position.
make out the clock. So that was a good scrap.
Yeah, a bit of contact I believe there, but they both keep it on the track. So now from defending, Verhoeven now has to switch to aggressing, and as you said, Steve, it's just hanging in there. And also, as I said, I don't want to repeat myself, but it's for the fun of the race. So we also have drivers. You can get entitled to your position on track, but we had P2 letting the P3 unlap themselves because they weren't racing them, and the P4, wait, I believe it was 4 and 5, was behind them. So it also isn't like you have to stay on your position at the moment. It just matters at the end, and it's just the bond here in the community which makes this race even more great than it already is.
Fantastic. It's good to see all the drivers coming together, because are we drivers per team? Is it an average of 2 drivers, or have we got 2 or 3 drivers per team?
Lowest is 2, highest is 5, I think, in this event.
So when you times that by the number of cars on track, that's a lot of people entering the event then.
It is 83, I think, were entered into this event, 83 people.
stuff, 24 minutes and some change on the clock now, and it's still battling for position on track, as we've seen a couple of cars doing battle and trying to gain positions, and this one isn't over yet, although the Lamborghini just getting a little bit sideways coming out of that final corner there and losing a little bit of traction and a little bit of momentum, but it's all looking really good here, and it's like you say, 12 hours, well 11 and a half hours in, and just still battling for position. It's pretty good, really.
Yeah, well, to see them so close to each other, driving each other to the limit in the last half an hour, and here there won't be any presence from drivers, and now it's just flat out until the last laps.
Yeah, absolutely. Now this is it. Like you say, all the pit stops should be done by now. They've got the fuel, they've got the tyres. They'll be looking after them to the end, but they'll be pushing as well, because now is not the time to lose a position. It'll all be about trying to stay in the position you're in at the very least, and be there to pick up if anybody else does make a mistake, goes off or gets a drive through or whatever. But this battle here that we're looking at now for 18th place, I believe it's looking pretty tight between these two. They're a long way off 17th place, but they're having fun. They're having a good battle, and the Lamborghini was looking a little bit interested at the inside line there, but it just wasn't to be on this occasion. As we go on board now, this is a good angle to watch this battle at. Just see the nose here as he goes right in on the braking zone and goes a little bit wide, a little bit deep, but it doesn't really matter on this corner because he gets the cut back, he gets to follow back into the Aston Martin now, and that curve there, it's also important not to take too much, not to get the car unsettled and don't run out too wide on the corner exit. Stay in the slipstream, and this is where we could see another move on the brakes now, because this could be the outside back to the inside, but no, not on this occasion. The Aston just driving a good line and just getting the power down, and he's putting that car exactly where he needs to. He's not really allowing that Lamborghini an opportunity to get through. Interesting to see what the Lamborghini does this time round though on the straight. He's going to come down the back straight now, and he's going to be tucked right in behind the Aston, and he's going to try and get that Lamborghini wound up, but I don't think he's close enough still on this lap.
An amazing shot. Some issues with the microphone. Apologies for that. But amazing shot here from the bumper of the Lamborghini of Electric Powerford. Trying to chase down Tom Curtin in the number 8 in the Aston Martin through the last corner, quite a fast corner, onto another lap. With 21 laps remaining. Don't know where the leader is on the track. I assume everyone will still make it. Eventually has made their last stop if they don't need a splash or another tire stop. So I guess now it will just be racing, no more pit stops, trying to get the best out of it.
Well, this is it. This is the kudos now. This is getting down to the wire. 21 minutes left, as you said. Should be no more scheduled pit stops. Maybe also, as you said, perhaps a splash and dash for some people, but I'd be surprised to see it. So I'm not going to move away from this battle, because it's the closest one on track at the moment.
It's keeping us interested, mate. It's very close, and keeps Constantine in and out, but it's not quite as close this time. The Lamborghini's, I think the Aston has just maybe got the job done now. We saw him get that overtake, and he's just maybe stretching the advantage a little bit, pulling away, although he's definitely running wide. He's definitely struggling to get that Aston turned. He's missing the apexes, and that could just be a little bit of driver fatigue as well as car fatigue, but doing a great job. And the Lamborghini is trying to hang on, and he's looking to try and get that position now. But yeah, he's dropping. He's nearly as half a second back at the moment. But yeah, he's trying hard, and he's struggling at the moment. But he might just get the job done. He's got 20 minutes to hang in there and try and get past.
Well, it takes one mistake. for either of these to drop off.
It does, but I tell you who's not making a mistake. It's our leader, Mead. He's still the fastest man on track, isn't he? He's putting in some fast lap times still. He's extending that gap out of the front.
Oh,
He's doing an amazing job out in the front, trying to get the car to the end. And they had quite a short gap with the number 2 in the first place, so that could be quite a bit of attention point for them. But now it's hard to say, but kind of screwed up their own race with the drive-through and then stopping over 30 seconds for speeding in pit lane, which is just driver error and nobody can change to that. So that's frustrating for that car, but for the car of James made it amazing to have a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, I mean that's the car in P2 still, the 138 BMW still holds the fastest lap, I believe, does it? Or was that changed?
Yeah, no.
He still holds the fastest lap, so he's still got some pride there. It's just like you say, it's made those mistakes, and that's what we were talking about, isn't it? In endurance racing, you can't make those mistakes because that's what really does cost you. Oof. Talking of mistakes, the Lamborghini there was really piling in on the brakes, and he's not that Aston Martin. Despite what I said, he's not getting away. And if anything, the Lamborghini's really on an attack now, and he's putting in a bit of a charge.
Not having into this corner.
He's going to go around the outside, and if he can hang it round there and stay parallel with the Aston, he's got the inside for the next, but he just can't. Just couldn't turn it tight enough and get the power down. The Aston he's still got the advantage of being in front at the moment. But the Aston Martin, he's not really driving too defensively. He's still just driving his own lines. He's not really putting too much emphasis on defending. And I think at the moment that's probably what's keeping him ahead.
It's almost like he can't see behind him, isn't it?
Maybe that's the case. Maybe he just doesn't care. But it's definitely sometimes when you start to defend, that's when you do start to lose time, and your lap times drop away as they're just putting a lap on another car there. But the Lamborghini's definitely got second
So
wind.
you're awake now, are you?
He's certainly putting a charge on. He's trying to get that position back.
Oh.
And I think this battle could go on for some
Notice
time
there's
to
a
come.
battle
At
there.
least 17 minutes. See what
Yeah, in the last 17 minutes, we can see some scripts here. I can see on the time right now if there's another close battle for position, as one of the close battles was the lead, and that is spread out a bit.
Third place.
In my right here, I hear that third place is in a quite close battle, so...
That's a
No,
drive-through.
no, they've got a drive-through.
Oh! Yes. My apologies, I misheard something, but so it's a bit spread out for the last 15 minutes, and if you heard the drive-through for P3, which might spice up things between the Porsche and the BMW.
I think they're safe, to be fair. I think looking at the gap, I think they should be safe. They've got a couple of laps, so it's what's a drive through here? Is it 30 seconds, 40 seconds?
It's that. It's not that it is a long pit lane though.
It's not going to eat away at 2 laps. But
No,
having said
no,
that, you can't afford to make many of those mistakes, and a little bit of frustration as the Aston Martin just runs a little bit deep there, and that's gives the Lamborghini the opportunity to just stay really in touch now, and he's going to try and stay right on the back now, maybe get the drive down the start finish straight into turn 1, maybe, because I'm sure we've seen some overtakes going into there in this race today.
Still in the battle with Alec Crawford and Tom Curtin. So the Porsche served its drive-through and didn't lose any position till now. So that's good for them. And the last 15 minutes of this race have been there. So now it's just getting to the end. for most of the drivers. And for these two, it's still on the edge of their seat, trying to push the most out of them. This could also be one of the more trickier moments, as you see there, as they've been awake and active for the last 12 hours. They might have done quite a few hours already, they might have done something less, but in this warmth,
Third place at a drive.
everything, it's just the hardest
The drive through from the
15 minutes
21st.
of the race so far, especially for these two. So I hope we will see some nice battle, and it won't end in something dramatic.
I'm sure it won't. The Lamborghini's looking a little bit tasty. He's looking a little bit aggressive, and he's wanting to get the job done. But he's keeping it all in check at the moment. He's just getting very close at certain points on the track, and he's looking like he was just showing his nose down the inside, trying to put the Aston Martin just off his stride, as it were, and push him wide to open up the gap for Crawford in that Lamborghini. But didn't quite work out that time. But again, just the Aston Martin is really struggling to hit the apexes, and he's just running wide as the car just exit the pits, but it's not going to interfere in this battle here. Oh, yeah, Chris making the funny noises now, but that was close again, and that's cost the Lamborghini a little bit of time. He just needs to really. I'm not an expert driver by any means before I start throwing advice out, but he just needs to really gather his thoughts and start to assess where he thinks he's going to get this done, instead of just making those little lunges, because it's become very apparent to me that the Curtin in the Aston Martin is not going to succumb to pressure. He's quite happy driving his lines and doing what he's doing, because we've seen him for several laps now just absorbing the pressure that this Lamborghini can put on him, and he's not really having any effect. Crawford's got to really think about this and be a little bit clever about where he mounts the attack, because those little lunges, as you see every single time he does it, it costs him time, and then he has to close that gap down again, and it takes a little bit more life out the tyres, and maybe takes a little bit of pace out the car, and it's all those sorts of things he's got to think about. Yes, the clock's ticking down, but he's still got 12 minutes to get this job done, and I think he's got second wind in that car, and even though the Aston Martin overtook him a few laps ago, I think he's got the pace to get back past again, as long as he starts to think about where he mounts the attacks and doesn't just go for it in every single braking zone. There you go. Aston Martin made the mistake. Looks like the Lamborghini's gone around the outside, and Crawford's got the position through the Aston Martin making a mistake. So job done for now. Let's see if the Aston Martin can regain some composure, and whether he can put an attack back onto the Lamborghini.
Well, the hunter becomes a hunted now, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Where that came from my repertoire at this late hour.
Glad it did, mate. Anyway, I'm going to let you take it in now. 11 minutes to go, Chris.
Oh, please don't.
Solo 10-minute commentary.
Oh no. Another close battle here as well. Ben Smith against John Baton. Battle for 11. Although 10th, 11th and 12th are all close together. 10th place is actually the lead a lap ahead. I've been known to be wrong, by the way, guys.
Not often, though, mate. Not often.
Actually, that's the wrong way around. I should have said I've been known to be right. What do you mean, when, Simon? It's supposed to be your best mate.
Smith in the Porsche is looking a little bit excitable there. He's just hanging on to the back of Baton in the Aston Martin, and he's hanging on. Is there going to be a position change here? Is he going to go for 11th place?
I don't fancy his chances against Baton, to be honest. That's just my opinion.
As we saw though, he just takes that little bit of a mistake. We saw saw Curtin in the Aston Martin just run a little bit wide under the brakes and left that opportunity for Crawford in the Lamborghini, and he got the job done. Porsche's just not quite got the legs down that back straight, has he? And the fact that Berton has got the slipstream as well from, I believe that's Crowley.
It is. It is Cross.
So they're in track position or timing tower position, but there's just a few laps between them.
Correct.
Or a lap between them.
That's my understanding as well.
How frustrating must that be?
Very. Because in 9 minutes they're not going to get a lap back, are they?
Not at all.
Never say never.
Very true, but yeah, it's
Unlikely.
It's
unlikely. But I mean, to be fair to Kroll, if he's feeling like these two are putting him under pressure, to be fair, with only, with the short amount of time that's left, less than 9 minutes, you'd almost like, well, yeah, just let him pass, let him get the lap back, and off you go, boys, and I'll just follow you. And it might well be that that's what he's doing. Look, he's leaving the door open, and it's not making it easy, but he left the door open for sure and thought, well, if you want to go, there's the invite, off you go.
We're battling back.
Yeah.
not giving the position so easily.
No, not fighting too hard to defend it, but not giving it up easily either, just driving his line, keeping his power in. But now it's going to get interesting, because definitely if Smith goes, Smith's wanting to follow that Aston Martin through, if Kroll lets him through, it's going to be 2 cars for the price of 1.
Yeah, it's an interesting battle here with lapping and with 2 cars actually fighting for position here. So around outside Horizon, I guess they just had a little bit of contact between Beton and Smith. But yeah, I think those 2 guys won't let each other go for the next 7.5 minutes. So yeah, that doesn't give any rest. It seems like with the McLaren going wide, going away for this battle for these 2 cars, because it's just so close until the end. And I've been there, I've done that, and it's just also the pressure from your teammates on your shoulder to try and get the results there. Hopefully they won't do anything crazy. We'll get a nice 7-minute battle to the end.
Yeah, I think the Porsches, as Aaron points out in chat, is just a little bit too slow down the straights at the moment. He's really doing his best to hang in there and hang on to the back of Beton, but he's not managing it at this moment in time. And Krull, I thought he was going to give that position up, but obviously he isn't. He doesn't have to. He's just he's doing what he needs to do to bring it home in that P10, and he'll be relatively happy with the P10, I think, will he, Chris?
I think he will be. I certainly would be. There we go, he comes into pits. Splash and dash. So, that will, I hope he doesn't get a SG30, because that would put the camels to pigeons.
Yeah, definitely. These guys have got the lap back now, and they'll be charging round. And if he got any form of penalty while he's in there, it could be game on for the Aston and the Porsche to gain a position.
5.5 minutes left.
Yeah, sorry, I interrupted your solo commentary. You've only got 5 minutes left.
No, it's not solo commentary. That's why you and Wouter are here, so I can go to sleep.
Oh,
In 5 minutes.
it's not solo commentary, yes. For the last 12 hours there have been some amazing commentary people in here to commentate about this the same race, amazing, and yeah, just lovely to be part of it. and amazing to see. So it's definitely not a solo commentary job. And not just me and Steve supporting you, Chris, but I don't know how many names have been here today.
And every one of them has been welcome.
Yeah. So it's amazing to see that, and only 4 minutes to go. We'll see how it happens. What happens?
Your teammates getting out of the way of this battle.
Pushing hard though, the Porsche's doing better than I thought once that Kroll got out of the way of Vettel, and I thought he would maybe stretch his legs and pull away from Smith in the Porsche, but he's not really doing that. The Porsche's hanging on there, and he's putting on a good show. He's closing up in the braking zones and through some of the corners. He just doesn't have the legs to stay with him down the straights, and I don't think he's under any threat from an overtake unless he makes a mistake. But he's definitely not losing him.
Well, they're catching another car, which I don't want to say is a backmarker because that's the 9th place guy, Mike Abranosa. So these two have dragged themselves along and effectively gone past the 10th place. They're now trying to get to the 9th place guys, but actually not getting another position. Just lapping themselves.
We can see from the timing tower that Tim Kroll has managed to, he's back out of the pits, and there's no nasty penalty signs next to his name in the timing tower, so he's maintained that 10th place. And whereas before, when he went in for the pit stops, he was 3 seconds behind Abranosa, so he's obviously a lot further back now, so he's got no chance whatsoever of gaining any positions from gaining that 9th place from Abranosa. But this is the battle on track, and this is the one that we've only got 2.5 minutes left on the clock, so it's going to be interesting to see where the leader is very soon, and see how many laps we're going to get in.
I think the leader is currently at Misano. If that helps you at all.
I think it helps him, the fact that he's still at Misano. There he is. Just trying to keep things clean and tidy now, not too far to go. There'll already be a feeling of relief in the cockpit of that car, knowing that he's about to finish this race, and he's not got too long to go. He's going to have to do another lap though, unless he slows it right down, I think. I mean, he's got enough of an advantage to slow it right down, but it's not often that we see that, is it?
Wrong one. That's no good to you, is it? Let's try that one. Oh. Just over a minute left before the leader then goes on to his final lap.
His victory lap, his lap of honour. I think all the teams can take a bow today. They've all done a fantastic job to get the 12 hours under the belt and bring these cars home, whether it be on the lead lap or 6 laps down, 7 laps down, whatever. They've all done a fantastic job, and as you said, Chris, there's been some great battling, and I'm sure on the YouTube streams people will be watching some of it back, looking for their favourite moments. But what it's all about now is Mead bringing this car home now on this final lap, and he's got 3/4 of the circuit to go, but he's obviously, I don't think he's going to be pushing this lap, but it'll feel like one of the longest laps of the race for him.
5 seconds left. Not that I'm counting down, Ray.
Time was on 0.
So this will be the last lap of the race. A Mead on lap 446.
446.
That's a lot of laps, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty damn long.
The Smith appears to have dropped back a bit from mid-tom as well. And as I say that, it comes right back at him.
Yeah, I think it's just in those braking zones where there's a little bit of trail braking involved. That Porsche seems to be quite strong. With Mead here, he's going to come round the final corner, and he's going to take the victory here at the SSRi Endurance 12 Hours of Misano. James Mead takes the victory, and he's very, very happy, I'm sure, to finish that race. But not only finished it, he's the one that team are the winners.
It's the wrong thing, sorry. Let's try that. We'll follow this this battle to the end. Not many more opportunities.
No, we could see a lick the stamp and send it. Danny Rick move with the Porsche under the braking, but I don't think he's close enough even to do that. He's going to close up again through these corners here, we'll see, but he's not close enough to make a move. And I think that's job done. It's all over. He's not going to get that position as much as he's tried, and it's been a good effort. We've seen a few battles further down the field tonight that have been good battles, and none of the drivers have given up. They've all looked to push forward. But on this occasion, Smith just hasn't quite got enough pace in that Porsche to get that position.
Okay, we'll wait to see if any drivers come in for an interview.
I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to throw a question to you, Chris, just really quickly. Driver of the day or team of the day?
I think, to be honest, if I've got me facts right, I think the Odyssey team certainly are the team of the day. I don't believe they've had any drive-throughs, and I'm just making my driver of the day based on that, in all honesty.
Yeah, well, like we said, that's what it's all about. Endurance racing is keeping your nose clean, isn't it? Not getting those penalties and not getting involved in the incidents, and that can quite often, before you know it, a race of this length where some teams have had several drive-throughs, you're a couple of laps ahead, not seconds ahead, but you've got a couple of laps daylight between you and your nearest rival. So, yeah, fair play. If they've been the cleanest on track, as it were, regarding penalties, then they deserve your commendation of driver of the day.
I'm just running something, then I'm not running something, I press the wrong button again.
Yeah, just before the interviews, because I want to be able to make those. Amazing thanks to you, Chris. I think I'm speaking for almost everybody watching the stream, as you've been there for the whole 12 hours. And it was an honor to be there at the finish. So thank you for that, for organizing it, for doing a big part. We've said it a couple of times, but it's that we actually think like that. So I'm logging off. Good luck with the interviews, and thank you everybody for the race.
Thank you very much for your time and joining at such short notice, my friend. Yeah. Really appreciate it.
It's looking like we've got a few drivers waiting for interviews at the moment, Chris. So I am because I've only been here for 45 minutes. I'm going to let you ask the questions because you're the man that's seen all the action, and you provided all these lovely pictures. So I think I should give you the honour of interviewing these drivers.
We bring in the winning team initially. So this is Team Odyssey. Congratulations on your win, guys.
Thanks, man.
I've just made a very bold statement live on stream, saying that I don't believe that you had any drive-throughs. Is that correct?
Yeah,
That
that's
is
correct.
Although Clayton wanted to make it difficult, because he gave us 3 warnings after his first 2 stints, so we did the last 10 hours on 3 warnings.
The last 10 hours on 3 warnings.
Yep.
Yeah. So it
Right,
was,
I'm off
it
now
was
because I
difficult to
can't
push.
compute that. No, that just does not make sense. I have got a question for you, James. Before I do the official, we saw you come in for one of your pit stops, and we got a yellow flag whilst you sat in the pit lane for a brief moment of time.
Yeah, I by accident knocked my ignition off. And it wasn't going quick enough to be able to roll it to the pit, so I had to just stop because it won't let me turn the ignition and engine on for some reason while I was rolling, so I had to come to a complete stop and then get the car back started to then drive forward to turn it off again. So yeah, it was a bit of a mess up on my behalf.
So as a team, you've obviously done really well to finish. I believe it's a lap ahead of the second place guys. I'm not saying purely because you didn't have any drive-throughs, but they had we were witnessing a 25-second lead with you guys, and they were starting to eat into that lead when they made one of their final pit stops and got a drive-through followed by a stop-go 30th followed by another drive-through. What were your thoughts at that time? And you don't have to be, you can be honest.
Yeah, James, this one is for you, I think.
Yeah, well, we were watching that gap, and we know how fast EXE and that 138 team are, and I mean, absolute congratulations to them. They did push us to the end, and we were taking bets a little bit to be like, for us, we knew that EXE was had some really strong pace, in particular as well. So we thought, he might double stint this to really push and try and get us, and it would have been close at the end. So we knew we were going to throw everything but the kitchen sink. But then when I saw that stop go, I already just screamed, "Let's go" to Clayton, and just lifted right off. I was like, oh my god, I don't have to push. I'm so warm and sweaty, I can just relax.
Yeah, honestly, it was an amazing race by all three of us, considering the heat as well. Everything held up, the steering wheel, the PC. I think that was just so critical. I mean, the thing was, we were very close with the 138 team the entire time, and I think we can be happy, especially considering that our setup was definitely not optimal. We went for a bit of a lower wing, but that definitely hurt us, let's say, when the stint progressed. And we just lost a bit of time when the tire wear started to kick in. But still, we managed to drive through it.
I mean, Ben's already at the pub celebrating, and he did a stand-in for us with very little practice and never really driven the Beamer before, so he did an awesome
Currently
job.
on my phone in Weatherspoons, just listening to everyone doing the interviews. But yeah, I was just really chuffed to be part of the team, and it was really nice to spend a bit of time with James and Clayton, and then listen to all their sort of advice and experience in terms of using the BMW. And it was nice to do a couple of stints. I mean, when Clay gave me the car and we had 3 track limit warnings already, I was kind of like, oh, well, it's going to be an inevitability that we're going to get a drive-through at some point. But I managed to avoid any track limits in my stints. And then I've been out all evening. I'm just tuning in now. And they've avoided track limits the whole rest of the time as well. It's just incredible. So yeah, no, fair play to them. They've done a really good job.
Yeah, and we've got a 100% win rate now with Ben as well. That's all I'm saying.
I'm your lucky omen.
Lucky charm. Well, what I'm going to do, if it's all right with you guys, I'm going to bring in the second place guys, so you can say hello to them and tell them how close it was. So I've just brought in the second place team 138, Simone Iezzi and Andrea Grappellini. Hopefully I've said your names right, correct there.
Yes.
Congratulations on completing the race. You must have been absolutely gutted with the 25-second gap that you were clawing in, and then having the disasters that you had with the final pit stop. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, my thought is that I could have avoided that. But yes, it is what it is, and congratulations to the winners. We were trying hard to cover the distance, but in the pit I touched the inside wall in the entry, and I don't know why it just I just missed my braking point and for the pit lane, and yeah, I got stop and go.
Up to
And
that,
yes, that was it.
up to that point, you were fighting a really good race. From the start, I think you were battling with the car 62. If I recall
Yeah.
correctly, it's such a long while ago.
Yes, yeah.
How were you feeling at the very start of the race? Because I know midweek there was some conversations between yourselves and the Odyssey racing team about how close the qualifying ended up. I think it was .002, was it, between your two teams?
Yes.
Which is a testament to both of your teams' paces, and the Odyssey team seemed to at the start not have as good a start as you guys, you and Car 62. What were your thoughts at that point?
Yeah, I could start. I started really good on the first acceleration, and then yes, the first laps were I was very fast, and yeah, then I lost a bit of time later in the stint because tires were a bit worn, but I don't know. I was quick, but took some track cuts, and yeah, that basically started to ruin our race because then we took the first drive-through, and yeah, then we had to come back, but we had to push more than expected. So yeah, we took other cuts, and yeah, you saw how it went.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, though. I mean, you must all be. This is for both teams. You must all be proud of yourselves for completing the 12-hour event. I'm sure none of you are unfamiliar with doing such long races.
The heat was just, honestly, that was horrible, especially in VR as well. Like, I was sweating after 15 minutes and it was insane. Also for my goggles. Like, I think I was struggling throughout, but still, I think just finishing this race already was a big achievement today. To do it in P1, yeah, it just is a cherry on top.
Now, although I control...
Sorry, I was just going to say a hat goes off to the 138 team as well, because you guys have this heat more often than we do, especially us, me and Ben being Brits. So yeah, we got to sample it, and I do not welcome that. So I don't know how you guys do it and keep it in this heat.
Yeah, honestly, it's not too hot in these days here, but yeah, if it was like probably 1 week ago or 2 weeks ago, it would have been another story, like 10 degrees more probably.
I wish it was a week ago. Would have been just 23 for us instead. Now it was like 32 here.
Maybe we need to get an aircon machine for the 3 days of the year that is usually hot in the UK.
Yeah, I had 2 fans next to me. I needed them.
So apologies for not having the facts with me, but I think championship-wise, I think you'll still be on top. The 138.
Basically, to make the situation clear, they need to not take part in Donington if we want to have any chance realistically of fighting for the title.
No, we will take part.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no chance realistically unless something weird happens in one of those 2 races.
Probably I won't, but yeah, the team will.
Yeah, because just having to miss Barcelona with COVID, it was just a shame, but it's just part of it now. we can just still enjoy, let's say, fighting for the races itself.
All right, guys. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to come and join the event. Really appreciate your time in the interview afterwards. Steve, have you got anything you want to add?
No, mate. It's just well done to everybody for taking part, and as the guys were saying, there's a lot of heat, and I'm sure it's been a difficult one to finish this, but yeah, everyone's done really, really well. So well done, guys.
And cheers to the commentary team as well, because let
Yes.
alone driving it, but watching it for 12 hours the
Yeah,
whole
it's,
time.
I
that
guess
must be
it
super
has
intense
it
as well.
its hard part too.
Yeah. Yeah, and to the stewards and all you guys organise it, I know you do a hell of a lot of work behind the scenes that a lot of people who watch the stream might not see. But yeah, thanks a lot. It's always well organised.
Thank you very much for those
Thank
kind
you.
words. Right, I'm going to bring in Vincent Wilczek. Hello, Vincent.
Hey.
Thank you for being very patient and waiting in the shed for us to drag you in. I think, if I'm right, you finished fourth. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It's our best ever finish by quite some distance, I think. We were once in reach of P4. I think that was 2 events ago, and then we had a tire mix-up in the end. If you guys remember, it was a very rainy. What was it? Nurburgring? No, it was something rainy. Barcelona maybe. And in the very end, we just had a tire mix-up, and that cost us 4 position. It was P8 back then, best finish. The last one I think was P7, and this time P4. So that's we're getting better and better each time. Keeping up the motivation in the team for sure. And yeah, I mean, yeah, we're just outside the podium, but we're very, very happy with how the race unfolded for us.
So a win is on the cards for Donington then, judging by that.
Easy guys, huh? Last time around you said oh, next time you'll be on the podium. Then it was P7, so easy, yeah. First, if we ever get a podium, we'll be very happy. Well, we're joking in the group chat in our team that we're at least the best of the rest, the best of the humans. So that counts as a victory to us.
Where are the rest of the team? They all gone to bed?
No, they're still in the team group chat. I can ask them to come over. The rookies are there as well. The Green Moose rookies and Andrew from Green Moose Racing. Milan is already in bed.
It's entirely your choice. If they want to come and join, we'll have a quick chat with them all. If not, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'll switch over real quick and tell them. Stand by.
So Steve, the 2 interviews of the first and second place guys there seem to have enjoyed the racing today.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. I think you know, obviously the endurance racing does bring out the team spirit, and you know, they obviously the community, the drivers, they like to get these team races as much as everyone likes a good old sprint race. The team endurance stuff, it's a different level, and the commitment. And you said, like you said earlier, 80 odd drivers signing up to take part in this event, and all signing up for a 12-hour event, and I see the chat's been pretty active throughout the stream as well, so thank you to everybody for watching. And I know some of those aren't drivers, they are just spectating the event, so it's fantastic. It's really, really good to see. And you know, like everybody keeps saying, the you know, yourself and the rest of the admin and the team, not just admin, but the team of guys and girls that have put this whole thing together.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. It's been every time it's a very well organized event. So thank you from our teams as well. It's always a blast.
Appreciate that. So Andrew and Steve, you're from the no, I was going to say that wrong then. Steve, you're from the rookies, are you?
I am, yeah.
Ike is also still waiting in the shed waiting
room.
room.
Yeah, of course, yes. Sorry.
He's from the rookies as well.
So we've got the full team of rookies. How was the race for you then, guys?
Long. For the rookie team, it was long. We had a better start, so yeah. Then we tried to do our best to manage our position, and in the end, it was only P20
Sometimes we had the hope to get a little bit better, but yeah, a lot of bad luck with drive-through and yeah, some rookie mistakes. So in the end, I think we are happy with the pace we found in the end.
Also, to be noted that you guys don't really see, but usually in the Green Moose team, Andreas Westkamp, he does a lot of the tactical stuff for both teams actually, for the main team and the rookies, and he's driving for the rookies as well, usually in the Audi. He's currently out of order because his PC broke completely down. So this time around, Steve and Ike, they did the entire thing themselves, all the setup stuff, all the calculations. They've had to do everything themselves this time.
I am familiar with Andreas, and I was wondering why he hadn't been racing. So thanks for thanks for giving me that information.
Yeah, the computer's gone. His couldn't stand the heat anymore. Literally burned down.
Oh dear.
That's a shame.
And Andrew, is this your first or second endurance event?
It's my second endurance event, so I raced at Barcelona as well.
I wasn't 100%. That's why I asked the question, in all fairness. And it being relatively new to it, I think you are as well, Steve, aren't you, to the endurance? How are you finding it? Certainly the longer events.
Yeah, I really enjoyed them. They're certainly a tiring day and a day sat in front of the computer with not much break, but no, very, very enjoyable. A different feeling to the usual sprint races or hour-long races.
I said during the race, you get a team which is a mixture of talent. So you could be behind someone who could be out of position, and it's a full battle the whole race, because you could be behind someone and then their driver could change and they could be away, and you're always trying to chase someone down. So yeah, it's really interesting.
There's a lot more strategy involved for sure. That's the part I enjoy the most, for example. It's not just pure driving. It's a lot about, okay, how much effort do you want to put in these laps now? Do you want to overcook the tires now? What are we going to do with the setup? In general, managing your driving style throughout the race as well. Because, yeah, for example, once we put a bit too much pressure on the front, once we had problems with the brake bias, and you have to adjust while driving, which makes the endurance races different. On a sprint race, well, you have that one stint in a sprint race. You have that one stint, and you don't have to adjust from stint to stint, or also not from opponents to opponents. Example given in the end, the last stint, we managed the gap to P5. In the end, it was 9 seconds away. We started out with, I think it was 20 seconds when we both started the last stint. And we just kind of watched their times and tried to match their times and not overcook it on our side, because we knew we cannot afford a spin, but we could afford at 1.1 second per lap slower. So we're driving extremely careful, extremely slow, or things like you don't want to get any track cuts, you don't want to get any drive-throughs, and that's what we wanted to do the most this race. It worked pretty well. We didn't have a single penalty, not a single drive-through. It was for the main team, it was quite a boring race actually. Andrew summed it up pretty well. He said it was a 12-hour time trial. There was nothing going on for us, no fighting, absolutely nothing.
Well, are you all looking forward to Donington?
I like it. I like Donington as a track. It's gonna be very tight. There's gonna be a lot of traffic, so that's gonna be something to practice maybe. In a practice server, because getting by cars, letting people through without getting hit, that's gonna be a big challenge.
Completely new world. This track was easy, to be honest, and even here you're losing so much time when letting faster cars by. Yeah, you always have to watch where I'm on the track, where he is, where is the safe place to let somebody pass, or set a move to overtake. So expect much more traffic than on Donington.
Yeah, and Donington's a lot less forgiving circuit, not much runoff anywhere, lots of grass, lots of barriers very close, so a clean race will be key again.
But this
Gotta learn some 360s when you get on the grass.
It must have been one sadistic admin that decided to do an endurance race at Donington.
I wonder who.
You can thank me later. Anyway.
We'll thank you if P2 and 3 take each other out this time and we get a podium.
Well, there you go then. I've already predicted you're going to be able to win it, so.
No, you jinxed it. That's a different thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. All right, guys. It's been great to have you in the commentary booth and for an interview. Thank you very much for taking part today, and look forward to seeing you all at Donington.
Yeah, thank you for commentating.
Thanks a lot for organizing. Have a good evening. Bye bye. Cheers.
Goodbye.
Ciao.
So, Steve, I think time to wrap this up now. That's over 12 hours of broadcast. 83 drivers, multiple different variants of cars, and what turned out to be a very enjoyable race to watch. I'll be honest, I'm not going to watch it back. And thank you very much for coming to join towards the end. I know you've had a busy day yourself streaming, and yeah, greatly appreciate you coming joining us.
No, it's always a pleasure, mate, and thank you to everybody else that's been involved in organising. Like everyone keeps saying, the stewards, the commentators, and yourself for broadcasting. It's great that we can still put these events on, because it's not easy to organise because you're relying on everyone's goodwill. So thank you, everyone that has been involved, and yeah, onwards and upwards to the next one, Chris.
Absolutely. So the race was won today by the Team Odyssey, car number 5, second place. Team 138, Team Racing Point, and third place was car 62 GTWR Academy. Let's see how everything turns out at Donington. I'd personally like to thank all the commentators that have turned up today to assist. Ryan Walker, Dylan Pick, Adam Bent, Adam Izalovic, whoever worked. I'll probably miss one. Oh yeah, Steve Proudly. And thank you very much to all the stewards for hosting the race and the admin team. I'm Chris Hill, and thank you very much for joining.